Good morning and welcome back to TopStep TV. You made it back. Hopefully everybody had a great weekend. It's time to get to work. It is Monday, August 18th, and this is the opening call. Got some friends here with me, JD, John Hoag. How are we doing today, guys?
Good morning, gentlemen. JD, Jay, good morning to all of you. Happy Monday. It was a restful weekend. Still pretty hot out. Had some nasty storms come through on Saturday. No damage here. Hopefully no damage for any of you. But we got another exciting, fun, and opportunity-filled week coming this week. JD, how are you, buddy?
Good morning, Hoag. Good morning, Jay. Good morning, friends and traders in the chat. Let's get to it today. Hoag, you mentioned those storms. I actually sat on my front porch Saturday night. It was like midnight. I was like an old man sitting on my front porch watching the rain. It was an impressive storm.
A lot of lightning.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, ready to go. Restful weekend, just like Hoag mentioned. Didn't do a whole lot. Just kind of hung around the house. Got some chores done and ready to go this morning. So let's get to it. Get that poll up in the chat. I don't know why we're polling you anymore. It's we're taking the 5 minute. We got to come up with a new idea here. But I'm loaded up in the micros. I got the micro gold contract up, micro gold chart up, loaded for a 5 lot. Maybe our polls should start with should you trade micros, minis, or even take the trade at all?
Like
we'll work on something.
Like
Talk
that
about
idea,
it
JD.
after the opening call. Yeah. I'm sure there's a better way to do this. There's got to be a better way to do this.
Jay, how are you feeling today, buddy?
I'm feeling good, Hoag. Feeling good. Went up, spent some time with my brother up in Massachusetts for the weekend. My brother and the kids. I got 3 nieces and nephews on that side, so was Uncle Jay this weekend. But it was good.
Nice.
It was good. Yeah.
Good for you.
Challenge them in soccer. I'm not a great soccer player, but I'm extremely competitive. So yeah, had to show the kids up a little bit. But it was good. It was a good weekend.
Awesome.
And if you're wondering what trade we're talking about, we are taking the gold opening range trade. 8:20 Eastern time, 7:20 Central. Gold does open up. That poll in the chat is, what trade are you looking for us to take? Is it a 1 minute, 3 minute, 5 minute? 5 minute has been winning, but gold, the pit open in gold is 7:20 Central time, and we will be taking that trade. JD, you were gonna say?
Oh, I was just saying, we got about 1.5 minutes until. Not even 1.5. We've got less than a minute until gold opens. 40 seconds till official regular trading hours open for gold. The bell will ring. Ding, ding, ding. Got a 1 minute chart up just to see how that plays out. We'll be taking the 5 minute trade, but I like tracking to see what the 1 and 3 minute do also. Usually when there's confluence between all 3 time frames, the trade just it's a little better.
Yes, it does. We got gold trading 33.91. Pretty nice move overnight last night in gold. No, Dakota was in a long during slow markets. I'm sure he'll talk about that when he's on air today. But gold back in this range. Take a look at the tilt really quick before this opens. Gold is officially open now. 55% short in the tilt. Currently trading 33.91. Average price there is 33.92. We will be waiting for that 5 minute to play out. But while we wait, JD, want to run through some news really quick?
Let's start off with the. Want to do the calendar, or let's
do the calendar. Let's do the calendar, then we'll get to the news.
All right. I didn't have my news queued up just yet, so yeah. Here's the calendar for the week. Not much on the docket today. We've got housing market index coming out at 9 a.m. Central Time, and a Treasury buyback announcement at 10 o'clock Central Time. So pretty light on the calendar today. Tomorrow things start to heat up though. Housing starts and permits out at 7:30 a.m. Central Time. Wednesday, Ye Old Jackson Hole Symposium begins. All of our Fed leaders will be meeting in Wyoming to rub elbows and discuss the future of everyday Americans. We've also got the FOMC minutes out on Wednesday afternoon, 1 o'clock p.m. Central Time. Thursday, existing home sales, and then the event of the week, Friday morning, 9 o'clock a.m. Central Time. Jerome Powell will deliver a speech directly from the Jackson Hole Symposium in Wyoming. What will he be talking about? We'll get into that in just a few minutes. That's it for the economic calendar. Jackson Hole will be the words of the week. We're going to be talking about quite a bit. We'll be doing our best to pipe in some commentary, some live news feeds throughout the week. There's a whole lot of speakers scheduled. The calendar really doesn't reflect all of the Fed speakers that we're going to get this week, but we should be getting some decent headlines out from that conference starting on Wednesday. Words of the week, Jackson Hole.
1 minute opening range would have triggered a long here in gold.
Yep.
33.9260 is the high of that 1 minute opening range. Again, we are taking a 5 minute opening range, so we got about 2.5 more minutes to wait here. The idea behind this trade, we're looking for risk on the other side of the opening range, and a lot of times, Hoag, JD, this is the trade of the day if the market does decide to trend, and we'll see the opening range be either the dead ass high or low, as Hoag would put it, and let the trade play from there. The trade play.
What are we looking at here? We got 2 minutes in. I wonder why
1 minute triggered.
It's always the 5. Everybody likes the 5 minute opening range for some reason.
Hoag, if we asked them if we should do a 15, they would vote for the 15. If we asked for a 30, they would vote for the 30. Yep. We asked for a 6-hour opening range, they'd vote for a 6-hour opening range. We'll always take the higher time frame. We've learned that. We're evolving. We're like AI around here.
3 minute opening range.
Right at the high of Friday's regular trading hour session range. Friday's regular trading hour session range, even the overnight range, was one of the smallest we've seen in gold in weeks, if not even months. I just looked back for a certain amount of time, and there was nothing that small. Regular trading hour range was $13.80.
Wow.
It's extreme consolidation there. We got the daily ATR at $47. So we're talking about a quarter of that for Friday's range. Pretty consolidated day there. And it's kind of what we've been seeing with gold, right? In the middle of this daily time frame. We'll take a look at that when we get to the charts, Hoag. But anytime we get stuck in the middle there, those ranges start to contract a lot. We got 40 seconds here on this 5 minute opening range. God First Financial says take a 17-hour opening range. I think whatever we put out there. Yeah. Just trade the last hour of the day whenever it breaks out.
Yep.
I think the chat is going to pick that. But let's see here. We got 20 seconds. and we will be taking that trade. The idea is we're long above the high, short below the low, and on a 5-minute in the minis, I have a high at 93 half and a low at 91.10.
91.10. All right.
I see. I
93.
see a GC low at 91.10. Yes, 91.10. Yep, absolutely.
91.10.
24 tick opening range, 5-minute. Done.
Not bad.
No. We're smack dab in the middle of it.
Right in the middle of it, Hoag. Trying to think if I have a preference for how this breaks this range. We got long overnight inventory. VWAP sitting right below us at 90.80, 33.90.80.
No gap, but above value.
Maybe a little bit.
We're working our stops to enter above and below the market. Just waiting for a signal.
The bigger trigger scheme of things, I like longs because we're down near the lower end of the medium time frame balance we've been in. But hey, ACH baby.
Yeah, we're coming off a 2.5 week low in gold. We'll talk a bit more about that in a minute before we get into the charts. But did have a nice bounce off of a 2-week low going into today.
Right. Do we want to run news now, JD? Are we good to go on that, or do we want to wait until we get triggered into the trade?
I believe we are ready. Let's roll that footage about coffee farmers in the U.S., California coffee farmers in particular.
Against all odds, 100% American-grown coffee.
It's like a cherry.
I believe we're the largest farm in California, coffee farm. And, you know, if the experiment works, I'd love to expand.
David Armstrong is part of a group of farmers trying to make California a synonym for specialty coffee.
We're in Ventura County, so we're going to go up to the foothills. We have multiple canyons where we grow coffee.
This is part of the only 1% of coffee consumed in the U.S. grown domestically. 35% of what coffee is imported comes from Brazil, now slapped with tariffs of up to 50% on some goods, including coffee. You would think it would be a great opportunity for all American beans, but other nations can deliver a product just as good for a fraction of the cost.
Brazil's been hit very hard with tariffs, but they're looking at somewhere around $4 a pound for coffee, and we're in the hundreds of dollars a pound.
You want Ventura County to be the next Napa Valley, but for coffee.
Correct. That's a great way to put it.
And could California ever produce a product that could be competitive with Brazil, with Colombia, Ethiopia?
I think that our costs of production, our labor, our water, everything else, mean that we can never get to that point where we could be a worldwide competitor.
For 23 years, Jay Ruski has been challenging the norm of where coffee could be grown by championing California. All of this was his vision.
In terms of growing locations, wherever avocados can grow, we have a good chance of growing coffee. And so there's over 45,000 acres of avocados, last I heard, in California. But even if we planted all that, that would just be a drop in the bucket in the whole coffee industry globally.
You know, when I watched that clip earlier this morning, I didn't remember it being so uncomfortably long. I should have made a note to clip it after 30 seconds. But anyway, California answering to tariffs on coffee imports by growing their own coffee.
Interesting. $100 a pound?
I know. That's what I'm thinking,
yeah.
Jay.
I had to make sure I heard that right. Yeah, that's not competitive at all.
No, why?
It's not competitive at all. And I just looked up.
Why even do it?
Love of the game, Hoag. The love of the game.
Yeah. Isn't it? Getting on top of the tariffs. Well, that's their vision, at least.
Yeah.
Looking forward to seeing how it plays out. Coffee prices are going up. Stocked up at Costco over the weekend. They are inching higher.
I buy these Nespresso pods, just like an espresso. I haven't really noticed if the price is going up, but I would notice if it was $100 a pound. I would drink a lot of water,
Yes.
and no coffee at that point. We are still inside of this 5-minute opening range here in gold. So why don't we run the gold news if you have that, JD, and then we'll get right into the charts. See if we get triggered into this trade.
Sure thing. Spot gold prices up just a little bit overnight, 0.4%. The cash market rose to $33.48.3 per ounce. In other markets in the metals sphere, other precious metals, I should say, platinum futures down 0.2% this morning, $1,343 an ounce, and silver futures were up 0.4% to $38.133 per ounce. Among other industrial metals, copper futures on the London Metal Exchange fell 0.3% to $97.50 a ton, while COMEX copper futures fell 0.3% to $4.479 a pound. It's a little update on metals trading, metal futures, precious metal futures. I got most of this data from investing.com, but you can find this stuff all over the place too. All right. Yeah, still trading well inside that 5-minute range. We're kind of smack dab in the middle. Seeing a bit of a pop right now. But why don't you guys get into the charts? If we get triggered into a trade, I will jump in and let everybody know about it.
All right. Well, just looking at it, then the first, the 1 minute and the 3 minute, we would be long. Still waiting for the breakout of the 5 minute, which isn't a big range, 24 ticks, not a big deal. But here's the weekly on gold. So range, right? I mean, had a heck of a run up the first half of the year, and it's been just really range bound ever since. Just kind of hanging here, looking for new information, consolidating, evening out inventory, whatever you want to call it, but just a medium time frame balance remains. It has been narrowing as ranges do. Take a look at the daily, and you're going to see more range bound activity, and this is very typical of a range bound market. Goes from low to high to low to high to low to high to low to high. And the only reason I do like this long is because we're closer to the lower extreme than we are of the upper extreme, and we've already rejected last week's low in the overnight session. So we've seen some buying coming in. We're getting near the low of the area of balance. We had a pretty decent open interest increase on Friday. Again, one of the smallest ranges we've seen in, you can look back and I don't think you're going to find a smaller range than we hit on Friday, which is a bit surprising to see that much open interest coming in. We'll take a look at the 30-minute on Friday and decide what direction that open interest came in. And if it's to the short side, they're hurting right now. Jay, what are your thoughts on this daily chart?
On the daily, Hoag, we talked a lot about that August 1st candle, which we're still trading inside of right now. We can see we bounced off of 50% of it, which is those 33.75s. What I'm seeing on the daily, Hoag, we've had this trend line going from the beginning of the year. We're continuing to make higher lows on the daily. So, although we've been seeing gold trade in this range, I'm wondering if the 75 area now becomes the lower extreme of that range and we see it tighten up a little bit. We haven't seen any momentum, any selling pressure below that 75 for now. Like you said, we'll take a look at what the open interest sees, but if that's the new low of this range, I'm looking for a push back up to 34.17s, which is the high of that August 1st candle on the daily.
Yeah, we've been spending a lot of time inside that candle, haven't we, Jay? Let's look at this on the 30. We'll see this a little bit more clearly on the 30. So here's that trend line that I just put off the beginning of the year that Jay was talking about on the daily chart. And we took a really good stab at that last night, didn't we, Jay? But
Yep.
this box right here is that unemployment bar that Jay was just talking about. And we traded to pretty much the 50%, which Jay was kind of saying might be an interesting area for an execution. It certainly was on Thursday. But where did the open interest come in on Friday? It was as close as you can get to a normal trading day. We did leave one failed downside auction and relatively early in the session, rotated back to value high. All right, well, that would have been a nice trade. But there's no real kind of directional idea or activity that we can kind of pin to the increase in open interest, which was an inside day, basically inside value from the previous day. Just a lot of seems plates and bets in both directions being placed. Here's our overnight down to that trend line. Buyers come in back to the high of that 30-minute bar that's basically just that unemployment bar, and we saw some selling coming in up there. Where are we now? We are still flat. The 5-minute opening range trade. This market is seeking new information, and there may be plenty for it as the week goes on, and I'll say those words again. Jackson Hole. Jackson Hole. So I don't know. We'll see what happens, but I'm not in a hurry to do anything here. The opening range trade, just let it play out. We know the risk if it decides to continue to perhaps trend after the rejection of last week's low, after the rejection of value from yesterday, then let it happen. Jay, what do you think, man?
So on this 30-minute Hoag, yeah, this is balance. I think Friday was extreme balance, right? We really didn't see any directional price action at all. We're seeing this 200 moving average on the 30-minute, 33.96, and I'm pretty sure all the moving averages are within $3 of each other.
Yeah, they're all
Everything is
there.
everything's starting to flatten out, right? So gold for a month, 2 months, a year was the best trading market that we've had. And some days it's going to be consolidated like this, right? And I think we need these type of days in order to see some of the bigger range days that we have. But for right now, I'm not seeing too much opportunity the way this market is kind of sitting here. When we trade around these 3400s, the ranges seem to contract a lot. And then any extensions from this, we get that range expansion. So for right now, I'm just not expecting a whole lot of out of gold for where we're sitting. But that doesn't mean that there won't be opportunity, right? A headline can move us.
Right.
Hey guys, we just got triggered into a trade in gold. House account long 5 micro gold at 33.9380. Just had a bit of a tape bomb to the upside, and we are in the market. House account is long. Got our CYA down at 33.9080. Taking about $3 worth of risk on this trade on 5 micro contracts.
$150. Got it.
$150.
All right. So yeah, Jay, I mean, you're looking at all of these moving averages, and they're all pretty much flat right in this area.
Yep.
My question is, the market's job, any market's job, is to facilitate trade. Volume hasn't been great. It's been waffling. There's been a couple of okay days but it's really just been waffling. Both sides of 200,000 per day. So the market is still facilitating trade. It's still adding open interest. So it needs some sort of change, some sort of catalyst, some sort of something to happen, I think, to make this market go seeking for new levels to facilitate trade. It's getting bored, though. This market is getting bored. It needs
we were close
something.
to something. We were close to something happening last week, Hoag, with the T word affecting gold for at least a day or two, and then we were told that nope, there's no tariffs on gold. We saw that high volume day that was the August 8th, when we thought there were going to be tariffs on gold, and then since then, market's been pretty quiet. Friday we had 50,000 contracts lower, 50,000 lower volume. I don't know why I'm saying this wrong. The average in gold is 164,000 for the day. On Friday we had 112,000 traded. So much less volume.
Important safety tip, folks. Volume is drying up. This market
Yes, it
needs to
is.
go somewhere else to facilitate trade.
Yes, it
All right.
does. Do we want to go over to the indexes? JD, you got some news on the index futures?
Sure thing. Real quick, we had a good question in the chat from Mel Malloy. Wants to know, hey Hoag, how do you see what side of the market the open interest came in on? Hoag, well, I'm going over the news. I know you got that nice cheat sheet about volume up, open interest up, open interest is long.
Sure.
Or
Yeah,
buyers coming.
I'll bring it up.
Cool. I'll hit the news and then we'll go over open interest. Quick tutorial just for a minute or two. All right. Overnight, stock futures trading a little bit lower this morning going into the open. S&P futures down about 1.1% and the NASDAQ down about 0.1%. Shares of Tesla trading down almost 1% this morning. That is due to, some reports coming out of the Times of London saying that Tesla will be offering discounts of up to 40% on leased vehicles in the UK as a sort of a sales dump strategy. They're trying to unload some cheap electric cars overseas right now, and that's affecting Tesla, which affects the broader markets. That report came from CNBC, put that out a little while ago. Overnight, we've got markets in Asia. Markets in Asia closed lower, or a little mixed this morning. Shanghai Composite up 0.85%, Nikkei up 0.77%, and the Hang Seng Index down 0.37%. Stocks in Europe currently trading lower. FTSE down 0.06%, the DAX down 0.26%, and the CAC down 0.71%. The US dollar index up about 0.2% to $98, 98.059, and the VIX up just over 3%, 1558 last trade, and the VIX U.S. 10-year Treasury note yield resting comfortably at 4.312%. All right, I see your open interest chart up there. Walk us through it. How do we know what side of the market open interest is coming in on?
So when let's say you get a trend day to the upside in gold, okay? Maybe it's even a more sustained trend than just one day. As price continues to rise, volume may be rising, but when we see open interest rising at higher and higher pricing, that is new aggressive longs coming into the market. So when price is rising, volume is rising, open interest is rising, that is a strong market. It is likely to continue in that direction. We're not seeing that in gold right now. We're seeing the market waffling, price not really going anywhere, but in a directional market that continues to put in higher pricing, but volume and open interest are falling off. That's liquidation, and that's kind of a warning sign that there may be an impending change in the market state, and it works the other way as well. A trending market lower, bringing in volume and open interest, is more selling coming into the market. That is a market that is more likely to continue to the downside. But when price continues to rise, volume starts to fall, and open interest starts to fall, that's short covering while price is continuing to fall. That is a warning sign that move might be losing strength to the downside, or in this case, you might say it's a strengthening market. But when we look at the open interest on a daily basis, we're looking at the direction of the daily activity. So in gold, we saw an increase in open interest, but with no real direction. And that's really just two-sided trade. That's just people getting in, getting out, no real direction to that. So we can't really use that thing that I just had up, that little graph that I just had up. If you didn't, why don't you go ahead and take a screenshot of this real quick. This is where I get all the information. This is the CME Group Market Daily Bulletin. You can look that up on the CME website. You don't have to worry about writing all that down. But take a screenshot of this and keep it handy so you can remind yourself of what these implications of changes in open interest and volume may be telling us as it relates to the market activity. So ES kind of similar situation. I mean, we're looking at the daily chart, and the initial push was to the downside. We can see that most of the volume was coming in on down moves, and we added 8,200 in open interest. It is a bit of a B-shaped profile, which would indicate long liquidation, but this is presenting itself as a little bit more like new shorts coming into the market. And we'll take a look at that again. And when we come back to this 30-minute chart, just wanted to take a look at the weekly. We've got the upside auction is currently intact, higher highs, higher lows on the weekly. Okay, that's good. How about the daily? A little bit of excess on these daily bars up here. We're in a 3, now in a 4th day of potential balance. We're looking at the low from Thursday as the low of that balance. That low would be 64.53 quarter. But to change market states on a bigger scale, we'd have to get below the weekly kickoff low, which is 63.68, all the way down there. Jay, what do you think of this daily chart?
So on the daily, Hoag, I am looking at the candle from August 12th, which was CPI day. We've traded above it price-wise, but we've used it as a support a couple of times. 64.69 half or 64.70 is the high of that candle. We're trading back inside of it now, and same way we were looking at gold to trade through that imbalance again, Hoag. If we can't find buyers above 64.70. And we haven't so far in the overnight session. VWAP is now below that 64.70 as well. I'm looking at 64.30 as a potential target here. To the downside, it's just 50% of that candle. Of course, we would have to sell through that Thursday low, 64.50s. But this looks a little heavy here. The S&P looked like it was holding up a little bit better. We saw all-time highs on Friday before pulling back a little bit. But the NASDAQ looking heavy as well. I'm looking at that 64.30. Maybe for a nice pullback area in these markets.
Yeah, the NASDAQ and the S&Ps are certainly presenting different information, different looks as far as potential continuation in either direction. We'll look at the NASDAQ here shortly. So it's a 3-day balance. We had some new short sellers by that open interest on Friday. Thin economic numbers overall throughout the day. Yes, there are some important things coming out, like the FOMC meeting minutes and the Jackson Hole Symposium for Friday will be a big day because Chairman Powell will be speaking. But other than that, we're kind of thin as far as economic numbers are concerned. We're going to go down to the 30-minute chart here quickly. And all right, so there's that all-time high that occurred on Friday in the extended trading hour session. We don't look for those to last very long. The market opened and we saw sellers come in at this thing right away. So that tells me those aggressive sellers are probably where most of that new open interest came in. And then we pretty much just kind of ranged the rest of the day. It ended up being a normal variation, neutral type of day. So now we're kind of looking at the overnight inventory. Are we going to open with a gap? What kind of weaknesses in structure are down below overnight inventory? We got a little bit long, maybe a little bit short right now. It doesn't look at this time like we're going to be opening with any kind of gap. Now this spike base comes all the way back here. It is not a late spike from Friday. So opening in range, did we test down to some important levels here? Well, we tested down to the singles here from the 12th. Now that's the day that Jay is talking about, kind of looking at about halfway through. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the regular trading hours, and we're going to pick the high. Let's pick the low first. We're going to pick the low of the regular trading hours. Well, here's the 7:30 bar. So we're going to go with that. And then we're going to go with the high of the session, which is right there. All right. So here's that halfway back level that Jay was talking about, 64.63 quarter. Does that sound about right, Jay?
I got it at, this was from the 12th, Hoag. I have it at 64. 64.30.
Okay, so you're including the overnight session.
Let's see here.
Okay,
Regular trading hours from the 12th.
64.30, 31,
Yeah,
approximately.
yeah,
Yep, there it is.
64.39. 64.39.
Okay,
There you go.
okay. So we will certainly keep an eye on that, and we also have to notice a couple other things on this move to the upside. The 200 session moving average has been presenting as support. Well, we gave that up last night. We also have given up this trend line. So there are a couple of things that are saying, this market may be primed for a little bit more of a pullback. The NASDAQ has already pulled back to certain levels, like it's closed out these single prints from that day on the 12th, very directional day. So the NASDAQ has already kind of soaked up some of the weaker structure down below. What do you think, Jay? It's Monday. Lots coming out. Lots of things we're waiting for. Are we looking for anything big to happen today? Not to say that
Maybe
there's
not.
not opportunity.
Yeah, maybe not looking for it, Hogue. I think especially on a day today, it's pretty quiet on the calendar. We do tend to see these be pretty consolidated days. So maybe not looking for a whole lot. Of course, the market that can change at any moment. Someone can say something, tweet something. A headline comes out and then that changes. But yeah, I'm thinking being pretty patient this morning in the equities
Okay.
because we may see some more volatility later in the week.
Yeah, here's that Thursday low we were kind of talking about as the lower extreme of the 1, 2, 3, now 4 days in this overall balance. It's going to be interesting to see how these markets treat the impending information coming out. Again, with no gap, we're below value. I think that, Jay, I would love to see this market pull back to your level down here at 64.30. Clean up these single prints here, this weakness in structure, and then see where we go from there. But we will have to see. We'll have to see. I'm going to stay patient. It's Monday. Mondays are typically not my best trading days. I know this. So therefore, I will be patient. Thank you, Jay.
Thank you,
All
Hogue.
right. We're coming up to that crude oil open. And I know that our good friend JD has some news about crude. What do you got for us, Jay? JD?
For sure. Quick update on this gold trade. We're taking a little heat right now. I'm wondering, maybe a good poll idea. We were talking about this in the green room. If we should even take the trade at all until this market starts finding some direction. I feel like we're just getting chopped up on this gold opening range trade. As Hogue was saying, going over the charts, we're losing volume. Volatility is dying. We've been in a range for months now, and we're just not getting any follow through on these gold trades. It's been a couple weeks. So
and it's
maybe
funny
that will
because
be
you
our
can
new.
say that the same thing about crude oil, which is range bound.
Yep.
We had 2 beautiful trades in it last week.
We did. Those two trades alone kind of saved our month. We're down just a little bit on these opening range breakout trades so far this month, but nothing astronomical, nothing that will kill an account. You know what I mean? But as far as crude oil news goes, we got a report from Reuters this morning. Oil prices rising after White House trade advisor Pete Navarro said India's purchase of Russian crude is funding Moscow's war on the Ukraine, and it has to stop. Traders also looking for clues from a meeting later today between U.S. President Donald Trump and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. They're attempting to come to a peace deal to end Europe's deadliest war in 80 years. Europe's deadliest war in 80 years. Happening while we speak. But Trump is meeting with, we just got tagged out on that gold trade. President Trump is meeting with Ukraine President Volodymyr Zelensky later this morning. He's also meeting some other European leaders. We're going to have another talk about a ceasefire and see what happens. Our stop was a little tight on that gold trade. Good thing it was, because we would have been stopped out worse if we didn't, or if we expanded our risk on that. But we are out. Little paper cut. House countdown 165 to start on that gold opening range breakout trade. So we'll be keeping an eye on the news later this morning as Zelensky gets into town. I believe he's supposed to arrive at around 11 o'clock a.m. Central Time. So we'll have our eye on the news. One eye always on the ditch, as they say. Always have one eye on the ditch. Just a liquidity grab. This gold market is choppy. That's it.
Yeah, it is.
That is.
Tough trade here. We do have that poll up in the chat for the crude oil opening range trade. Shout out to whoever created the poll, adding another option there. Are we taking the 1 minute, 3 minute, 5 minute, or 8 hour opening range trade in crude oil? We gave you a longer option, chat, and you still love the 5 minute. Chat is just saying I got 5
8-hour opening range.
52% for the vote. Guess who? Coach who? 51% for the 5 minute. So it looks like we taking the 5 minute again. The 8 hour got 20% of the vote there. Interesting.
Wow.
What time?
LaShawn wants to know if the opening range trade stats improved at all since we started polling the chat. It's only been about 2 weeks since we started polling the chat. I want to collect a little more data before we really report on it. But we've been polling the chat pretty much the entire month of August. So as we wrap up the month of August in a couple weeks, I'll have some more to share on how that's been going, or how this has been going.
Thanks, GD.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Let's check out the crude charts.
Let's do it, Hoag.
So, as usual, the weekly. I mean, what do you say about it? This is a weekly chart. I mean, we're going back 2 years to where we're still in this range. Oh, yes. And by the way, TopStep X has moved the front month to the October in perfect time. If you're not trading on it, or you're trading your own account and you are trading crude oil, make sure you move to that October contract. It is going to have more volume and more liquidity. You'll get less slippage in that regard. Let's take a look at the daily, which isn't much better. Just coming out of rollover, we have our rollover range, which has pretty much been between the 100 session and the 200 session moving average. And it just seems to be bouncing back and forth between those two. It's in a pinch. Jay, what do you think of daily here in crude?
On the daily, it is in balance, Hoag. Like you said, we have that 200 moving average up there at 63.37. So we're pretty well below that right now. We've had what has it been, a week of closes below that 200 moving average, which we haven't seen in a little while. But again, not getting so directional in this market. I'm looking at, why do I have this range marked? Something happened last week where I have a range 62.24 down to 61.10, which was the low of last week. And again, that 50% of that range was 61.67, and it's the low of the session so far today. If we find buyers above 62.24, then I'm looking at 62.80s as a potential target. But if we don't, I'm looking right back down to that 61.67 level, if not back down to 61.10s. But yeah, this market is very much in balance, Hoag.
Yeah, you also have that 100 session moving average just below your
right
level. Yep, 61.71. So it's just been kind of really bouncing back and forth. We did took a little bit of a look below it on Wednesday with some rejection. Take a look at the 30. All right. So this is it's a new contract, so it's a little bit different looking at these charts this way. Really just kind of focusing on what happened on Friday. We did put a late spike to the downside in on Friday, and this is the October contract. Don't forget, 62.03 is the base of that late spike. We also have a week high, the high of the profile from Friday. Where are we as far as anything important in overnight inventory or anything like that? We opened. We are trading here, maybe just a slight overnight inventory to the long side. However, we are really inside value. We've got an assumed value low on this platform at 62.09. We've got value high here at 62, let's call it 60. And we're in the middle of it. So when the market opens in the middle of range, in the middle of value, particularly during rollover or near the end of rollover, I'm going to be looking for this market to really kind of, well, provide better trade locations as the day goes on. Let's just put it that way. We are opening in range and in value, kind of near the low of value. I don't mind that. Might offer some opportunity and above the base of the late spike. So when we think about the late spike, opening above the base of a late spike to the downside indicates rejection of lower pricing and a possible opportunity to profit from longs. We're about to open, and we're about to open right at the base of that late spike, which is going to further complicate things. We'll see what happens. Jay, what do you think of this 30?
On the 30 Hoag, we got, again, the moving averages all kind of braiding around each other. They're within a 30 tick range. The 250 and 20 moving average, which is a pretty tight range. We've been seeing some decent trade opportunities in gold. A couple of days where we have 2.25% moves high to low. So there is some opportunity here, but I think the tighter this range gets, the less opportunity there is. As this is contracting, it's almost like a spring, right? So it's contracting in a range. Crude can do this for 6 months if it wanted to. But then whatever the move out of this is going to be a pretty big move, I would think. But for right now, pretty consolidated on that 30 as well. We do have the Crude open. We are taking a 5-minute opening range. Right now, we're still inside the 1 minute. But yeah, on that 30 Hoag, not seeing a whole lot of opportunity. I think the equities might be the show today.
And it's funny because there has been opportunity, even with the opening range trades. I mean, twice last week, pretty decent opportunities off those opening range trades. In a range bound market, you don't really see that the opening range is going to be one extreme or the other, the dead ass high or the dead ass low of the regular trading hour session. But we caught a couple of good ones yesterday. Let's catch another good one today, guys.
Let's do it. On the 1 minute, we got a 11 tick opening range. 15s down to 4s. Let's see what it brings us today. Ryan in the chat says we should have taken the crude oil, natural gas opening range trade instead of crude. Natural gas is a mover.
Yeah, it is.
It is a mover for sure.
Seeing some continuation down in gold. Just back into range, back into value. Reacceptance of range from Friday, which was a very small range. Yikes. All right, watch. Crude. 1 minute broke to the downside. Three. What are we doing? The 5 again?
Yeah, we're taking the 5 again, Hoag. 1 minute would have been a short.
Yep.
Here.
Still in the 3.
Still in the 3. Take a look at the tilt. 52% short in crude oil, 65% short in gold. We are seeing gold selling a little bit here. Last trade in gold, 33.8790. Pretty long tilt in the equities as well. 73% long in the S&P, 72% long in the NASDAQ pre-open. We are seeing a little bit of a bounce there as well. We got 2 minutes, a minute and a half for this 5-minute opening range trade to close in, or this 5-minute candle to close in crude oil, and we will be taking the opening range trade from there. Again, short below the low, long above the high. So far, I got 62.15 at the high and 61.98 at the low.
Little bit different on the micro side. I'm looking at the micro crude chart. We got a high of 62.14, low of 61.99. So a tick off on either end of the opening range.
Right back to
settlement. Right on top of settlement. Right on top of settlement price. 61.98 settlement price. That is the low tick in the micros too.
And why does anybody pay attention to settlement? Can be a target, can be an opportunity. So limit risk.
Still got 30 seconds before closing this first 5-minute candle.
62, still the same low, 62, 61.98. 61.98, 52% short.
198.
Value low
Sorry,
from
I'm working
yesterday.
our-
Initial balance low. Spike low.
Working our stop to enter below 61.97 and above 62.16. That'll put us above the mini contract. All right.
All right.
Good stuff. While we wait for this crude trade to trigger, JD, we're going to cover the NASDAQ. But before we do that, the word of the week, phrase of the week, Jackson Hole. What is Jackson Hole, JD?
Jackson Hole. It's the mantra. Yes,
Should
Fed
we start
officials
a,
gathering. What's that,
Sorry,
Jay?
I was gonna make a joke. I was gonna say, should we start a Jackson Hole counter on the show and just count how many times it's said over the course of the week? I'm counting at least 20 times from Jack. At least 20 times from Jack this week.
Okay. Yeah, we could set an over-under.
Yep.
We should do shots every time somebody says it.
Exactly. Well, this is the 43rd annual meeting of the minds in the luxurious resort in Jackson Hole, Wyoming. Yeah. A couple of items on the docket. The dilemma between cutting rates and leaving rates unchanged. That will be the talk of the town. Walking up and down those beautiful streets of Jackson Hole. I said it again. I'm just going to keep squeezing it in every chance I get. Fed officials. This is a quote from an article from Yahoo Finance. Fed officials have been closely watching for the impact of tariffs on inflation, but recent readings from the Consumer Price Index and the Producer Price Index have shown mild effects from tariffs as services and inflation unexpectedly heated up in July, catching the attention of some Fed officials. Chicago Fed President Austin Goolsbee cautioned last week that if we see service inflation heading higher, subsequent reports, that would be a concern. So that is what we are expecting some reports out on coming from Jackson Hole. We'll be looking for headlines as that symposium for the conference kicks off on Wednesday through the weekend. And we'll be wrapping up again on Friday with that scheduled speech from Fed Chairman Jerome Powell at 9:00 a.m. Central Time. That will be the event of the week going into Friday. Always keep one eye on the ditch. And we're short. Post count. Short 5 micro crude 61.97. 61.97. Short micro crude. Where to put that stop?
Nice little spike it's selling there. Come in. Crude currently trading 61.92.
I've got our stop all the way up at 62.27. That's a little deep though. We don't have to risk too much on this. $125 on this trade. 62.22 CYA.
Okay. Yeah, that's good.
We test the upper end of this range. We're just going to go right back to
I'm good with that.
Value high from Friday. What's 62.50 on our daily levels? 62.50.
Like to see it hold below 62.03. Currently
Friday's value area high. Yep, 62.50.
All right. House is short crude oil, 61.97. Looking for some continuation here. I don't hate this short. Don't hate
it either. But it did look like a liquidity grab just to sucker in a few other ORB
range traders.
Yeah. We'll see though. I'll keep an eye on it.
Yeah.
Oh, let's get into these NASDAQ charts. And before we do that, JD, you were just talking about Powell. Looking at the Fed Watch tool, 82.9% probability of a 25 basis point cut. I think we saw that as high as 99% last week. It came down a little bit after that PPI number, down to about 92, currently showing an 82.9% probability of a cut in 30 days during that next Fed meeting. But Hoag, what are we seeing in the NASDAQ chart?
All right. Well, as always, starting with the weekly, we are still holding upside structure on the weekly time frame. A little bit of a hesitation last week on the weekly bar, if you will. Basically a doji starting right there. Market is looking for new information, and it's going to get it, and I am not going to say the words. All right. What do we have here? Well, we have 3 down days and an uptrend. Our good friend Mick Aronimo always said that Linda Rashke always said you get 3 down days and an uptrend. The next day is an up day. We'll see if that plays out. A bit of excess on the high here. We pointed that out on Wednesday of last week. We said, you know what, this is or Thursday morning, I think. This is kind of an excess high in auctions, die in excess, typically. Remember how resilient these markets are, however, and we're waiting for new information. So keep your expectations reasonable as far as profit targets are concerned. You get a good trade on. Think about maybe a little bit of see money, take money early this week, perhaps. I don't know. Yeah, Friday, we lost 7,100 in open interest. Where the S&P gained, the NASDAQ lost. This was long liquidation, and you'll see it in the profile. It's a B-shaped profile, typical of long liquidation. So we just squeezed out a whole bunch of probably laggard buyers up here. Jay, what do you think on this daily chart?
Yeah, the daily in the NASDAQ, Hoag, looks a lot weaker, like we were saying, than the S&P. We were marking out that same PPI daily candle. We can see the rejection up at the high of it, 23,960s about, and we're trading right at 50% of it right now. 23,778 is that 50%. Last trade in the NASDAQ, 23,772. This area was where I was looking for buy the dip opportunity on Friday. Was good for a decent trade. But then we saw, more heavy pressure to the downside. Like you said, we lost open interest, so maybe not new sellers coming in, but longs getting out of their positions because we're not seeing price move higher. If we see continued selling below that 775 area, I'm looking at 23,600s as the target to the downside. And it's looking pretty heavy right now.
Basically all the way back down to last week's low.
Yep. Yeah.
23,587 half. Nice.
When's the last time we took out a weekly low, though, in the NASDAQ?
It's been a while. It's been a while. Yes, it has. Let's take a look at the 30. All righty then. If you remember, Friday morning before the open, we put in a new all-time high in the S&Ps. We're pretty effing far from that in the NASDAQ. We are one time framing lower on the daily time frame. 1, 2, 3. We haven't taken out the low yet here today. But look at the 200 session moving average, which was very supportive along the way up. We've even got to it. It was support once we put in these lows, and it's really held. Now again, we are below it. We've also fallen below this trend line, which had several points of contact on it. 1, 2, 3, 4. And we've broken that as well. So there's some technicals that are saying, yeah, this market could for sure pull back to a deeper level. Now, I thought we had this up here, your box on the day here. So we're looking at overnight and over to regular trading hour high here. So there's that level that Jay was talking about, that halfway of that August 12th bar. Pretty decent opportunity on Friday. We are really just kind of kerfuffling around it here this morning. Overnight inventory, what do we have? Do we have anything of note? Overnight inventory. Not really. Hang on here. There is where we opened. Is here. We're trading here. Nothing tremendous. We're below value. We're in that kind of rejection area that came in on Friday, below where Jay was looking for an opportunity. I don't know what to think of this, Jay. Talk to me. What are we doing with this?
So what I'm seeing, Hogue, we rejected up at that 200 moving average, 23,880 in the overnight session. We have overnight inventory a little short. I'm looking at the first 30-minute candle from Globex open, so 5 p.m. Central Time last night. If VWAP leaves that range to the downside, and it's pretty close, VWAP's at 2308, 23,803. The low of that range is 23,795. It looks like a decent short until it's not. And I'm being very conscious, Hogue, of saying, buy the dip, because I did that. I think it was last Wednesday. I said buy the dip, and it just kept dipping. And sometimes that dip is meant to be bought the next day.
Right.
And I just want to read the market as it is. See what it presents to us. Maybe we run this low at a 23,734, which was Friday's low. Pretty close to that, yeah, 23,734.50, and find some opportunities there. But yeah, from what I'm seeing right now, it looks heavy. And maybe some more opportunities down near that 23,600 level, which may seem far, but it's not that far off. We're 160 points away.
Yeah, it's not far.
Not far at all.
Not far at all. So you also have, this is the anchored VWAP from the open on Friday, this pink line. You've got your 20 session moving average. You've got VWAP from the overnight session and settlement right down in this area. Oh, as well as the point of control. A little bit of confluence up here around 23,800 to 810. A lot of confluence in here. Might be interesting. So one of the things that I do want to point out and make sure that this line of single prints or single TPOs, whatever you want to call it, that's been overall the low in the S&Ps. We've already taken out these single prints in the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ has been presenting as much weaker. Keep that in mind if you're looking for one to short. You would probably be thinking about the NASDAQ. And I still have Linda Rashke in the back of my head saying 3 down days in an uptrend. The next day is up. We'll see. We will see. We will see. Thank you, Jade. Thank you, JD.
Thank you,
everybody.
Speaking of seeing, JD, who are we seeing on the show today? I already see a couple of these guys in the green room. Who we got on
for sure
today?
Coming up next, Fast Markets. We got our good buddy number 42 on the big board, Doomlord in the chat. Doom on TV. He'll be here. Coach Dakota is also coming on. They'll be joined by Andre Jack and Mr. Hoagland. We'll all be stepping in for Fast Markets. You'll see a lot of us today. 11 o'clock, Rising Star, Coach Jay and Hoag will be talking to James D. Then we've got Hoag coming in for the morning recap at 12 o'clock Central Time. Lunchbox Trading, I'm going to be hanging out with Coach D and one of our new chameleonaires from the TopStep VIP experience. Season 3 will be kicking off real soon. Looking forward to connecting with Coach Deanna and hearing what one of her traders is their expectations of the VIP experience. We got a quiz coming up, 1 o'clock Central Time. Gabe and a anonymous, mysterious, yet to be named accomplice coming in for another game of Top Quiz. Then we've got Back to the Futures, Coach Jay, myself, and another special guest coming in to talk with us. Closing out the day in Power Hour with Dr. V and Jack. We're going to see Dr. V take some trades today. That's going to be exciting too. Dr. V usually comes in, talks a little mindset with us and trading psychology. Today, we're going to see her take some trades. So make sure you're sticking around for that also. Big day of tradertainment coming your way. Don't forget to keep your eye on the news today. Got a big meeting happening later this morning. Actually got a video clip. You guys want to run it real quick? What's happening at the White House today, guys?
While President Donald Trump says great progress was made during his meeting with Russian President Vladimir Putin in Alaska last week, the summit ended without a deal.
There's no deal until there's a deal.
Just days later, he's hosting Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky at the White House, with hopes in making significant progress toward ending the war in Ukraine.
It's very difficult because Ukraine obviously feels, harmed, and rightfully so, because they were invaded. And the Russian side, because they feel like they've got momentum in the battlefield and frankly don't care. Don't seem to care very much about how many Russian soldiers die in this endeavor.
According to a source familiar, the Monday gathering is expected to be broken into two parts. First, Trump and Zelensky will meet individually with their delegations. Then, in a show of force, top European leaders are expected to join a larger group session.
And we have to get a deal for the Ukrainians that allows for their self-determination, allows a protection of their sovereign borders. We have to make sure that we achieve that, and the president is intent on getting to that place.
Among the topics expected to be discussed are Russia's demands on land concessions and the contours of security guarantees for Ukraine, as well as how the U.S. will be involved.
Again, that meeting happening this morning. Ukrainian President Zelensky expected to arrive at the White House around 11 o'clock a.m. Central Time. Meetings will ensue. Also got a quote from President Trump saying today will be the most European leaders ever to visit the White House at one time. I don't know how accurate that is, but he said it. So yeah, we'll be keeping an eye on the news for you and posting everything that comes out from those meetings. So
I'm sure we're all wondering
on the headline front.
I'm sure we're all wondering if President Zelensky is going to wear a suit this time.
Oh yeah, is there a prop market for that? We make some bets.
I'm sure there is.
I don't know.
Sure there is.
Would be a good one, right?
It would be a good one.
All right. Hey,
Still
what time it is?
Crude trade. Oh yeah, let's do it.
It is time for your trading checklist. Yes, I will continue to nag everybody about doing your homework. You don't get to play if you don't do the homework. We just did our market research. We're going to check that. Well, we got to write something there to check that trend. Well, trends in question in a lot of these markets. What about volume and open interest? We talk about that every day. Have you been checking volume and open interest? There's a lot of times when it's really not going to mean a lot, and there's times when it's going to mean a lot. So it's during those times when it means a lot, when you're going to be thankful that you're paying attention to it. What about your other reference levels? TopStep daily levels are right on your charts if you want to use those, of course. And once you've done your research, you can do the morning checklist, routine, research, plan, internet, strategy review, trading journal review, workstation prep, trade entries. Is this an A1 or is this a 5E trade? And price, profit target, risk to reward ratio, what the results are. And then at the end of the day, you're going to review all those trades and update your trading journal. Some of you are maybe even journaling throughout the day. We'll talk about those opportunities for you with the emotional journal. Get plenty of rest and stay hydrated. Of course, don't overtrade. Don't trade out FOMO. Don't trade impulsively. Don't trade angry. At the very least, don't trade angry. There you go. There is your trading checklist. I will continue to nag you to make sure that you are prepared for the trading day. You don't have to use that. Use it as a basis to create your own checklist, your own daily checklist. Great stuff.
Good stuff, Hoag. Make sure you do your homework. A lot of times that starts on the Sunday with the prep, JD's weekly kickoff email. Make sure you read that as well. I was reading that while we were on the week market kickoff with Anne-Marie last night. So that's how you know the week starts. Time to get to work. Get to work.
Fantastic email. Jay, I'm going to be with you for the next, on the 11 o'clock hour with James D. It's you, me, and James D. I'm looking forward to that. That's going to be a good session. And other than that, I think we're pretty much good to go here. JD, is always a pleasure spending time with you. Jay, always a pleasure being with you every morning. Thanks for all your input and everything. And we will be looking forward to seeing you later on, JD. Always looking forward to seeing you later on as well. And as we kind of get closer and closer to the fast markets, I always like to just kind of tell everybody thank you again for joining us. Top of the chat, Rich Quaz, Man Caves, Shubham, Nick Nichols, Dan Trader, Alex LFA, Brilliant Dozer, Pistol Pete, haven't seen you in a while, John Jones, Doom Lord, and I haven't seen this guy in a while either. I don't think I've seen Yabber Smack Holdings here for a while. It's great to have you back with us. There were a couple of questions that we kind of went through as far as open interest and that. You continue asking those questions because that's what we're here for. Ask those questions, and we get the chance. We're always going to answer them. But open interest is the the outstanding number of contracts. When you see it added on a directional day, that's something to be paying attention to. But as always, I'm going to remind you, make sure you breathe every day. Stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading. Pray for peace every day. We got a great fast markets. We got Doom. We got Dakota. We got the whole team coming at you, and they're coming at you right now in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Happy Monday, everybody.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe no horn this morning, but nevertheless, let's go ahead and get our economic elites at the $1 Million Cowboy Bar. Andre, you've been there.
Oh, Jackson, whole counter is up and counting. Welcome, everybody, to Fast Markets. This is TopStep TV. Who we got? Lower left-hand corner, number 42 on the big board. Doom in the house, lower right-hand corner with a very, very calm heartbeat right now. Coach Dakota, upper right-hand corner, still in front of that beautiful. Were you in Anchorage, Jack? Looks like you may have been in Anchorage over the weekend. Let's get right into it. Coach Dakota, happy Monday. Thoughts coming into this trading week. What's up, Dakota?
Buy the dip? Is this buy the dip? I don't know.
You say that every time, Dakota. You say that every time.
I say it every time because I mean we hit all-time highs, right? So
yes,
why not? I'm looking at this. We're at a key level here in the NASDAQ. You can see that this is an hourly chart. This is a big level of resistance. And so will this resistance hold and stay support? And will we see a leg higher? You can see back in July, this was the all-time high. And it took a little bit of time to break through it. So will resistance hold as support? I don't know. We're going to find out. We're going to find out here today.
Yes, we will. Good stuff. Dakota, Doom, what's up, Doom? Happy Monday. You look clean shaven. Look at you. You look 5 years younger, man. Looking good, Doom. Oh, wow. He is ready to go on this Monday. What is up, Doom? Happy Monday. Thoughts coming into this trading week?
Pretty much what Coach Dakota said. I'm looking for either a break or a strong establishment of support at 740s on NASDAQ. We've been struggling to break through and sell off under, providing possibly dip or panic. We see, we find out, but that's where I'm at. We're just hanging out at this level here, and the longer we hang out here, the more possible the break, in my opinion. I have no signal yet, so hands are to the butt and just waiting for that either break, that nice signal. I don't want to be early on this. I was early last night, kind of shorted the NASDAQ, and Coach Dakota was long on gold. It's like, okay, this is good correlation here. Coach is long on gold, looking to short ES and a little bit of MNQ. It didn't pan out, got kicked out. And later on in the middle of the night, it played out as usual. But here we are, right about it open. See what we're going to do.
Oh, I like it. I like it. We got about 50 seconds. 50 seconds coming to the open. Jack, thoughts on this Monday? Prices are pretty stable right now. What's going on, Jack? Happy Monday. 40 seconds into
Hey.
this open.
Yeah, so Jay predicted the over-under of times I say the JH word at 20 this week. It's going to be way more than that. The story later in the week is going to be Jackson Hole. We got the Zelensky-Trump meeting today.
Yep.
Not a lot of regular
Yeah.
economic releases, but that's going to keep things volatile, I would say. Still inclined to buy the dip, but yeah, gonna let it play out a little bit right at the beginning.
Oh, thank you for the heads up. Yes, Zelensky Trump meeting, high noon central. High noon central. Greet Zelensky at noon central meeting 12:15. We'll see if we have that on TV. But we are now open. Let's take a look at some of these prices. Again, house account long 5 micro gold 33.93. Also short 5 micro crude from $61.79, and we are open. Got the Dow selling off. Got the NASDAQ pushing higher here. ES stuck in the middle with you. Dow is continuing to sell off. NASDAQ trading 23,778. ES trading 64.64. Crude making new lows. And here we go. Crude house account short from $61.97. We're about 17 cents in the money. And gold trading 33.89. House account long from 33.93. See that crude is now in November, right? Is that November? That's November. CLV. Oh, okay, here we go. NASDAQ pumping higher here. Here we out of the gate. About 40, 50 points here. Trading 23,800. 800.
Pumping.
Strong push out of the
Stocks
open
turning
from like
green.
Nvidia.
October. Thank you, JD. October. V is October.
Yeah. Stocks turning green. They were red. AMD's up half percent. Tesla's pumping.
Yep.
See how this thing shakes out.
Yeah, there were a few AI stocks that were getting hammered overnight that just flipped green right away on the open.
Yeah,
this is interesting. Let's let this play out.
We closed the extended hour gap on SPY and the
Definitely
Qs.
Buyers is definitely. Yep. Crude still selling off here. Crude making new lows. 61.61. New lows just printed there. Gold on the house count trade. We did get stopped out. 33.87 last trade. Take a look at the tilt. 69% long in the NASDAQ, but initially you have a nice pop in the NASDAQ. ES came right up to overnight VWAP at 64.68. Last trade 64.66. Any levels, any prices you're looking at here, Dakota, in the NASDAQ and gold as we come into this
Not
Monday?
really in the NASDAQ. I mean, we're at that level that I'm looking at here on this hourly chart to see if this holds a support or resistance. On gold, I had a nice trade last night. I had 2 trades last night, one in the middle of slow markets, one right after slow markets. Was a long. They were both longs. I'm up $840 in my XFAs, so 8 times 5, so close to 4,000, 4,500, 4,500, whatever that comes to. And I don't know. It's same with gold. I just want to be neutral going into today, and let this market tell us where it wants to go. We have Jackson Hole this week. We have a little bit of news.
5.
It's kind of a light week, to be honest.
Oh, it could be. Well, we got the meeting today. Light week in terms of what, Dakota? Data?
Just in like data coming out, right? We have some inflation data, but compared to what we were used to the last few weeks, where it was just tons of information coming out, now where it's kind of slowed down a little bit, kind of waiting to see how Jackson Hole and some of those meetings pan out.
Oh, very good. We do have some retail earnings this week, mostly before the bell. We got Home Depot, Target, Lowe's, Baidu, Walmart later this week, Zoom after the close on a Thursday. So we do have some earnings sprinkled in, but yes, all eyes on Jackson Hole. Symposium. What's up, Andy? Andy is back. I saw Command back in the chat. What's up? Good to have you back. Let's get ready to rock this as NASDAQ continues to pump higher here. 23,802. 802. Yes, is going to try to follow. Again, off the
I wonder if what we're seeing, by the way, is you had the NASDAQ down going into this day. It's just like Monday morning, people coming in right at 8:30 and just buying up cheaper short dated call options, because like all the names where I'd expect that's what happened like right at 8:30.
Say that one more time, Jack. They on a Monday morning they come in and buy short-term call options.
Yeah, they're buying up like the call options basically. So I'm of the opinion that kind of the options market is kind of moving a lot of stuff as far as retail goes. Is that they're cheaper because they were all in the red, and then right at 8:30 when the options market opened, it was like off to the races in Nvidia, for instance.
Sure, call options bullish. Get long call options. It's bullish sentiment.
Mm-hmm.
Nvidia's
Oh,
almost
here we
up
go.
1% now. NASDAQ's pushing over these 23,800s. So it was buy the dip so far. Buy the dip so far. That was resistance becoming support here in the NASDAQ.
Indeed. 23,814. 814 last trade in the NASDAQ. Continue to push higher here. 816s, ES. 64.69. Again, last week we did make new all-time highs in the ES. Was it 65.08 or so? Somewhere up around there. And crude continuing to sell off. First 5 minutes of the trade, crude is down about 50 cents. 50 cents. Putting in new lows, $61.45. We got 75% long in the ES on the tilt, 76% long on the NASDAQ tilt.
I'm going to step in front of the train here and just slap one micro short, 807 and 2 ticks.
807 and a tick or 2 ticks?
Yeah, 2 ticks, 807 and a half.
Boom, short one. MNQ 23,807 hook. 807 hook.
Just one. Somewhat top of the range. Fairly cheap.
Top of the range. Got the long tilt, 76%. Average price. You got a 500 lot to the downside in the ES on the ladder here, and a 300 lot in front of that. That was filled 64.67 bid on. Sorry, 67 on 500 Hogue. I'm getting a little rusty. Got a 500 lot down there in 64.67 on the bid. We're about 4 points away. Let's see if we go get that filled, or the market wants to run away from that. Take a look at the NASDAQ ladder.
We got short 3 MES with you, Doom. I know you're doing an MQ, but seeing kind of the same thing to see if there's the pump from like the early part and see if we get a little bit of relief here.
All right,
what
price, Jack?
We got 64.70.
70 is very good. Let's see if we go get those 67. 64.70. We got the NASDAQ turn around a little bit here. 23,800. 800. Last trade. Doom, you got a downside target for this?
No. Well, break of 740, or we tap and hold it. And by that time, I should be good to trail in on this trade.
You're going to be using the reversal button today again, like you did on last week. Not necessarily the reversal button, but calling tops, calling bottoms, and flipping around. Doom?
It really depends. VIX sell-off looks kind of a little bit overextended. So negative correlation. We hit the top of the range. This extended too quick at the open. We're checking pre-market. Well, yesterday's close on Friday's close on SPY and QQQ. It's tricky. So one micro, safe bet, small trade. If it goes, it goes.
79% long on the tilt in the ES. Average price 64.68. Pretty much right here, right now.
Right here.
Right now, we got that 500 lot, point and a half away to the downside in the ES. 64.67 bid 500 times. We chase 64.69. A little bit of a pop in crude. Bottom out at $61.45. We're up about 17 cents off of that. There you are, JK. That's for you. Saw Command there. What's up, Command? Good to see you back.
Nice short there, Doom. Intel's down almost 5%. Intel's taking a hit.
That's not good. I love Intel.
I don't know. I don't know. It just started to tank. Starting to sell off.
I've been considering trying something.
Friday.
Seeing you guys trade the opening range trade the orb, but a little bit unconventional. 9-minute time frame. So that will be at 42. Yeah.
Why 9?
9 minutes. Okay.
So, I used to trade 3, 9, and 27 instead of 1, 5, and 15. and there was a little bit of edge to that for a good period of time in 2023 and somewhat the beginning of 24, which started to kind of not work as well. So I switched back to a most standard 515. I'm I'm gonna try stuff out. So that's
100%.
trying things out.
So I mentioned
There's
chat.
something
Meta's
to it,
down.
it'll be nice. If
Meta's down
not,
4%.
Meta's down 3% right now. I guess they're in a
Really?
legal dispute for a privacy case,
Oh,
and they want to depose Zuckerberg. And
oh,
Facebook,
really?
Meta does not want that to happen.
Nope.
So we'll see who wins there. It'd be fun though.
Class.
Be great content.
Yes, it would. If we can have that on TopStep TV. Oh, we got gold still making new lows. 33.83 just printed there. A little bit of a turnaround in NASDAQ and the ES. Nothing wild just yet. All right, upper left-hand corner of the screen, you got the hashtags fast market, the hashtag power hour. Hit us up at TopStep TV on the X. Saw Dakota's trader station yesterday on slow markets. Did I see that correctly? Is that your trader station, Dakota?
No.
I thought I saw.
No, there's a few.
Yes,
There's a few trader stations. I did post mine on the gram.
That's what it was. Yes.
Yeah.
Again, hit us up at TopStep TV on the X. Let's see some trader station setups. Let's see people watching all across the globe. People watching in airplane cockpits. Some people watching on their Teslas. We don't recommend that, but we do appreciate it. Again, hashtag power hour, hashtag fast markets at TopStep TV on the X. Also, pinned to the top of the chat, TopStep daily levels. We have those updated and refreshed before every New York Open. Make sure you have a little real estate on the screen. If you can, click on the link. If you don't, do you one better? Click on that indicators tab at the top of TopStep X. Type in TopStep daily levels. And they'll slap overlaid right there on your charts. Again, those are updated and refreshed before every New York Open. Thank you, Martin. That's what it was. J-Van, have we talked about the Bears yet? No, we haven't. You hold that thought.
We will.
Hold that thought. Yes, we will. We look good, man. What's your flights to the Super Bowl? Start looking it up now.
Just buy it advance. No travel insurance, Andre. None. That's
none.
weakness.
No, locked in.
Don't sniff that out.
Locked in. No cancellation.
Hotel, and where is it this year?
Wherever we're going.
Wherever.
Doesn't matter. We're going.
My tickets to all of them. Miami, New Orleans, Houston.
We're going to the Super Bowl.
Bears? You're saying Chicago Bears, or you guys are going no matter what?
Both, Dakota.
Yeah.
Hand in hand. Son here in the NASDAQ.
Magic dream.
Don't start, Dakota. Come on. Let us enjoy this preseason win. Please. It was one preseason win. Let us enjoy it. Selling here in Dow, selling ES and the NASDAQ here. 64.66 last trade. Sean says the Bears will be the worst team in the division. Not last night. Let us enjoy it.
It seemed like fun.
Yeah. We look so good. And of course, Crude turned around. What's up, Doom?
First day trying that 9-minute. Well, we opened up with a doji. All right. Testing it is.
Yeah, your trade's looking good.
It's one of those that I wouldn't be too comfortable to have gotten in with more or a mini. Just because it's too close to the open. We see some confirmation on the break or getting out of the range of mark 3450 and 740. Sorry, we're right in the middle of things where we left it. We're back at it.
Yes, not much is going on in these stocks. I mean, talk about Meta's down 3.5%, Intel's down now only 3.5%. Kind of mixed bag.
That was a funky open.
Dakota,
I haven't seen that.
It was. Yeah.
Going back on the gold trade. Kudos, man. 2 sessions in a row I got right, but kicked out on my trade, and I just walked last night. I was like, I'm not reshorting this.
There's 100 contracts coming in at the bid on NASDAQ. 72.5. Oh, there's 250 contracts now come in at 75.
Good. We do have a small number top of the hour.
Did they get filled? Yeah, they got filled. 235 got filled.
Okay.
Yeah. That one got filled.
Yep. Got 90 lot down there as well. We do have a small number top of the hour. NAHB survey housing index, housing market index, top of the hour. Small number, just something to keep note of. Pretty much a lot of the focus for the day on the schedule, at least, is Trump Zelensky, as well as other European leaders in the afternoon. We will have footage of that. We will bring you in that live feed of Trump Zelensky. Noon Central. Trump is scheduled to greet Zelensky. Stay tuned throughout the day. See if we can keep pushing lower here. Yeah, what's up, my man, Hoag? Happy Monday, Hoag. What is happening? Talk to me about this opening range here in the NASDAQ. It looked like it was dead ass lowest, but now we're turning around. What are you seeing there, Hoag? Happy Monday, my man. Mute again, Hoag. We're gonna work on that. We're gonna get that mute thing. Just no more mute, maybe just no more mute. All right, 64.67 last trade in the ES. NASDAQ pushing lower here, 23,773. Can we get some push now? Crude did turn around. Hoag, talk to me about this opening range. About 15 minutes in. What's up, Hoag?
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Opening ranges are still the dead ass low in the equities.
I'm out.
If we take a look at the S&Ps, we opened below value. We are currently trying to press up into value. Acceptance of value could bring us to value high 64.80 approximately. Look at where the session high is so far. Right at settlement, which is 64.71 half. We're gonna have to break out above that if we're gonna see any continuation to the upside. I know you guys are all long, but with the opening range still the dead ass low, be careful. The NASDAQ, take a look. Here's the 30-minute chart. So we this box here is the unemployment day, right? And halfway back, as Jay has been showing us, right around 23,770 approximately. We tested down to it on Friday. We found buyers there. We tested down below it on the overnight session. So far, we're finding buyers, and we opened in range. We've tested to the low of value from yesterday in the NASDAQ, right around 23,775. We rejected below value, at least for now. We haven't tested the overnight low. We haven't done anything tremendous here just yet. We're still in the opening range in the NASDAQ. We are back above the opening range in the S&Ps, which has been presenting as the stronger of the two. The one thing that keeps popping into my head is Linda Raschke, our good friend Mick Aronimo, tells us 3 down days in an uptrend. The 4th day is usually an up day. So be careful with those shorts, guys.
3 down days in an uptrend. I remember Mick saying that. Gotcha.
Yeah, we had it in our favor. I kind of liked Doom. You maybe like scratched it or something there or close to it. I don't love this position anymore, but it's very small, so we'll let it play out.
Dow found some buyers. Just printed new highs. They're closing in on overnight highs. Last trade in the Dow, 45,074. About 19 points off overnight.
I just love that lady. She's great. I love Linda Raschke. Technical trader. A lot of the things that I'm looking at, momentum and indications, indicators, complicated chart, Bollinger Bands, and also that common sense that Hoag repeated, I think twice or 3 times this morning, warning us that 3 days down, market's been resilient. Be careful with the shorts. I saw ES pumping ahead of NQ. There's someone disconnected this morning again. I trailed down heavy my short. I got out for, I think, about 23 points. Happy chappy. Good trade so far. I got 2 losers, 2 winners starting last night. So waiting for get out of the range pretty much.
You're out of your short now, Doom?
Yeah. I trailed it. The moment I saw ES starting to pick up ahead of NASDAQ, I was like, okay, this is my cue. Either like linear it, but maximize on the profit here. And if it goes without me, I can always reshort it. So
got it.
House is
still short
3.
Yes.
House is yes.
Buyers, it's just a mixed bag. It's a messy open.
I do want to give a shout out to Mixter in the chat saying sat in the beach club on the French Riviera watching TopStep TV. Mixter, let's see the pics. So send it to at TopStep TV on the X. Let's see where you're watching TopStep TV. French Riviera sounds very, very nice. Greatly appreciate.
Hell
Click
yeah.
subscribe, click like, click bell, click, click, click. We greatly appreciate as we are on the march to 200,000 subscribers.
Woo.
TopStep TV. Mixter, let's see where you're watching the French Riviera. What beach club?
They have a beach club? Tight.
Beach club. They're at a beach club right now.
That's the beautiful thing about trading, right? You can trade wherever you want, as long
Oh,
as you have a
so
solid
amazing.
internet connection.
Yeah.
What's up, Andy? You're back. Indeed, it's 500 offer at 64.82 half. About 10 points to the upside in the ES. Still got that 78% long tilt in the ES. Average price.
And just chilling at settlement, right?
Yes,
the NASDAQ's chilling at settlement.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's mixed everywhere across the board. I mean, buyers stepped into Intel, bought it back up down to 3%.
The U.S.
We're down
government's
almost
the
5.
buyer. What happened? I thought we're buying it. We're buying the Intel.
Yeah, it's a good thing to front run.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Absolutely. It's a hell of a backstop. Or we got NASDAQ turning around. Hey, Jack, you said this has been an interesting, weird open. I think I see what you're seeing, but what are you seeing that led you to say that or feel that?
Which is interesting to see. Like, here's the chart for NVIDIA. Once we go to my charts over here, it just pumped like right away off the open. We were actually down going into the day, and I just saw a bunch of sort of the, prime AI movers just pump at once right off the bell after taking a little bit of heat last week. So, that's kind of why I got to the short. Just the idea that, okay, this seems like a real quick like options pump, and let's see if it gives us some relief. And it did, but now it's come back. But trade's a little bit in our favor right now. So low risk, low stress. It's Monday.
Yes, it is. Sellers in the NASDAQ. Here we go. 23,000.
NASDAQ took out the opening range low. So it just traded down below the opening low.
It did.
Yes, those overnight lows. Those overnight lows look tempting to go run.
Microsoft seems to be the first one to reject the high. Just ran up a little bit and now dumping. I'm looking at AMD, Microsoft, Tesla, and NVIDIA, the 5-minute time frame.
The horsemen of the apocalypse. Also, remember, 9 days until NVIDIA earnings. That's the last
I like that.
Big, bad earnings. The biggest, the baddest.
Man, 9 days. Still 9 days to go. We got NASDAQ.
We got Jackson Hole this week, but we got NVIDIA earnings next week. It's just going to be packed full.
We'll talk about it a little bit, but I know we keep talking about, Jackson Hole. This is a lot often where they are going to essentially telegraph what's going to happen on that September 17th FOMC policy meeting decision. We are pushing lower here in NASDAQ. NASDAQ, 23,750. Overnight lows at 739.
NASDAQ continues to just be so much weaker than the S&Ps.
We saw that last week, right?
Yeah. Let's see if we can test the overnight low, which is 23,739.5.
Yeah, just higher weighting of some of the companies that pumped and then got, what is the colloquial, rugged? To me, rugged has to be way bigger than
Okay, I'm short. I'm short from 750. Let's see if we could get a little bit of a follow through here.
How many?
I'm short one mini. I need to adjust this for points.
House count short. Doom short. Dakota short.
I'm not short. I got out.
You got out? Apologies.
I got out. Yeah, much earlier, about in the middle of the range. I was thinking about buying this just because it's cheap. We're at the bottom of the range. But big candle. There's a lot of momentum coming in on the 15-minute chart.
Yeah, NVIDIA is off its highs. Now I'm seeing a lot more red over the board. And the fact that we have those overnight lows, I don't mind taking a little bit of risk here.
We do have that number, light number, top of the hour.
Housing market index. Interesting.
Still pump that one out.
Yeah, I'll buy one here. Just one micro.
Okay, what price,
Risk 711. I'm in at 750. I call it 760.
760 plus 1 MNQ, 23,760. Oh, my man, I'm looking at gold here. Gold's keep trot around the lows, 33.83. The big magnet has been 3,400 even. Still grinding a little lower here. Can we get back up there? How low? What's the dip got to be in gold, Hoag, to be before we buy it?
Well, I do like this trend line here.
You go full screen, Hoag?
It says, yeah, that's not mine. That's okay. There we go.
Hey.
All right. So I do like this trend line. Just kind of going back to the low of the year, right? This goes all the way back to the low of the year. Got a couple of points of contact here. We would really call this a third point of contact here. This is on the daily chart. 30-minute. We tested it last night. I'd like to see if we get an opportunity to buy it down there, but right now,
what price?
We well, let's just call it the 33.72 area, anywhere along this trend line. We've finished the initial balance. Initial balance low, I haven't put it on the chart yet. Here is 33.8570, and the next 30-minute bar opened below that. So we have single prints. This is a sell for now, as long as we hold that initial balance low, 33.8570. Right back down to settlement.
Okay, so Hoag's looking for perhaps a little push to the downside. Sounds good. Last trade in gold, 33.83. Let's see what happens if we get to 33.72. Dakota, they want to know, what's your target for the short here?
I'd look for the lower 700s, like 705, 706. I'm only in one contract, so I have to be all in, all out.
Yep.
As much as I would love to have a runner on. We'll see. We'll see how this setups. I might add if we could break below 39.
That's right, Jack.
You're right. Yeah.
How
I'm looking to add if we break below 39.
How is the March to Live fund going for you, Dakota?
It's a mixed bag, right?
Sure.
So far, so good. Can't complain. I got to XFAs on my second try. Obviously, copy trading 5, so it would be 10 combines. I'm in my XFAs now. I mean, we take a look at my statistics. I'm at $2,000 per XFA, so 10 grand. 10 grand. Started off rocky, minus 1,700. Then so far so good. But I told my class last night, it's not a matter of if, it's going to be a matter of when.
Love it.
I mean, that's how trading is. You will always have ups and downs. Right now, I'm on a high point because I've been trading pretty good, and it's just a matter of time where I run into some losses and we struggle a little bit.
So, Dakota, what do you credit your recent good trading to?
Getting back to the basics, Hoag. Getting back to the basics, for sure. Just getting back to what got me there. Watching the overall market, not stressing about placing a trade on air, not trying to force something for entertainment value, just following a process.
Looking for the next good trade.
Correct.
That's right.
Yep.
I'm looking to buy one ES here. It's 63 on the tick. Small risk, about 4 points.
You're also long. You're also long one micro. You're long one MNQ as well, correct?
Yeah.
Cool. All right, let me know if you do get in. 50-50 on the tilt now. And we got this housing number. You're in?
Cool. I got flat. I'm not going to fade my man Doom in the ES. So we just took $77 out of that. That was just like a tester. Now I feel like ready to go for the week. Jack it up to some minis, but that's a pretty good red bar.
My stop might be the better entry here.
Oh.
Let's hope not. I'll give it one more tick.
Nice little trade there, Jack. Get your feet wet. I love it. 50-50 on the tilt. Yes, NASDAQ. Oh, 74% short in the NASDAQ now. See some big swings on that tilt in the NASDAQ lately.
Yeah, Amazon's down 1%. Palantir's down 2 1/3.
Palantir was up So like that was the one that made me go like, oh, maybe this is an options pump in the morning, because they were down $3 and then on the open flipped positive and then right back down again. So
incredible.
So
what a day.
NASDAQ.
Yep.
NASDAQ look overnight low. We just tested it. Tested yesterday's low by a couple of ticks, a little short of it. We get this sweep down below. And a
Yeah, Dow's getting
rejection,
smoked.
maybe.
On the NAS?
Yeah.
Okay.
See if we reject the overnight low.
What do you got at
Brandon's count, by the way, it's absolutely true. It makes no sense, but yeah, shorting is more fun when you're right, like when it works out.
Oh, so much fun.
It feels much better. Everyone makes money long. Everyone in their 401ks. When you're short, you feel like a little vigilante. It's dumb though.
Master of the universe.
So, yep, indeed. But here comes that number, housing number. Where is it?
There's a number coming out?
Nah, light number.
Okay.
A number. It is a number.
It is. I expected 34, actual 32. Market didn't really flinch. But hey, TopStep TV, keep you locked and loaded with all the news throughout. Again, we're going to have that President Trump, President Zelensky powwow at noon Central. I shouldn't be saying powwow. Obviously, a lot of fallout from the Anchorage meeting between President Trump and Putin. So we'll see where it goes from here. I assume they will be taking to the microphones. There'll be a lot of pomp and circumstance. And we'll see what comes out from there. But we will have that starting at noon Central. Photo ops at 1:30. Got more meetings. So it looks like the latter half of the day we'll have that to bring you here on TopStep TV. But gold continuing to push lower. You heard Hoag talking about it. Here we go, 33.79 Hoag. We're looking for 72s in gold. About $7 away there.
Yep.
Would you look to maybe take a long in there, Hoag, if we get down to 72s? Still $7 away.
So I would look for the market to test that trend line, maybe look through it, come back, and then look for a pullback to that level for a long, so I could manage the risk on how far it went through it. I don't want to just blindly, put a bid there at this point, but it might not be a bad idea. But
you want to see how we get there. You want to see how we
Yes.
get there. First,
I'd
if
like
we
to
get
see a little
there,
rejection below it and some structure to lean on.
like that. Well, we've got more selling here in gold. We got turnaround in the NASDAQ, turnaround in the ES. Yes, I call it 5-point turnaround trading, 64.66. Tilts have been swinging around in the equities. NASDAQ back up to 23,760. Doom is long from 760. Dakota's still short from 750.
Yep. We're not really seeing any direction here in the NASDAQ.
Not yet. Not just yet.
I
It
was
is a
looking
Monday.
for a flush of those overnight lows, and we touched it, and that's
losing
it.
Money here.
Yep.
I pushed my stop into profit on the ES trade, gentlemen, just because. No, I'm not letting this. If it flips and continues down as it's somewhat forming, I don't want the pain. I'd rather leave with $25 than negative 200.
Absolutely.
If it goes, it goes. The 15-minute bar on ES is, I don't know, some call it an unfinished auction when it starts with no wick.
An unfinished auction. What do you mean by that? When it starts with no wick?
The body, the candle starts with a flat body, no wick below it. It immediately picks up a direction. It's somewhat of an indication that it ran down, it found the buyers, it got absorbed, and next bar opens up straight up unidirection and unfinished. So it was some people, speculative, read it as fishing, hunting, finding that liquidity, or people that rather being cheap than short were sitting there, and it just nailed it at the opening of the next 15-minute auction. This is doing pretty good at about 1-to-1. I'll be a good boy and trail it with the 15 EMA on the 1,000 tick chart.
Okay.
just because we're hitting up a VWAP, the body high of the session so far. If it's a watermelon, red on the inside, green on the outside, it could flip right back down.
Like that, man. There's a song that goes
I
like
don't
that.
like the 15-minute watermelon. It's not a good indication that we're going to do anything. Let's hope this turns into a beautiful, endless green bar outside of my screens. Let me zoom out so it doesn't break my monitor, though.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Gonna break
Dow
out the
is.
top of it.
I mean, we're getting some turns. We're getting some turnarounds here. We get in the movement in the NASDAQ.
Yeah, I'm flat. I got out
flat?
when we broke through those 70s. Yep.
You got short, Dakota. You came on here saying I'm going to buy the dip. And you got short.
Yeah, well, I mean, I even if I wasn't sure, I wanted to see those lower 700s, a run of overnight lows, and then a reversal off of it. But we didn't even run them.
President has gone his true social. Nothing. Nothing crazy. Just saying, "Make America Great Again." Nothing wild yet. Would you say, Dakota?
I still don't like the longs either.
Do or do not?
I do not.
The VWAP right now.
It's hard to be long right now in this. What I'm seeing.
Yep, Jack. Right.
Hey, you guys want to hit a few news stories real quick?
Yeah, let's do it because right now we're right up against overnight VWAP. I think Doom is you're in, and yeah, go ahead, Jack.
I beat the bell on this one. I sent one more in at the last second.
Oh, look at that guy! Look at that handsome devil.
Yeah,
beautiful.
Feeling good. Anyway, we talked about Trump. I just saw this and had to set it in. Not a bad spot for the Trump admin to initiate a stake at Intel. So,
oh boy, who said that?
Friend,
Oh man,
this is good. Like, you see a chart set up, you use what you can, you get in with, surety, right? So let's hope it pans out. Yeah, exactly. Also, there's still 3 days. I've done it before. Jackson Hole is this weekend. There's still 2 days for you guys to send me out there. I actually did do segments of the show from around Jackson before.
Du Bois.
Look at that setup. Rank that setup.
Wow. Hashtag TopStep or hashtag Power Hour, hashtag Fast Markets at TopStep TV, some picks in like that. Let's see.
Yeah,
beautiful.
Do it to it. If you are near Jackson and you can join our stream, please, we'll have you on. Also, this has been the story throughout this whole earnings season. Numbers have been a little bit sketchy. Earnings have been good, right? S&P 500 earnings beat rate is above 80%. Revenue rate just under 80%. There are beats left and right. What are the odds Nvidia beats their numbers in 9 days? I would say they're like, I don't know, like 103%.
Absolutely.
If Nvidia misses earnings, like that's a good place to call the top, maybe. Also, in speculator news, we talked last week about how the Russie was getting shorted by hedge funds. Speculators have now built the largest leveraged Ethereum short position in history. Got a lot of folks out there not buying that rally. We don't talk too much Ethereum here because, I've talked about my reservations with that micro, more like a nano or a peta contract. Very small for Ethereum, but, we can trade it. And lastly, I wanted to wish a big old happy birthday. Is my dad's 78th birthday today, and my mom was able to find this photo of my dad at age 38, which coincidentally is exactly how old I am now.
Looks like you.
A few observations. One,
looks like
I am pretty sure that my dad is in fact my dad from this picture.
That is.
And two,
wow.
As much as you guys say that I look like Seth MacFarlane,
a little
bit. My dad literally might be a time traveling Seth MacFarlane. That is Seth MacFarlane. That is also his dad next to him. RIP. But just wanted to give birthday wishes. We'll be going over to his house tonight. And my mom still live where we grew up for a little pizza. So you deserve it, Dad. Have a happy birthday.
Also, thank you, Jack. Also, happy birthday to Hoop. Coach Hoop celebrating a birthday as well. So happy birthday, Hoop. Happy birthday to Jack's dad. Man, you guys look identical. Man, oh man. Funny how that works.
That's crazy. Well, I had never seen like we're gonna have so many photos of us plus 19 million hours of YouTube comment of us in our 30s, but I've like seen no photos
out
of
on
my
the
dad.
truth.
I think before I was
I
born.
got back in short.
Oh shit, we got trades going on.
779.
779. Doom out, Dakota in.
I'm out on M&Q, and I'm tight trailing this. If it doesn't bounce here, it never will. I'm out. Win on both trades. 2
Nice.
losers, 4 winners. So far, so good. It's getting a little bit volatile in this range. It might make another run lower. Might not. I'm not going to wait and see the trade go back into red for sure.
All right, Dakota is back in. Dakota short from 779. Doom is flat.
Right,
House
yep.
account flat. Well, house account is still short 5 micro crude from $61.97. So about 40 cents in the money there in crude. Trading 61.60. Dakota 779. What's your downside? What's your target on this?
I'm looking to go back down to these 50s and 60s.
Okay.
We got
You
up to
take
these
profit
80s, failed to break higher. Yeah. Let's see if we could push back down into these lower 60s.
Nothing jumping off the page right now on the.
I'll take 5 points on that.
That works, man.
Nice.
Absolutely. Hey, Ho, what is our target for this crude trade? We're about 40 cents in the money. What are we looking for? Is this an all-day bell-to-beller, or what are we looking at?
Yeah, I mean, technically, the opening range breakout trade, we are trying to not Lenny it. We are trying to let them run. Haven't even really thought about any kind of a profit target yet. We're about 2 to 1, maybe 1.5 to 1, the reward over the risk. I could see, maybe some buying coming in down around 61.20, these lows from last week. But below that, I could see 60.20, which is weekly kickoff low. Just kind of looking at the overall range in the longer time frame, we are, we're right at the lows. The 61.20 level looks like that was basically last week's low. I kind of like that for a potential target, but I think if we get much more into this, we'll probably peel 2 or 3 off and just let the last run for the rest of the day.
Okay.
I haven't talked to JD about it yet, but I think we're getting close to an area where we may peel a couple off and then just let the others run. Be a free trade.
Got a question for
I'll
you,
talk
Ho.
to JD about it. Yeah.
Question. We got this hurricane developing in Atlantic Ocean, maybe Gulf of Mexico. How, if at all, will that affect crude prices, nat gas prices? That's something we need to keep an eye on. Typically, would be bullish, but what are you looking for, and what developments should we keep an eye on, if at all, for a hurricane?
I looked at it a couple of times over the weekend, and the predicted path was to stay off of the eastern seaboard. That I think has changed a little bit. I think that there's probably very little risk, and I'm not a weatherman at all, but I think there's very little risk of it affecting the Gulf at all, or any of the Gulf states. So I don't think it's that it's a real matter of concern for crude or natural gas. Of course, it is a matter of concern for the eastern seaboard if something were to happen in it to get there. But I haven't looked lately to see what the path is looking like. It's a nasty storm. It's a 5, man. It is a nasty storm. But again, it's not expected to affect the Gulf states at all.
So if it goes to the Gulf, I guess that's what we obviously safety doom as well. Safety first, and it was. But if it, I see there's a one behind it as well, behind this hurricane. If it's starting to look like it may hit the Gulf, it's something we should keep an eye on. And typically, in your experience, how has that affected crude prices? If it does, or another one does start looking like it's going to be coming into the Gulf of Mexico. Oh, you lose him?
That would be crazy if it does.
No, I'm saying the next one, Hogue. Another hurricane, or one behind that, or
one behind it.
If you've seen other hurricanes that have hit the Gulf and how it perhaps may affect oil prices.
I mean, they'll predict it 2-3 days ahead of time. They'll get everybody off those oil rigs. They'll shut down the oil rigs. The storm will pass. There will be a slight disruption in supply, but I don't know. I don't think I've ever seen it be a drastic situation where we see huge changes in supply. I'm looking at it now. It's right off.
We'll keep an eye on that.
Oh boy, yeah, that's a nasty one.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that, but it's okay. I knew the chat would jump all over that one. I had no doubt on that. I set you up and you knocked him down. I knew exactly what I was doing there. 64.68 last trade in the ES. 23,769 last trade in the NASDAQ. Crude still a little heavy here, about 13 cents off the lows. $61.58. Dow has turned around. Jack, I want to get your thoughts on rates, on Fed Watch. We've come back a little bit off of 98, 94% certainty for a rate cut. What are you seeing in the 10-year?
Sure have.
Yeah. What
gives?
I'll
go to the 10-year, but we're up to like 17% probability of no rate cut at the September meeting. Let me pull up my handy dandy bonds. Here we are. Yeah, we're pushing higher in yields right now, up to 3.28. This is 15 minutes. Let's zoom out a little bit, hit the hourly, so we can see this kind of trend upward. We've been bouncing off of this 4.2 for a long time. This purple box down here, really long time. We've been rejecting those lows in yields. But yeah, if we can get above, 4.3, get to 4.4, we start getting the places where I find them interesting again. Once we get to 4.5, they're very interesting, and Besant will pay attention very closely.
That's going to push on downside equities. When, if ever?
TopStep TV, man. I have no idea there's a hurricane coming. Thank you, guys.
Come on, wow. Dude, man, you're in Florida, man. That's what we're here for.
If I don't see it, I don't pack the bags or get the generators ready.
See it. What year is this, Doom? This isn't 1920, man. There's radars for that shit. You can see it.
I know. I have a good sense. I have a good sense how I have a big oak splitting my yard and my neighbors. I can read the velocity of the branches shaking.
Get out of here. But then it's too late, dude. I love you, Doom. I love you, Doom.
Honestly, when I was a bachelor, I was looking for the best parties around when those type of hurricanes or big storms come up. But wife and kid, usually I board up the house, pack the bags, and we go on vacation.
Thank you.
I barely stay for these things anymore. They used to be
parties.
fun.
Hurricane parties, interesting. I can only imagine what those entail. Hurricane parties. Oh, wow. Chat is all about the hurricane parties. Send us your hurricane party pictures at TopStep TV on the X. Would love to see what those look like.
We'd have blizzard parties in Chicago back in the day.
Oh, that's true. Snow days.
Oh, yeah, like during Snowmageddon 2011. Now, granted, I had to go into the office the next day, like the day after tomorrow. I was like literally like wearing snowshoes going to the blue line. I'll see if I can find a picture of that at some point. But no, a bunch of friends slept over. It was cool.
Were you bachelor?
Wear bikinis in a blizzard.
Yes, I was a bachelor at the time.
Well, indoors you can do them. Hello. Anyways,
all right.
23,777. Dakota, you still in this?
The same thing in Utah. I mean, it's snow, and the first thing we want to do is everyone wants to do is hit the slopes. And
hell yeah! Now you're talking.
When you're out there snowboarding or skiing, it gets hot. It gets hot. So you wear like you're going to the beach.
I don't know if you guys know about the snowstorm in Chicago in 1967. There was so much snow. My dad said anybody with a snowmobile was running down the Edens Expressway to get to the Board of Trade, so they didn't miss any drinking.
There you go. That's some.
There's some old school there for you.
Oh yeah. 2 weeks.
Yeah.
All right, let's go around here. Doom, are you flat? You got anything on?
I'm flat. I got nothing. We're contracted. We just did almost top of the range, bottom of the range. We're pretty much nowhere. is this a bear flag in a way on the 15-minute chart and 45-minute chart and so on? So, yeah, maybe. Is it going anywhere? No. Heavy sideways, wide range, and we're right in the middle. Even if you're trading the most basic, easy setup, top of the range, cheap short, bottom of the range, cheap long, we're right in the middle of it. I got nothing. Yeah,
I got nothing either.
Patience. Exercise and patience.
Well, okay. Jack, you got
Fiddling in
nothing
the
right now,
middle.
too? Oh,
Yeah,
you got
nothing
as
for
well?
me. I'm up. Yeah, I
Fine with
took
me.
that loss. I'm up about 300, and I'm not really seeing anything in this market. It's just a big mixed bag. We said it since the open, right? I'm like, yeah, it's mixed, and we haven't seen any direction. And here we are, right in the middle, 780s.
Well, if you got nothing, we got something for you. Tip of the week. It's a Monday. New tip of the week. TopStep TV. What is that tip of the week? All right. I want to talk about this one because, all right, tip of the week. Let's get into it. The market is always right. So we're going to talk about that after this. Understand that we are in the market's environment, not the opposite. When we say the market has to do this, quote, has to do this, it doesn't. Read what the market is telling you and trade what you see, not what you think. There's a lot of good quotes there for the book. But I want to talk about that. The market is always right. Jack, I disagree. I'm not sure that market. I'm not that I disagree. It's debatable, right? The market is.
I think the better way to put it is the market can be wrong, but it doesn't really matter to you. You still lose money if you're right.
Yeah, the market is always. I know what it means. I know what they're saying, and technically it is. Well,
in the moment, the market is always right.
Correct.
Whatever price is right now, it is the right price.
Yeah, price moves.
Why does it move?
Because it's not right.
Well, because somebody thinks it's right. Two people think it's right, at least, if they're trading there.
Okay. Hoag, is the market always right? Hoag, is your mute? Yeah, is the market always right?
No, I'm good, man. I'm good. Market always right. Market can be, priced wrong, and we can take advantage of that. But just like Jack said, I've stood next to people for years that said this market's going low today. It's got to go lower. It's got to go lower, and the market opens and rallies all day. It's understanding when you're wrong. That's the most important. Doesn't matter if the market's right or wrong. It's understanding when you're wrong.
Exactly. And I think that's kind of what the tip of the week. The market's always right, so don't fight the market. Obviously, the quote, market can stay irrational longer than you can stay solvent. There's some truth to that. Is the market always right, though, Hoag? Why do we make a trade?
Yeah,
it's interesting.
Traders have been taking advantage
I've called
of
my broker before, and they told me that regardless of my opinion, the option's going to expire worthless.
PPI have been taking advantage of inefficiencies in the markets for years and years and years. There are inefficiencies. There are times when the market is priced wrong, and that's our job, is to take advantage of that and get it back into repricing. But it's so electronically done now. There's no real like individual arbitrage. All the arbitraging is done on machines. You'd have to be really quick to beat those machines. But if the market is going higher, it's not wrong. It just is what it is. It's knowing when you're wrong.
Jack, was the market right on Thursday with PPI?
Hell no. But I accept it. $2.70. No, I guess what Hoag said is, and this is increasingly less the case, but you could make the argument that if there are true arbitrage opportunities that exist, then yes, one of the markets is wrong, right? But there's not, as Hoag said, use a point-and-click trader are not going to have the opportunity to true arbitrage. You instantly lock in the inefficiency, right? And that's been gone regrettably, that's been gone for a long time.
Those cool times. What the tip of the week when the market is always right, essentially saying it's when we have a position on, and like Jack on Thursday with PPI, and the market's going to tell you, regardless of what your position is, fundamentally, and base should go lower, perhaps should quotes. The market's going to go where the market's going to go, and you can't fight it, and you can't hang in there, and you just got to cut your losses, and eventually, when the quote unquote market does get right, you'll be on the right side of that. Essentially what that tip is getting at. Always had that debate. Is the market always right? And put up a poll. Well, can we put that on a poll? Is the market always right? I'm fascinated to see, just very point blank, yes, no, is the market always right? I'd like to see
600
how.
contracts at the bid.
Yes, there
I got
is.
in long.
23,780. 780.
Yep.
I'm along one micro 786. Just left
On
it
one
there.
micro.
It got filled. It kept on pushing. Let's see, are we going to get, what's that, Friday, Thursday, Wednesday's highs?
See that, Dakota? Okay, you got Doom long from 786. We got a 600 lot in the NQ. I'll call 700 on the 780 bid. 700 on the bid. Is the market always right? Oh, great. Is the market always right? Let's see how this comes back. Let that cook for a little bit. Doom, you are long. 786, pushing higher. 20. Wow. And we're cooking here. We're cooking here. Closing on highs. Closing in on highs here. 23,812. We got highs. Session highs. 23,817. ES found a bid as well. 64.74. Who hit the buy button?
TFD.
Stopping a high. If you blink and you miss it, I chickened out on getting a whole ES in it. I thought about it. I will see. If it breaks over 834.50 on NQ, I might start looking for a build a position with micro ES. Maybe. See how far it's going to go. And is it going to start closing over the 5-minute high on the session?
Doom. Hold on.
Watch it.
Yep. More buyers. 23,821. 821. Mark, once that 700 lot jumped in there, Dakota, when it came in on the 780 bid, 23,780 bid, it just really went off to the races. Got 72% long on the tilt in the ES, 73% long on the tilt in the NASDAQ. Doom caught the
Don't trust
vibe.
me,
Got 786. Doom, where do you get out?
I'm looking to add to this. Do a little bit of
all right.
Tom Hoagland, best losers win. If
There you go.
Hoag loves it.
If this truly starts reversing and we start building up, we see more buyers coming in, shorts getting squeezed out, and so on and so on. There's time. It's 10:26. There's time on the day to catch a good trade, build into it. We're still in somewhat of that range on the 15-minute. Could this be a double bottom, a George W, and so on? Find out if we start trading over 880s, which is quite some out there, 70 points from where we at.
It's hard to trust the breakout on a day like today, though.
Yeah,
Yes,
the volume.
yes.
You need the volume. Who nailed it? Essentially, when it says the market's all right, we'll wrap this up. I know I'm going on. It's about our opinions. It's about projecting our opinions on the market. You can't. You shouldn't. It's just gonna. It's gonna be costly. Our opinions don't coincide with what the market's doing. I would take the poll down. We got
Strong opinions loosely held.
Strong
That's
opinions
in there.
loosely held.
Yeah, that's in there. That's essentially what it all plays in. All right, we'll take the poll of 71% saying the market is always right.
And really, we're trading some of the most liquid products in the world, like ES and Q. They're right. If you're adventuring into some of the more illiquid markets, say you're buying or selling houses, for instance, then things can be wrong.
Yeah.
Oh, geez.
Or even things way out. I remember once our boss got so mad that someone at our firm didn't take it, but like way out on one of the off the run futures contracts, somebody just had like a bid sitting out there. It was just, I don't know why nobody in all of finance didn't realize that somebody just had like a bid that made no sense sitting out there in one of these like far out futures contracts. And somebody instantly took it and flipped it for like a bunch of money.
Wait, what market was that?
Far out.
What
it
market?
was like far out. I don't remember at the time. But it was like a ZB, but it was like a year out or a year and a half out or something. Very liquid market, and somebody did a very dumb thing.
Remember those days?
Yeah,
Okay,
it's just so hard to trust the breakout here.
It is. Why do we need the breakout, Dakota?
No, I'm not saying we need a breakout. I'm just saying it's hard to trust one after
I
today's
see.
this morning's price action, right? We've been so choppy. Like for me, a megaphone pattern looks more, appealing than a breakout pattern, which would mean we go right back down to those 770s. And
here we go.
A difficult one, right?
Wow, look at that.
My sauce indicator been giving me the same inconclusive read for the past week.
Damn, Hoag, man, we gotta take these extremes.
This is crazy.
It's markets are moving. I would not say this is slow
Yeah,
by
they
any means.
are.
Markets are moving. We just topped out at 23,824. We're back off 30 points now, trading 23,791. Went right pretty much, or I'm sorry, 87. Down about
Stay
40
locked in.
points.
There's opportunity here.
I'm straight, Ho. Look at this, man. We are cooking here. In the ES, topped out at 64.75, call it. 64, yeah. And down about 7-8 points from there. Trading 64.88. It looks like we got the range kind of established for now, right? The breakout can and will happen eventually because, megaphone, we're getting higher highs, lower lows. It's kind of expanding as we move to the right on the charts. But there is who's taking some of these trades at the upper ends of these extremes. I'm looking at the 5-minute. Who's taking this?
Those are cash register moves.
ER hopes. All right, so let's set up the next one. Let's set up the next one. As we come here.
There we go.
We're selling here. 64.64.
There we go.
Well, the next
there
one
we go.
That's
I like that
low,
one. Yes.
low lows coming up.
All right. What lows? What prices?
Well, low of like the New York sessions in the ES 64.61 quarter. We didn't take it out yet.
Okay. 61 quarter. What about the
64.60?
60s. Roger that. And
let's go see session lows here.
Rotation.
We're seeing it. We're seeing it.
We did move our stop for that crude oil trade, by the way.
Okay.
There's a swing high on the 5-minute. We've moved our stop up to 61.92.
All right, so into profit.
Yeah, just barely, but
that's good. All right, so if we get that down, all right, 64.64 last trade in the ES. And about 10, 11 point turnaround in this 5-minute candle.
Well, there was a tough long down there. If you were to just stand in front of that,
yeah,
it was a pretty strong move down. You have to have
Look
some
at how
intestinal
wiki.
fortitude in that.
These 15-minute bars on the I just went over to the MNQ are just Wick City.
You look at this.
Come on.
I know, Doom. You're right back in entry. Pretty much.
I got in on ES long here.
Damn, you are. What price? Nice trade. What are you in from?
64.66 and a half. One mini long. It's kind of in the middle of the 5-minute candle, but I dig it.
You said one ES, one mini?
Yeah.
Let's go. All right. Doom is long. One micro NASDAQ, one mini ES 64.66. Did you go to market with that? You just jump in the market, you join bid on when you jump in on that ES.
I was actually looking for a longer price, kind of higher price, and leave it offered, but I decided to take it here.
All right.
Moved it on the dawn, and I got filled.
All right, let's talk about that, Doom. What's your target? I mean, what are you looking for the upside?
Actually, I'm looking for 482, 64.82. Maybe
Why 82?
Yeah, that's about right. See, if it really starts picking up momentum here, I'll just get rid of the top exit and trail it into it.
Love it.
Can you explain your sauce indicator?
Yeah, what was that? Can we get the access to the sauce indicator? Or you're not going to give us the sauce. What do you got there, Doom? What are you hiding from us?
It's two tickers. It's two tickers on the Thinkorswim platform. VOL SPD and VOL QD. And you look for either trading above, below zero, and is it trending upwards or downwards, or is it choppy? It's kind of mixed feelings for the past week. Yes, much sideways action, stay below or above zero with no continuation. NASDAQ, on the other hand, been trading up on volume. It's something close, I believe, at what Hoag reads as delta. if I switch my chart here, well, I can show you guys.
Yeah, dude, I gotta see the sauce. Show us the sauce.
Show us the sauce.
Give us the sauce.
Let's have the sauce.
Let me see
Where's
this.
the thing? Wait. How do I do this?
Oh, you're in a trade, man. Hey, you're in a trade. You can show us later. If you're in a trade, manage
Well,
this
I
thing.
gotta stop on the trade, so.
All right, fair enough.
Here we go. Window. Is that one window? Yeah, that's it. Ta-da!
I'm in a short.
So, here's the sauce on the bottom right corner. Move it
Hold
up.
on, let's get to your screen. Damn, look at all the screens. Those charts. That's the sauce indicator.
Yep. Volume SPD, volume QD. We're trending above zero on NASDAQ. We're finding and staying kind of choppy on ES. I got VIX for negative correlation, the tick index, and advanced decline line for the SPD for ES. Well, SPX, call it whatever. SPY, QQQ, options opportunity, and the Jack, how you call these for? The apocalypse
What am I looking
horseman?
at? Oh yeah, the horsemen of the apocalypse.
Tesla, Microsoft,
AI
AMD, and
overlords.
NVIDIA. So yeah, this is the sauce. It's very speculative. You really got to have a setup. We're trading above 15 EMA, exponential on 5 and 15 on my main chart. I'm gonna bring in just in a second. And that's my setup. We're trading above exponential price. That's good enough to try to catch an early end into the potential push up. If you know I'm right and I'm right with the markets.
Got to get it right with the markets.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I love it.
That's the first thing I learned from the very first course I bought. On the very last pages of the course, there was like these posters.
Yeah.
The markets will do whatever at whenever time they want. So
that's right.
Got to have a stop. Got to be protected. You got to be smart about this. There's no holy grail. There's no super secret sauce indicator. There's nothing that will feel like, hey, buy now, become a millionaire, buy the Lambo, buy now, become a millionaire, buy the $1 million house. Watch
How do you buy $1 million house?
The French Riviera.
Yeah, where's Mixter? Where's Mixter with that picture? Yes, buy $1 million house, not $1 million Lambo. Let's go up. All right, top of the hour. Here we go. Newbie Traders Academy in the chat. Does TopStep have any plans on fixing the horrible fills on TopStep X? No way. I am
right back
break
chopping
even
around
plus
these
$60,
70s and
and the
80s.
order fills at minus $35. Newbie Traders Academy. Are you?
Andre was about to say some truth.
Oh,
he got spit out of the program.
I got cut off for a second too.
Yeah,
I'm back.
Well, we're all back, now.
I'm back.
Andre
Still
will
short
figure
for
it out.
Charts are moving.
786.
That's what it's important. The charts are moving.
What are the odds that Andre's like screaming into the void right now? Like he's continuing his thought. Oh, he's back now. Oh no, he's not. He's probably there. He's spitting fire right now. We'll figure it
I'm
out.
gonna need you to hype up 10 points on ES, bro.
Come on, let's see these 60s. I need to see these 760s for a take profit.
All right, so we got Doom Long, the ES, Dakota Short, one
Whistle.
NQ. Hey, Dre's back.
My soliloquy right there. Anyways, yes. I was doing. Is what is going on is it's not TopStep. It's the NQ. There's going to be slippage in the NQ, and I don't know what else to tell you. That's just the market. Look at there's 2 on the bid, 2 on the ask. Those are market orders. There's big orders coming in and clearing out 10 prices on the books on the ladder, and your stop is going to try to when it's triggered, it's going to seek the best bid or ask. You're not going to probably not going to like the fill you get. Perhaps trade a more liquid market.
This is crazy.
Yeah, it is. Nice fill there. Maybe look for thicker markets. Look at that ES. 100 on the bid, 100 on the ask. Not as much slippage. There still will be, but not as much. So
we just got Leonard and crude oil as well. We just got
no.
Yep.
What's the final result?
We think we made 5 ticks on that one between gold and crude, down 155 all day.
Well, I'm up 77, so we're
Nice.
We're down under a Franklin.
There you go.
Trader Mike in the chat. Thank God he can't talk now. Trader Mike, I am talking again. I'm sorry to disappoint, but we got markets moving. $61.91 in the crude, about 35 cents higher off the lows there. We got out 23,772 last trade in the NASDAQ. 64.69 last trade in the ES. Dow found some buying. Gold might be seeing some more selling here. With that
I'm still short from 786. I'm looking for a push into these 60s.
786, Dakota. Okay. Push into the 60s. 760. Very good. Again,
I'm just going to get out right there. 69. 69. Got 69. Got that 69. And I am covering some. I had a few put options open this morning. So got it.
Count to 69. You are committed to this bit.
What's the heart rate at? Oh, I thought the heart rate was sitting there too. What if the heart rate was sitting at 69?
It did.
No, Chad's got. They said there's an iceberg on my heart rate at 100 beats per minute.
Not bad.
There we go. There we go.
Crude on the move. Here we go.
Making money.
Crude is definitely on the move. Crude up about 40 cents here in the last 6 minutes or so.
Goes,
Here we go.
yeah.
Let's go, Dakota.
This is what I want to see. This is what I want to see.
Nvidia's giving it up a little bit. Well, so far in the day, it's been a while since we've said violently range bound, but like
It
this
is.
actual
This
violence
is.
in a range.
This is good. This is good.
This is whipping around with nowhere to go.
I like that. It really is. But Marcus, this is moving. We got Dario in the chat saying gold wants to push lower. All right, 33.82. It does push lower. We'll keep an eye out for the downside target, perhaps at 33.72 if we do get there. All right, we got the top of the hour here in about 20 minutes. Has Powell spoken? I don't believe so. Later this week, he will. He most certainly will. Wait till you see his backdrop they speak from. They speak in front of. Oh man, it's beautiful.
Jackson Hole?
Yo, yeah.
Yeah, the Tetons, like that's an all-time
Maybe I take a trip.
backdrop. Yeah.
Do I take a trip up there?
Beautiful.
Stunning.
I'll go with you.
You'll go with me? I'll tell you how far a drive it is.
I want to go.
From my place, it's a 24-hour drive from my place.
Dakota, I've actually done that drive. I actually did that drive with Michael from Park City to Jackson Hole. It was treacherous, to say the least.
Yeah, 5 hours for me.
Yep. $62.05 last trade in crude. Okay, with that being said, noon central, President Trump, Zelensky, more European leaders are going to be meeting. We're going to be bringing you that coverage here on TopStep TV again on Fridays, on the heels of what happened Friday with the Anchorage summit between Putin and Trump. For those that want to get caught up just a bit and get some takes, insights on that negotiations, this is followed from Friday. Bring that in. We'll see what that rolls into here on today, noon central.
It all now depends on what comes out of this. And I think, again, Secretary Rubio made it very clear that it's not going to be easy. He was certainly downplaying any expectations of a major breakthrough, but he did say that there was something that might be possible. And I think that's what's going to be the proof of whether this was actually worth all the effort that they went to in Alaska or not. And as Congressman Crow said, there's a pretty high bar here because what Putin is doing is pretty brutal, and he's not showing right now any signs whatsoever of giving anything up.
So, how's that going to play into today? I mean,
all right. I think Andre got frozen. I'm frozen
again. No, I'm here. You got me. Test. Hello.
Yes.
Okay. Yes. How do you think that's going to play into today? Like, anything you got your eyes on, Jack?
Well, I got kicked out for a second there. You're talking about the Trump-Putin meeting?
Trump, Putin, Trump, Zelensky, where it goes from here.
Trump, Zelensky, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it with things like that, it's just know that it's happening and adjust accordingly. Nobody knows what's going to happen besides them, so we'll just have to see how that works out.
Certainty.
Market doesn't like uncertainty, right?
Does not. So with uncertainty, what markets do you keep an eye on? What markets are most... I'll throw it to you. Markets that are most sensitive to uncertainty immediately. things like this, geopolitical. What markets do you keep an eye on for? You know, very sensitive to uncertainty, Hoag.
Well, any of them can be affected. I mean, you've seen uncertainties affect the U.S. markets deeply at times. Certainly, keep an eye on crude oil. Keep an eye on gold and some of your European currencies against the U.S.
Yes.
dollar. All of these things can certainly be affected by it.
Like that.
I don't see anything happening
I see a
until
lot
they
happening.
all get in the same room.
Oh,
They all need to get in the same room
Dave.
and stay there until they come up with something.
No one's allowed out.
Nobody's allowed out. You're all
You do
in
that
there.
in kindergarten, right?
Yes.
I mean,
Give them
if you
boxing gloves. Just play kumbaya over and over and over and over again so that they get that warm, fuzzy feeling, or they absolutely go crazy and just agree to something just to get the hell out of there.
Or they don't agree to something. Remember last time Zelensky and President were in the Oval Office? That was not you want to talk about uncertainty.
There we go.
All right, we got Dow popping high here. We got NASDAQ.
There we
pushing
go.
up. Anything can happen. Yeah, well, stay tuned. Stay tuned. What's up, Dakota? Here we go. What? Here we go lower.
Yeah, just covered my options. So now, I mean, this is the move I was looking for and wanting. I got out of my position here in the NASDAQ, so I'm up 621 times 5. So, yeah, it's a good day. It's a good day for me. Let's
Yeah.
say.
You know what's
Bitty
up?
bang.
I'm with you, Dakota. You know what's up quite a bit right now? United Healthcare. In these times of uncertainty.
Look at Dow. Look at this. Look at the Dow. Look at the Dow cook.
Man, that stock is cooking.
Yeah.
Absolutely incredible. Look at the Dow trading 45,060, about 20 points off the highs there. NASDAQ selling off, Dow going higher, ES still stuck. But again, we got to watch. It's going to be very, very telling. See what the tone is there, what the comments are there, where they have the cameras, where they won't have the cameras, what is said, what gets leaked as well. If you remember on Friday, some of the headlines coming out from the president, I'm going to walk away if they don't like, if he doesn't like what he's hearing. Things will start to leak here in the next hour, 2 hours or so. So stay on your toes. Keep your head on a swivel. Stay tuned to TopStep TV, because we'll be keeping an eye on that, keeping you locked in. We let Doom know there's a hurricane coming his way. This is what we're here to do on TopStep TV. Not everyone's paying attention, but Doom is locked in right now.
How do we get into this for a break of low of day? I'm seeing Nvidia might turn red.
Yeah.
Tesla's pulling back. We got a run for new session lows brewing maybe.
Oh man.
Nothing across the wire at the moment.
No,
I'm about to get stopped on my MNQ trade. Yep, I'm stopped on that.
There she goes.
Okay. Doom's out.
Are you still long S&Ps?
Yeah, I was just going to ask. Cool.
Actually, I'm gonna add one here.
I like it.
On the low. Not the best decision.
You too.
Not the best decision. Keeping an
These
eye
are
on it.
ES, right? Not
Hold
MES.
on.
Yep. Minis.
Doom, it's been the best decision 1, 2, 3, 4 times down here. It's been the best decision to get long the ES in this New York session. 64.61 last trade.
I will say this time looks a little different.
This is too much
A
exposure.
lot of
I'm out
knocks
of
in the
this.
door.
There's some
I'm out
stops.
of this. This is too much exposure. It picked up too much momentum. Now, will I short it? Maybe later.
Maybe later. All right.
Tilt 50-50.
Still holding the
66.
session lows in the ES. Got about 5 more points of work to do there.
What do you got? 56s?
If you can excuse me for a sec, I'll go check the palm trees.
Make sure they're watered. Hey, look up. See if that hurricane's coming, Doom. You said you know.
I'll let you guys know how the branches are moving.
Take a peek
Doom's
out there
with a barometer.
Boots on the ground. He just licks his finger and puts his finger in there. No, there's nothing.
Nothing happening here. So
we got boots on the ground. Boots on the ground.
So we got range extension below IB lows. Let's see what happens. It's either going to extend and continue, or have a failed downside auction and give us another move to the upside. We've tested the overnight low and yesterday's low several times in the NASDAQ. We haven't done either. Well, we haven't tested the overnight low. We've tested yesterday's or Friday's session low in the S&Ps, but no test of the overnight low yet. Coming back into the initial balance now.
Yeah, we got that push to the downside. We got that push 23,007. I'm now 719. Looked like there were some stops. Hit tilt flattened out. Heads up, gold pushing low. Hey, this is roll week. Is this roll for Crude, Hoag, or is that over?
Yeah, well, yeah, we rolled. I mean, last weekend, this week, sort of. Today's the first day we're trading October.
Yeah.
See someone in chat mentioning a hurricane hunter. Has anyone in chat ever flown through a hurricane?
Yikes!
Oh, send pictures at TopStep TV on the X. Let's see who's kind of inside the eye of the hurricane. That'd be wild. We do have pilots out there.
Yeah,
JD,
Flyer Jim,
JD,
Mason Morgan. Yes.
Doom's back.
What's up? Hurricane update.
Nice and sunny. Great day. I'll probably hit the beach with my wife and kid after this.
No hurricane. Nice. No hurricane. For now.
Look at that nice 50-minute wick. Shake you, buddy Doom, and thanks for playing.
I know. I know.
All right, right up to those 770s again.
It was. We need. I'm just exhausted. We got to buy 5. Call it. Damn, man. And seller step in about 30 point. Turn around bottom at 23,719. Back up to 23,755. I don't know if the breakout's here. Is the breakout going to come? I'm just. What's up, Flyer Jim?
Yeah, more violent range boundness. Like, how do we go to the other side? Like, keep this megaphone going.
Megaphone going.
I bought 3 MNQ 754.50. Cheap long. It's still above 740. I got shook on the ES trade. That's all right. And the way it looks to me, if it doesn't bounce now, this could be the breakout. I'm willing to reverse it. Actually,
750
here. How can I do this? Add my sell below the stop. Not yet. Not yet.
I will say what keeps us from taking this megaphone is it's looked pretty saucy to the downside each of those times it's broken new lows before megaphone's back. Like that last one was not something I wanted to jump in and buy.
That was coming. The big one.
Yeah, the big one.
It was saucy Friday too, and never broke under. It was very saucy
a little spooky,
Friday.
huh? With Tesla and Nvidia headed towards possibly to becoming turning red.
Dude, where'd you get long from? What you got long from? What, 66? And you got long from 66. And you're like, this isn't good to say. Hey, yeah, I mean, stops came back in right back to 66. Yeah, Jack, that one was wiki indeed. All right, 64, 66 last trade in the ES, last 5-minute candle. We did bottom out, making new session lows. 64.58. There was volume behind it. It did exhausted, absorb, call it what you want. And we turned around up about 8 points from there. NASDAQ turned around. We bottomed out at 23,719 half. And we turned right around 40, call it 50 points higher. 2,764. It is wiki indeed. 50-50 on the tilt. We got the top of the hour in about 8 minutes. Shout out to Eddie. Indeed, Jibo. I'm gold. Look at this thing pump. Man,
ES really shook me.
Dirty, man.
It was breaking out. My exposure was too big. I took the right call. Nobody would suggest the way it started falling like an anvil that it's going to immediately bounce up. I tried, checking out for a good reason. Now we're back at it. See what we can do today. The day ain't done. Okay. There's about 5 hours till the bell. Plenty of opportunity. Markets ain't going to run away. And if not today, tomorrow.
You're right, Doom. I love it. Gold tapping on the lows there. 33, about a buck off the lows. I'm going to take this thing. All right, Dakota, are you in? My apologies. Are you flat? You're
Nope.
up. You're set's a good day.
Flat, up 617.
Let's trade
Trying
Dakota.
to reconnect this.
Okay, sounds good. House gone flat. Doom is in. I do want to bring in JD. JD, come on in. I appreciate you on the Slack there. We got payouts and P&Ls. Also, we got this Crude trade. We are flat there, JD. Come on in when you're ready. That was funny. What's up, JD? Happy Monday, my man.
Happy Monday, guys. How about those Chicago Bears? What a game last night. I know it's preseason, and you guys already talked about it, but I was kind of impressed. All right, that crude oil trade, we did adjust our stop on it. We were in the money, pretty close to 2R on it, so we readjusted our stop above a swing high back here at 8:50 Central Time. There was a swing high we moved our stop to. We were in the money for about 7-8 ticks or so. That rally continued, though. We wouldn't have gotten stopped out. The trade is still valid. We haven't reached the high of the 5-minute opening range from 8 o'clock. Actually, we did by a tick. So high of the opening range, 62.14. We traded as high as 64.16. So 2 ticks. But our stop would not have been triggered yet, but it's still looking a little strong. Anyway, crude oil opening range breakout trade is flat. We made a couple bucks on it. Made a few bucks back. Still down a little bit, about 150 bucks on the day from those opening range breakout trades. All right, let's get into Friday's top 5 live funded P&Ls. Some pretty impressive numbers coming from our big board traders. Here they are, top 5. Mark L, number 21 on the board. $10,466 trading the NASDAQ on Friday. Modasim, number 4 on the big board. We saw him, he hit the tier 1 live funded trader bonus. Earned that $1,000 on Friday. We highlighted Modasim. He also made $9,624 trading the NASDAQ and micro Bitcoin on Friday. Our old buddy KJ Futures moving up on the list, moving up on the board, I should say. Number 9 now after a nice $8,000 winning day, trading the S&P, the NASDAQ, the Japanese yen, and the Russell. So KJ Futures mixing it up, made money in all 4 of those markets on Friday. Tan, number 32 on the big board, $6,126 trading the NASDAQ. And Carlton B, number 44, $5,849 trading the NQ on Friday. Big shout out to all of these live funded traders. All right, payouts. This is some impressive stuff. Take a look at these numbers here. Up at the top, number 1 on the big board, number 1 in your hearts, Guan C, $80,000 payout on Friday. That is a great way to start a weekend.
Let's go.
Pulling out some major dough from that live funded account. Guan's been around for a while. He's been on top of the big board. He's got a total P&L right now on the big board of $91,106. And he took a monster payout. That's a P&L over the last 30 days. So big shout out to Guan C. Next up, Michael P, a little lower on the board, $199, still taking a $52,291 payout. Nicholas D, number 178, took a $16,000 payout. Alyssa W, number 8 on the big board, $11,005 in payouts on Friday. And Wang, our old friend Wang, rounds out the list for Friday with a $7,848 payout. What a great way to start the weekend for all of these live funded traders. Pro Bowl traders, each and every one of them.
JD, is that our Michael P? Wait, is that our Michael P?
Double dipping?
Wait, is that our Michael P?
No, it can't be.
I don't believe he's I don't think we can put him on the big board. Or have him take a payout.
That is not our Michael P.
Looking right now, it is not our Michael P. It's
not
guaranteed
our Michael P.
not our Michael P.
That is not our
I reversed my trade.
Don't do his...
Okay.
Now short 3MNQ.
You take profit on that?
Yeah, a little bit. I don't know, $60, $70. I think.
All right, here's reverse. Did you hit the reverse button? I want to know how'd you get in.
I did.
Damn,
it didn't give me a spectacular feel. I'll tell you.
Not going to Doom. It's not going to Doom. It's not going to. All right,
Reversal challenge here, Doom.
Right.
Yeah, what price you short from now?
768 and 50 cents.
All right,
Now
you're good now.
send it, baby.
You send it, baby. Look at Doom on the recliner.
Send it, Betty.
Yup, number 42 on the big board. Doom actually hit the reversal button. He is looking for the push to the downside. ES pushing lower, just a bit, 64.65. Let's see what happens if we get down to the 60s.
It just stopped at price where I was expecting that momentum to continue and really start picking up and push it up. It just held. People are taking profit or not. We're in the middle of the range. Not ideal to have a position on, but we see how it goes. If it's going to break 740, I'd rather be short from here than lower.
If you're long lower, it might be good.
I wasn't. I wasn't that lower.
Ah.
Yeah.
Crawdad.
I'm still within my daily limits on the downside, so see how this plays out. I take a little break, take a break for lunch, take a nap, come back. Maybe trade, maybe not.
Trading's optional, Dakota.
Trading's optional.
I love it.
Yeah.
Crawdad asks, what's wrong with placing a reversal trade? Nothing wrong with placing a reversal trade. This live fund, he is trading his own cap. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. There's there's going to be slippage, and but if the market's moving against you, you want to get on board the move. Reversal button is the way to get in there. We got an 800. Oh, 800. You need
the one thing that I'm kicking myself for not noticing yet is where in the ES, at least, where we're kind of the mid area where we're bouncing this megaphone around is the 64.50 level in the SPX. In fact, we're at 64.48 something right now. So that seems to be the magnet.
What's that price? 80s or what'd you say? 50s or 80s?
64.50 in the SPX, which is like right around 64.70 in the ESU. The old September contract. We'll be rolling those not too long in the future.
Crazy. 100%. Credit 100%. If there's valid conditions, absolutely. Yeah. 100%. That thing's cooking. Who do we have? The chef. Our chef from Atlanta. Oh, what was that? They did the wheel play. I call it the wheel play, essentially. Revert. Either way.
The wheel?
Wheel play. You're short one. You're taking heat on the trade. You puke the loser, and then you get turned around. You wheel it out, and you get long one. Wheel out of it. I don't know if we kind of made that or not. I don't know if anyone else. That's what we called it at the firm.
We used to call that cannonballing. You're short, and you switch to long.
Yeah. I mean, if the market's going to cook, it's... Yep. If you're wrong and you're dead wrong, and you got to get back on board that sucker, April, you see a lot of those trades. Yeah, cannonball, wheel out, wheel in. We got Crude to continue to pop here. Crude made lows. Let's call it last 30 minutes or so. Crude's up about 50 cents. 50 cents, 62.15 last trade. Gold continue
it's going to take out our probably.
You know. Gold looking heavy, Hoag. You said it's continues kind of trending lower. I'm looking at the 5-minute here. It's struggling to catch a bid. 33.78. We're about a buck off the lows.
Still a short.
72s. 33.72 is the price we're
Get
watching.
down to those 72s. We'll take a look.
Doom did flip and get long Dakota flat.
Right, 64.70.
Dakota, what's your combine count? What's your combine count up to? Just catch people
10.
up on that.
10. It's been at 10. My second try. So,
and that's only because he's copying.
Well, yeah, but they want every
copy trade in 5.
Correct. Yep.
So technically, kind of 2.
What's that?
So technically, kind of 2.
Yeah, in a way, Hoag. Yeah.
I mean, in a way, I'm looking out for you, man.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, man. I love
second try. I say second try, but combine counters at 10. I don't like I tell everybody. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when I start to see some struggle. Just like anything. You get on the hot streak, law of averages, right? This is like statistics. I understand my statistics. I'm going to take some losses. The question is And I wish it was as easy as going back to a combine, waving a magic wand and say, boom, I'm an amazing day trader and everything's fixed. But that's
Right.
not how it works. I still have a lot to work on in my day trading.
And we always will. I mean,
Yeah.
it's never going to be easy.
Oh, I
What
wish.
Dakota, specifically, Dakota,
It'd
what
be
have
nice.
what have you focused on? What specifically have you targeted on that you really want to work on? You and Hoag have been going. I know you. I'd like to. Okay, hey, you and Hoag, if you can take us behind the scenes just a little bit. What if some of those conversations looked like or sounded like? You don't have to go into details too much, but what have you wanted to work on specifically, Dakota? Is the conversation you've had with Hoag?
Yeah, we've had a couple conversations, right, Hoag?
Mhm.
And those conversations, it's, I mean, aside from like recording them and sharing them to everybody, it's basically been trading in front of a live audience, right? Thousands of people online, and then thousands more that are watching on replay or watching on social media that are extremely quick to jump on any sign of red, and then just very hesitant to say anything if there's any sign of green, right? So a huge magnifying glass on my individual trading when we already know trading is very difficult. It's very difficult, and having that additional pressure of knowing that there's a lot of traders and there's a lot of people that look up to me, and then there's also the more louder, active negativity out there, and then making sure I'm still executing, making sure I'm still providing some value and some education during my whenever I'm on air or doing my VIP or sharing on social media, and then trying to find a way to make sure, okay, quality over quantity, right? Because it's nice, it's fun, and I explain it like when you're taking a college class or a high school class, the teacher has a whiteboard and they're doing a math problem on the whiteboard, and they could just erase it and redo it and do that over and over again, and it's a great way for people to learn. And so I've used that as my trading. I was like, I'll place a trade and I'll talk through it. I'll talk through what I'm doing. I'm talking through how I'm managing it. However, those were less than optimal setups, just so I can because I was just excited to place trades and been more, I guess, a lot less picky of my trades and stepped away from the fundamentals.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things other than that we've talked about is going back to basics, demanding good trade location, trade less, make more. It's maybe not sexy for on screen, but it's true.
Yeah.
So you said it earlier. You said you've gone back to basics and it's been paying you, which is great.
Yeah, less is more. Charmin.
Notice that. Keep it up. Well done. So Dakota, for those that are asking, what are we guys talking about on the trade? What is the objective for the XFA? What are the next steps? Where are you at, and what are you trying to? What's the goal? What's the finish line look like
The
for
finish
XFAs?
line, Bear and I have this contest. It's pure transparent. You guys see how we would navigate going through a prop firm program, how many combines, the ups and downs, and a take behind the curtains. Like you get to see real trading, not some spoofed up, hey, you're only seeing the positive statistics, or I've blown X amount of combines, but let me show you the good stuff, right? You get to see the bad stuff, and that's something that the public is not really used to seeing very often. Somebody that's dare I say it, an influencer, someone who has a social media presence, showing absolutely everything, because that's not really what sells, right? Someone new coming into this industry, they don't really care too much about the red days or the combine counter. They're like, oh my gosh, this guy just made $100,000 in a month. I want to buy his book, buy their course, and follow them. It's that Mr. Mrs. Smith, right? This isn't a Mr. Mrs. Smith situation. This is the reality of what it takes to go from zero to learning to filtering through some combines, right? We've seen Barron go through it. I'm going through it. It's the reality of what we go through as traders.
I think people learn more from some of the losses than they do from watching somebody who is only winning.
Yeah,
which,
for sure.
by the way, they're not only winning. That's
does
the
not
only
exist.
thing they're showing you.
Does not exist. Does not
Nobody's
exist.
only winning.
No.
Nancy Pelosi's only winning.
I mean, there's one. You're 100% right. She don't miss. She don't miss, man. Oh, look who's I missed you, Spike, back in the chat. Giving some love and support to Dakota. I support you. You are a great trader, and you will achieve your goals. I hope to be on with y'all again at some point. Miss you too, Spy Gig. Good to see you.
Mm.
We saw you on the board
I
last
didn't want to
week.
interrupt you guys earlier. Short
up?
one ES 68.50.
What price in the ES?
64, 68,
I'm sorry, 64, 68 and a half.
Thank you. Okay.
It's now or never.
It's
Now or never.
What are you gonna? What's your downside? What's the target on this, Doom? You've had a couple trades that have been in the money.
40, 64, 46-ish, 47-ish, 48. I'm going to eyeball it. If it doesn't give me the momentum on this current 15-minute bar, I might take it prematurely.
All right, Doom, I got to ask you. So then, you're looking for new lows on the day in the ES, essentially.
Yeah.
Okay.
I could be very wrong.
I think you could be very wrong.
Which is
It's,
all right.
Need the volume, right?
Yeah.
For a
Well,
hit. Need the volume.
we're nowhere. I mean, I don't see that super excited buying that this dip deserved. If it was really by the dip, super excited buying, shorts getting squeezed out of positions. Didn't see that so far. Pretty much trading in a thick range, violent range. See?
Well, we said it since we opened, right? This doesn't seem like a very interesting open mixed bag. We said that since opening bell. It's a mixed bag, and that's what we've seen.
Yeah, Euro close. 20 minutes. 20 minutes till the Euro close. 64.66. Something's on here on the ladder. What do we got? Nothing. 23,773. Did see a 700 lot coming on the bid in the NASDAQ. We ran away from it for now. Again, in about 2 hours, Zelensky, Trump, other European leaders will be meeting in Washington, D.C. We'll have that here on TopStep TV, start to finish.
That's going to be exciting.
Something's got to, I mean, I saw, I shouldn't even throw, is he going to wear a suit? I see that's one of the concerns. Is he going to wear a suit?
Nah,
like,
at least
I don't see him wearing a suit.
It's a matter.
At the moment, it seems we have the video right, so we'll be able to show it here.
Yes, we will. Yes, we will.
Ooh.
Tune in to see if he wears a suit. How about
Ooh.
that? Tune in to see if he wears a suit. We got 33 gold, just heavy. Gold cannot move off those lows. About $1 off the lows in the gold. Again, it is a Monday, so we got top quiz. What else do we have on the schedule for the day? Again, we got Euro close in about 18 minutes, but we do have Rising Star, James D. friend from Toronto. We saw him on with us on Friday. We're going to follow his journey here on this week. We have him Monday, Wednesday, Friday with Jay and Hoag. And then we got morning recap. Then we got lunchbox trading with JD, Joseph A, and Deanna of the Millionaires. Don't forget, we'll also have coverage of the Zelensky-Trump meeting throughout the afternoon here in Central Time. Then we got top quiz because it is a Monday. We got Gabe hosting that. And then we got Back to the Futures with Coach J and JD. And then we got Dr. V for Power Hour. Jack, I believe he'll be there. We got Dr. V.
I will.
For Power Hour. Looking forward to that very, very much. And noon Central, we'll have coverage of the Trump Zelensky. We'll see what comes from that. But we got Euro close here in about 18 minutes. 18 minutes.
Oh, come on.
Well, I meant to mention, Andre, the over-under leader for their handshake is 2 to 4 seconds.
Thank you. Oh.
Yeah, it was 10 plus,
Really?
11 seconds with Putin at their meeting on Friday. So let's see if it's going to be a quick one, or I'll take the over on that. That's short for a photo op.
Yeah, Definitely over on that.
Whoa! What was the final the count for Putin Trump? I mean, they just that handshake.
This was unofficial. I did it on my phone. It was 11.24 seconds.
What a handshake! Have you ever shook someone's hand for 11.25 seconds before, Jack? I can't say I have. Have you?
Not willingly. I feel like at that point they got you in their grip. I feel like some of my grandma's friends or something. You get them and they get it where they got your arm and back too. And suddenly you're just like having a conversation, holding someone's hand.
At what second count does it start to get awkward? 3-4 seconds? Like, all right.
If there's no cameras, yeah, I'd say like 3 seconds.
Not willingly. So good.
Not willingly.
All right, you're close at the bottom of the hour. But God, my man, James, we got some else. Oh, that was so good, James. If you want to jump in here, I want to ask James, what's the longest you've had a handshake for, and at what point does it get awkward? At what point does it get awkward for a handshake, James? What's up, my man?
What's up, guys? I prefer to stare lovingly and deeply into someone's eyes while I shake their hand, and just when you feel it get awkward, do that little trick with your finger where you scratch the inside of their palm. Yeah, everyone really loves that move. All right. Hey, everybody, I'm back. Have you heard about Trustpilot? That's right. At TopStep, we're always striving to make your trading journey better, and your feedback helps us do just that. If you've learned something valuable from TopStep TV, enjoyed the community, or had a positive experience with the trading combine, we'd love for you to share it. Head on over to Trustpilot, search for TopStep, or click on the link in chat and leave us an honest review. Tell us what's working and where we can improve. Your voice helps shape the future of TopStep and supports fellow traders just like yourself. So we'll get that Trustpilot link in chat. Click on it and give us your honest feedback today. We need it to be better, and we need to be better for you, the traders. Also, talking about things that are for you, the trader, this Tuesday, August 19th on TopStep TV. Don't miss a special edition of Mindset Matters with the world-renowned trading coach, Robin Dane. Known as the Trader's Coach, Robin has helped traders on Wall Street and beyond master the psychology of performance. She'll be sharing live tips and tricks to sharpen your trading mindset and answering your questions directly from the chat. So tune in tomorrow at 1 p.m. Central and take your trading discipline to the next level with Mindset Matters, only on TopStep TV. Again, that is tomorrow at 1 p.m. Robin Dane will be here, so you should be here as well. Finally, I have one quick announcement for you guys. I believe we covered it on Friday, but I am here to reiterate. You may have seen other traders posting their Payout Club swag recently on social media, and I'm here to tell you that those are from earlier Payout Club entries that we are wrapping up. Why? Because we are revamping the Payout Club. All right, currently the daily form to sign up is on hold while we revamp the program to make it even bigger, better, and more rewarding for you, the trader. Once the new Payout Club is ready, we're going to share all the details right here on TopStep TV and across all of our channels, so you will for sure hear about it. I promise you. I've seen some of the things being cooked in the background for a revamped Payout Club. You're going to love it. You're going to want it. So keep jabbing away in those accounts, and as soon as we have more information to show you, you'll see it right here on TopStep TV. That's what I got for now, Andre. Back to you.
Love it, James. That is I like that power move of a handshake. That is very well done, James. We got 13 minutes till you're close and the bottom of the hour. Let's go around here. Doom, are you still in, my friend? You are short from 64.68 half. Doom in the ES. We're 5 points in the money right now. What do you think?
And I'm short on M&Q as well from earlier where I reversed it.
768?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, from 768.5. I'm going to take one here. I'm going to buy back one here.
Love it.
And
alrighty.
This one, give something to the sellers to enjoy.
He's buying one for the break.
Right, buy one for the break. That's right, man. Buy one for the break.
All right. Well, Doom, Dakota, Andre, Hoag, I got to jump right now. I'm going to do a little teaser as it would be. Our fearless leader is sending someone to my home to retrieve something from my garage. The intrigue is massive, but no, I'm going to help them out with that. But I'll be back later with Dr. V for Power Hour. Looking forward to that. But yeah, with that mysterious thing, it's a bike. It's nothing big. So awesome trading, Doom. let's hope this megaphone expands and we get some nice little paydays here. $77 I leave with.
Thank you, Jack.
Nice work.
All right.
Sounds
Love
good.
you all in the
I'll
chat. See you later.
See you in Power
There
Hour.
he
See
is,
you,
there
man.
he is.
All right,
I've
Hoag.
got
How's
one
count?
more for the break, and I pushed it at break even. The M&Q trade. I'm going to focus on the ES since it's
Ooh,
a mini.
800 in the NASDAQ.
My guy, Dakota. What do you got, my man? Where we at? Where we at?
735. 735. There's 800
Yes,
sitting there.
sir. Almost 900. That's 900. We got 900 there.
Is it
735.
sell side?
Nice. Downside. Nice catch, Dakota.
Downside.
Yep, on the bid.
Liquidity.
900 on the bid. Hoag, what do we do with that? We're going to run from it. We've been run from it lately. See if it moves. See if it's hold.
I don't know. I'm looking at ES.
All right, cool. Let's see. We'll play off that then. See if any opportunity does jump in here.
No.
Nice catch.
He's going to fade the
Dakota.
extremes until proven wrong.
Okay. So in the ES, what prices are we looking at here?
Anywhere down near IB low, 64, 61.
At 64.61.
That's
We
what
may
I
just
have.
run right through it, but we do have a failed downside auction, so it's worth a try.
Ooh, yes, we do. 11 minutes till the bottom of the hour. Also, the Euro close. Dakota with the eagle eye. Seeing that 900 lot on the bid to the downside in the NASDAQ. 23,735 bid 900 times, about 20 points beneath where we're trading at right now. As we trade 23,753, a bit of a pop here in the gold in crude, 62.12.
I'm trailing the ES close. Trailing it could bounce here. I got 465 even marked, and we've been bouncing off of it, and 461 I have as low. I'm out. I'm out on the ES, still holding one M&Q short. Yeah, I can let that one go if it comes back to break even. Regained a little bit on my ES loss from earlier. We're still within the limits of the day, plenty of opportunity. If it continues without me, I'm fine with it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm more fine of this selling off without me on ES instead of pushing through my N3 and hitting my stop.
Right.
Kind of trading a little bit my P&L here.
Well, what we're doing, Andre, is demanding trade location.
I like
right
it.
now, we're at point of control. On a range day, we have no trade location here.
I see that. That's a good call. Where would the demanding trade location? We talked about 61, 64, 61 to the downside. We're about 4 or 5 points away from that in the ES, but I like this. If gets to 64, 61, then perhaps you play the extremes, right?
Yep. And that cheapens it a little bit.
We did have that stop. Look at this 900 lot. They are just sitting there.
Yeah, it's
Did
still
flash.
there. Still there.
Yeah.
Not much is going on in these other major stocks. I mean, if anything,
there.
it's still lower. Like Palantir's down 2%, MicroStrategy's 1%, AMD 1.25%, Meta's down 2.25%. Big movers to the upside is really just Tesla's up 0.8.
Yes, a little bit of a bit. 64, 67 halves now.
Out on NQ. We're back in the middle of the range.
Yo, you flat there, Doom?
Yeah, I'm flat. Down 550 on the day.
Oh, 550, man.
Middle
You're
in
the
the
jab,
middle.
jab, jab. Yep. What about the upside, Hoag? We're playing the extremes. What would be the extreme in the upside? Looking at the ES here.
Oh, like 72, 72 and a half. Above range. I mean, it's a 17 handle range. You really need good trade location if you're expecting it to remain range bound. You know, anywhere in the middle is a coin flip. It could go, 10 points against you either direction.
Mm-hmm.
But if you demand the extremes, then you're a lot closer to your risk. We're right at the point of control in the S&Ps right now. We're right at the point of control in the NASDAQ. I can't do anything here. It's diddling in the middle.
Yes, it is.
But if we can, if we're looking for a range day and we can get to one of the extremes, then it makes it worth it. I can risk, 5 points to make 10. Here I'm risking 10 to make 10. In the right in the middle of the range in the point of control.
You go. You heard. If we get to one of those extremes, then If that,
Yes.
love it, Hope.
Yes.
Crude
Yep.
continuing to cook, continue to cook higher, $62.26 last trade in crude. We're up about, I call it a quarter here in the last 10 minutes or so.
I think I got shook out
still
of the
there.
short.
Twice, Doom.
But
Man.
I got shook out of the short a little bit, but I like what Hoag is saying, and that's always been taught to trade the volume profile but on bookmap. That statistically, buyers are on the bottom of the volume range, sellers on the top. And when it's thick like that, precisely, you don't want to diddle in the middle. Also, I use the 50 SMA on the 5 minute as strong indication of trend. And when it's flat, or what I like to call a gummy bear, because I use an indicator on Thinkorswim that turns either red or green. And when it starts making that red green gummy bear, it's a no go. You can try with small size to attack point of control to lower the volume bell curve or up, but it's not yet. I really like the price.
Where do you come up with gummy bear?
What is that? Gummy bear. Rebo.
The indicator I have on Thinkorswim for the 50 SMA moving average, it turns green or red depending on the angle. And when it's flat, it turns green, red, green, red, green, red. It looks like a gummy bear, a gummy worm. Yeah, don't trade the gummy worm. 15-minute, even worse. It's just going to chop, wider chop.
It sounds like you've been getting some THC gummy bears.
No. Not during work. Never during work, professional. Never have fun on the job. The job should not be fun. Should be boring.
That's right.
Should be boring.
Traders are creative, man. Traders are creative. Like Doritos, gummy bears. I mean, everyone probably has their own little nuances.
Moons. I've seen people put magnets on their charts. Whatever works, man. Whatever helps.
I put a moon on my chart last week for the S&Ps. We didn't get there yet, but
we didn't.
MP's treasure map.
The treasure map, all timer. Let's take a look at it. We got crude 70% long, and crude we have been moving higher. $62.29. I cannot help but take my eye off of gold. I can't take my eye off gold, Hoag. It is not. Buyers are struggling, if at all. $2 off the lows there.
There's no bounce to it yet.
There isn't. And we've been hovering around 33, the lows of session, 33.77. We've been hanging out around there for 45, 50 minutes, about $2 off the lows in gold. So keep an eye on
low. It ain't ready yet.
72s, Hoag. We'll keep an eye on that.
Yep, it ain't ready yet.
Also, ahead of Trump and Zelensky meeting, I'm sure almost all of you, ahead of big data or big events like that, the market is contracted. It does nothing. It bounced from point to point. No real initiative. Probably everybody's kind of sitting on their hands, waiting. How that going to pan out is what I'm, assuming.
Yeah, right. But typically, you see these uncertainty coming into an event like this. You may see a bit of a bid coming on gold, just for some safe haven, for like the quality, something of that sort. We're not seeing it just yet. Obviously, we still have 90 minutes or so till we come in. I'm still expecting headlines to start trickling out going into this. We did see that on Friday, coming into Putin and Trump. Haven't seen that just yet. There's obviously still time. What's up, Doom?
Also, I've heard, I don't remember, was it Coach Jack or Coach Hoop? Happy birthday, Coach Hoop. Mentioning that institutions and pension funds and stuff, when there's that much of uncertainty and they cannot be just cash, they move positions into coffee and other certain varieties of grains. I'm not keeping an eye on it, but I remember that for one of those great shows you guys have. So I like to talk to TopStep. You hear those little intricacies, how big institutions could be, instead of hedging, kind of moving in the other sleeve into coffee or something else.
No kidding. Hoag, you remember this one?
Well, I don't remember the time or comments, but I mean, institutions they're never like outright naked any position. They're not, outright long the S&P or outright long the NASDAQ or even coffee. They're hedged against different products. There's those people are a lot smarter than I am, of course, but they're hedging, one position against another, and against another. When we're looking for them to like enter into the equities markets, it's when they feel as though they're underperforming, and they use the futures a lot because it's a cheap way to get into a position or a hedge instead of the outlying or the outright. They're hedging using futures, and that's when we're trying to pit time frame against time frame, smaller traders against bigger traders, right? So they're the institutions, banks, funds, they're all trading products against products. They're never just outright naked, and they're working those spreads to their advantage as prices, move apart or move closer. I don't know if anybody, I don't know if I've heard anybody personally, and even this includes on the trading floor, that would be, hedging equities against grains. They may be trading grains and using grains and other products to hedge against those positions.
I like it.
But if you're hedging ES with
60s
coffee,
60s,
it's a
61
pretty tough spread.
Let's keep an eye out. It was Jack. It was Jack. Well done, Doom. It
They
was
were,
Jack.
Yep.
Were they naked subprimes in 08?
Some of them probably were, because we saw what happened to some of those banks, right?
Yeah.
And
you know what? That's
you're
another
closed.
thing.
Your has closed.
I was gonna say
We
you
just
may never
moved the
truly
points of
be
control lower,
fully hedged,
which is friendly for shorts. So we're going to be
Also, you
patient trying to
said
get long
people.
on this low.
Not person, people. A friend of mine asked me, like, how are they constantly making those small percentages? Well, it's people. You have, people that are great at executing, people that are great at analyzing the markets, spitting out levels, ideas, but they cannot hold a trade for their life, just getting the shakes. Yeah.
I like it.
I've had those moments where I just can't. Or I don't know what reason. And even small positions, I would be, one of those
Nervous.
days. Yeah,
Yes.
I'm nervous.
You're
Even for
the
1
loser.
minute, I'll hear my heart and my eardrums like coming like a train.
You could
Boom, boom, boom,
hold those
boom.
losing trades a lot easier than those winning trades.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Good thing I flattened out last night.
Well done. NASDAQ might be wanting to move this thing a little lower. We got NASDAQ about 20 points off the lows here. NASDAQ trading 23,737. See if the ES wants to follow. Here, Europe has closed. 800 lot has pulled. It was pulled. Yes, it was. Oh, you said the point of control has moved a little lower? We still like those 61s?
The TPO point of control has moved down to 63.75, which over time, it means that the sellers are winning a little bit more than the buyers. So we're going to try and stay patient, looking for longs here. Let's see if we find any kind of range extension, and then come back in and look for a potential long. Although if we were following the fail downside auction or the buying tail rules, we would be buying it down here. Just that point of control moving lower. I mean, there's a half an hour for it to move higher. All right, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna do this. We're gonna go micros here, just as an experiment here.
Experiment. No, we're playing out the strategy. I think we're playing this out. We talked it out.
Yeah,
this is exactly what
so
we're
gonna
seeing.
go we'll go 3. So we're long 3 MES.
All right. What price?
64.63 quarter. Not the best trade location. Let me get this.
What will be the upside? Just like those 70. Well, it's got 64.67. I'm seeing at overnight VWAP, Hoag.
So 64.70.
Let's get the 70s. 64.70.
I like to look at the 3-hour chart, and the selling is somewhat exhausted here. I could see another very decent big bounce, and maybe sell around 1 if ever. This is a viable market, very resilient. We've been here for how many days? Well, today and Friday and Thursday at these lows, and Wednesday at these lows.
Yep.
We got negative delta in the NASDAQ down here, 1,700. We got positive 1,700 in the S&Ps.
There you go. All right. Last trade in the NASDAQ, 23,734. Crude or gold trains, I'm sorry, crude train 62.16. Last trade, Dow train 45,000, pretty much even. 45,000 even. That being said, I got James. I need some more hard hitting news, man. James, it is a Monday. I need to be caught up, James. Markets are basing out right here. So, James, come on in. We got Trump, Zelensky at noon central, but I mean, we got the real news hitting them right here, right now.
That's right. The big news is coming soon. Consider this the pre-show entertainment. These might be things that they talk about at the sit-down. We don't know. But starting with news out of North Carolina, can you guys imagine what you would do if you won $100,000 from the lottery? Well, this guy only has one dream, to buy thicker bologna. He's tired of eating the thin bologna, and now that he's won $100,000 off a scratcher, damn it, he's going to have the thicker bologna. That's the kind of American dream we need more of. House, cars, no. Start with your lunch meat, start with your deli meat, and then dream bigger and dream better. So congrats to this man for eating his thick bologna sandwich that he won with his, in actuality, $71,000 and $750 after the fun federal and state taxes you get from winning. Andre, what kind of meat would you upgrade?
Wow.
Turkey, beef, ham?
I'm not going.
Anybody like Chicago summer sausage?
I mean, steaks, James.
Yeah,
steaks.
yeah.
My steaks, thicker steaks.
He won
this conversation.
He won Wagyu.
It could have gone so
all the
many
way.
different ways. I like steaks.
Yeah.
More
Ribeyes.
Wagyu. More Wagyu, please.
Ribeyes.
James, what are you doing?
Steak on a
Not
steak?
thicker bologna. Not thicker bologna.
Thicker bologna. You gotta dream big. Talking about dreaming big, who loves subscriptions? I do, and what I need is my car to have one. That's right. The latest Volkswagen is locking its maximum horsepower behind a paid subscription service. Do you want to go vroom vroom to the max of your dollar? Well, pony up.
Get out of here.
Because you're looking at paying $22 a month USD to hit the max speed of the car that you paid for. Doesn't matter if you bought it on lease or if you bought it out flat. You gotta pay $22 a month to go fast. This is the beginning of a nightmare trend where you're gonna have a subscription to get out of bed in the morning, a subscription to leave your house. I have a subscription to manage all my subscriptions. I don't like this.
That's
That's
seen
a
that
thing.
one coming.
I did not
Wow.
either.
I feel like it's one of those like Black Mirror episodes that you just want to wake up from.
Yeah.
Like, I don't need my car. Sorry, your subscription lapsed. You can't unlock your car door. Come on.
I paid for the engine. I paid for the
My
horsepower.
kid is inside. It's 105 degrees. I can't get my Wi-Fi to connect. Yeah, it's gonna be a really cool future that we all.
That's
I
crazy.
want the horsepower
That
I
is
paid
crazy.
for. I'm not paying extra. I bought the damn engine. I want the engine to do. That's wild.
You gotta pony up. You want that horsepower.
Yep, fair enough.
Speaking
Shout
about
out to
changes, my last news story of the day, there are new words being added to the Cambridge Dictionary. This happens every couple of years when they determine that what is once slang will become common vernacular as the years go on. And every year I read one of these articles, I die a little bit more inside when I see some of the words that have made it into the dictionary.
Here we go.
Some words today, as you see in the headline. Treadwife, it means traditional wife. Delulu, a play on the word delusional. And of course, skibbity, which if you look up the definition, I'm pretty sure the definition is there is no definition. Other terrifying words that have been added to the dictionary. Look, L-E-W-K, a play on the word look. We needed that.
Come on.
No way.
What's wrong with the double O's? What's wrong with the double O's?
Didn't have an E
Whatever.
and a W.
Right.
You gotta ooh, look. Okay, I'm gonna say this one wrong. Broligarchy, a blend of bro and oligarchy. It refers to a small group of men, especially those in tech, who are rich and powerful and who want or will have political influence. They're referring to Mark Zuckerberg, Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, and the like. Basically, any one of the tech bros who went to the inauguration. Inspo, short for inspiration, work wife, work spouse, and of course, skibbity. So, study up.
Scary stuff. Scary
Your
stuff.
kids are going to be going to the spelling bee, and they're going to be asked to spell skibbity.
Use that in the form of a
Can I
sentence.
please have it? Can I have it in a sentence, please?
What's the origin? What's the origin?
Origin?
Gen Z. Gen Z is the origin.
Anyway, that's the news. Stay tuned. We're going to be bringing you all the big hitting stuff from Trump and Zelensky coming up. It should start within 15 minutes or so. But you know, Donnie, he's usually a little bit late. But we'll have the stream whenever it's ready to go.
Noon Central.
Always get the Noon Central. Let's do it. The place to be is TopStep TV. We'll see you guys there.
Skibbity bee. Did I say that right?
Skibbity. Yeah.
Very
well,
well,
movie coming
no.
soon to theaters.
There's a lot of words that we no longer use back in from the early 1900s, right?
Yeah, but skibbity bee is not a real word. It's not a real word.
What scares me is if somebody can control my car from somewhere else. Like, I say something bad about VW and I'm driving down the highway and they just shut my car off.
Or steer
we're gonna
left.
Get rich, Hogue. Oh, we're gonna get rich as F, man. If they do that to you, dude, we are gonna get paid. We're gonna sue the shit out of them if they do that to you, Hogue. We are gonna get, dude. You better lawyer up. I'll be right there with you, Hogue.
I got one on retention right now.
We got one. You heard it, Volkswagen. We are gonna sue them. We will get paid. Don't do that. Let's take a look. All right, Euro close has come and gone. 64.65 last trade in the ES. Got NASDAQ trading 23,750. And in the crude trading $62.17. Gold, all right. In the 80 handle, trading 33.80 half. Can we get there? Doom, you flat or you back in?
I'm flat, and I cannot put my finger on it just because it's flat. I'm flat. Am I more short or long bias? Now was long, now short bias. But I'm tired of this range. I'd rather chase into a breakout than short it here and watch it push 10 ES points against me. I don't know. I'm getting a little paranoid with the stuff, especially the words that just got in the English dictionary. If you guys seen the movie Idiocracy, scary stuff, man. Scary stuff. If slang is making it into the English dictionary, but hey, who am I to judge? Regular dude trading from his garage.
I love you. Oh, they're asking about the failed downside auction, if at all. Thoughts on the ES, NASDAQ? We're a couple points, a couple ticks here on the money on the ES.
I mean, it's still valid. We have moved the point of control back to pretty much the center of the range, which I like. We had 3 on. I sold one for the rally. We've got 4 points of risk for a possible 8 to 10 ticks of potential profit. And we're just sitting here. We could have got better trade location, but not bad. We're all right now. We're all right. Still failed downside auction in the NASDAQ, still in the S&P. Yeah, we'll see what happens. I mean, we're at the point of the day where it may take all day for this thing to roll over, to roll higher or lower, whatever it is. But we're just sitting here up 3 ticks right now overall and chilling.
Are we actively working an offer up at 70, Hogue?
Nah.
I love the point of chilling.
So, yeah, let it trade out. Well, we see that a lot. That's the reason I asked. We see that a lot. We see a lot of traders. They don't downside or upside the profit. Take profit. Call it what you want. Profit. They don't have one. It's not like defined. It's just like, all right, well, we'll trail it. We'll trail it. We just. I get it. I think trailing the stops is for the home run. I'm yes. Where's the home run? There's no home runs in this market right now. That's all.
I mean,
It's
if we get close, if we get up there, I'll take one off. I mean, I had an offer way higher. Just in case something happened, of course. But we've got our stop. We got our exit in at 73.25. If something happens, we'll take a little bit more out of it. But if we get up to 70, I'll take one off.
Well, that's the nice thing of having multiple contracts, right? Where you can
Yes.
close and take those base hits and then trail one if needed. But if you're just in one contract, yeah, no home run, and especially in this type of a market, you'd be just 20 points, beautiful. 10 points, base hit. Not much, not much here today.
I like to sell one for the rally. Feed the market.
Yeah, man, stop hunting and stuff like that. 100%. Let's take a look at some of the other markets right now. 33.79 last trade in gold. The gold again around $2-3 off the lows for the last hour or so. We're missing about 10 minutes here on Fast Markets. Got Doom number 42 on the big board. Dakota live. Who's going to be joining you on Slow Markets today, Dakota? 7:30 p.m. Central. As always, tune in for that. Dakota, who's joining you on Slow Markets today?
Yeah, my man, Coach Jay. Coach Jay's going to be joining me. He joins me Mondays and Wednesdays. And Wednesdays, we're going to be reviewing trader statistics. So if you want me and Jay to review your statistics, that's shareable in TopStep X. We'll do that Wednesdays. Sometimes, if the markets are slow and there's not too much going on Mondays, we'll be able to pull up a few stats and review them. Tonight might be one of those. So Jay and I love reviewing statistics. I learn a lot. It's nice to see that, and we get to some good questions, and traders love it.
Love it. Yes, 7:30 p.m. Central.
Yep.
Dakota and Jay on Slow Markets again. About hour 15 minutes. Trump and Zelensky will have that. We'll bring that to you on TopStep TV. It's been going for a few hours, so. Oh, here we go. Dan Emmons. I was wondering, is shoulder tap ever coming back to TopStep TV? I can definitely say it is coming back. Yes, it is. Shoulder tap is coming back. Indeed. A little different format, but the same idea. Shoulder tap will be coming back. Back by popular demand, I should say.
Yeah, about it, right?
I've learned so much from that segment. I've learned so much. On one of the episodes, my eyes started tearing up a little bit. It was like Mick was just specifically talking about me doing stupid stuff.
Man.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. I learned a lot.
Chippy in the chat says, what was shoulder tap? Shoulder tap was a segment we did here on TopStep TV where we'd bring in someone from the risk department, right? Risk department, we'd go over trading cards. And essentially, it's not going to be necessarily the same format this time around. We do some reporting on trends we're seeing with traders, risk management with our traders, products that may be more profitable, less profitable. But back then it was, we bring in 2-3 traders and we would analyze their stats, for lack of a better phrase, and what's working, what's not working. Sometimes Mick give you a kick in the ass, sometimes give you a pat on the back. We need both. And the term shoulder tap originates from prop trading space, the brick and mortar. You're having a rough day in the office, in the gallery, risk manager come up, tap you on the shoulder, say, hey, maybe it's time to cut it, call it a day, come back tomorrow. Kind of what we're doing here, but not necessarily to that extent. But yeah, shoulder tap. Someone from risk comes on and we go over trader stats, what's working, what's not. And, and they shoot it straight. I'll tell you that.
I was thinking about him last night. It just broke out on my court, and it was not even close to my stop. I was pretty exposed. I was like, oh, this is a GTFO moment. Just flattened, walked away. Never looked back on the charts till this morning. What was that moment? GTFO.
It was.
Get the F out.
Get the F out of here. Okay.
This is not what I want.
Here. We got house account long. 3 micro ES from 64.63. Last trade 64.66. NASDAQ trading 23,752. About 35 points off the lows there. Get JD in here. We got the big board. We got number 42 on the big board. What's up, JD?
What is up, guys? Pardon me. All right, do we have a drum roll ready to go for these top 10 traders? All right, folks. The big board consists of the top 25 live funded traders here at TopStep. These are the top 10. A couple traders to know. Guan C up in the top spot. Took that $80,000 payout on Friday. Guan is doing everything right. Total P&L over the last 30 days of $91,106. A couple other traders to note in the top 10. We've got Kyle B down there in 7th place. Kyle B had a great day last Thursday. Made about $8,000 trading the ES. Also hit the live performance bonus last week. Hit that $1,000 bonus mark. Also, number 9, KJ Futures moved up the board from 20th place, our biggest mover on the board. After Friday's P&L, he took home, what was that P&L one more time? $8,055 trading the ES, the NASDAQ, the Japanese yen, and the Russell. So big shout out to KJ Futures getting back into the top 10. All right, let's see 11 through 25, if you please. Couple traders to note here in 14th place, Jacob S. He's on our live funded hot streaks board. He's on currently a 5-day heater worth about $4,600 trading the micro NASDAQ. Big shout out to Jacob. Also, Mark L down there. Mark L was on our P&L board earlier today from Friday. I keep losing all my notes. From Friday, yes. Mark L, number 1 on the P&L board from Friday. Number 21 on the list there, $10,466 trading the NASDAQ. There they are. Let's pull up the top 10 one more time. Get your cams ready. Take your screenshots. Make sure you tag TopStep when you post the social. TopStep, hashtag TopstepTV, hashtag Fast Markets. You know all of the tags. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, JD. Hey, Doom. All right, we got about 5 minutes here on Fast Market. Doom, all right, what's your P&L at?
I'm
couple,
down
right?
$552. It is a very difficult market. I'm getting defense signals just to stay out.
Okay. You're very well at the comebacks. Okay. What is your mindset for the rest of this day? You know, we might have some market moving events starting with Trump and Zelensky. Again, we'll have that full coverage on TopStep TV starting around noon Central Time, about hour and 10 minutes. What is your mindset looking like for the rest of the afternoon? You take a step away after fast markets, get some lunch, get back in. What is the mindset, if at all, for the comeback? Or are you good with where you're at?
I want to see
$500
alignment.
manageable?
I want to see decision on the market participants. Pretty much get out of this range, make a leg up or a leg down, and nothing in between of where we at. That's what I'm looking at. If the market participants to make a decision, either trend up, trend down, either way. If it's going to stay sideways, maybe small scalps, but it has to be good. It has to be really good.
Okay, so you're looking for the setups, right? You want to see the volume, you want to see the market participants pick a direction, says Doom. I like it. Dakota, where are you at on the day, P&L wise?
It hasn't changed. I agree with Doom. I think today could just be a consolidation day, looking for the markets to hover around these 770s. Until then, I mean, trading's optional, right? Trading is definitely optional.
I agree. Very well said. Yes, it is. Where's that P&L though, Dakota? Up $600 or so. Okay,
621.
Let's go. 621.
Yep, looking
well
along.
done.
Yep.
Okay.
With the
With
the end of the segment coming up, I've moved my stop to break even.
Nice.
All right. All right, you got to
We're
stop.
going to be flat this at the end of the segment anyway, pretty much, right?
Do we have an out on this trade?
Break even or 70.
Even or 70. All right, well, yeah, we've got Hoag jumping on with James D. Going to be joining us back on TopStep TV. Take a look at James's trading journey. We saw him on Friday. Join us. We got more to come. Hoag's going to be on there. We got Jay coming on there. We got Top Quiz today. We got Trump Zelensky. We got Mandy F with JD and Jay for Back to the Futures. Then we got Dr. V going to be joining us. Myself and Jack for Reversal Challenge. And, of course, at the buzzer, Coach Jay, Coach Paul, after the Power Hour. We got Crude continuing to grind higher here as well. We're about 20 cents off the highs, trading $62.30. Everything's a bit of a holding pattern right now. Doom, you're flat. Dakota is flat.
This is for some people in the chat who might be using the stochastic. if you look all the way to the right, to my 15-minute chart, when the stochastic is doing this, right in the middle of the indicator, that's a good sign not to take trades. It appears short. It's probably going to be short, but we're at a price of interest where it could be a long and bounce strong. When the stochastic is doing this, it's definitely hands off, go make a sandwich, wait for the thing to give you a cycle, something, but not like a ran over bug in the middle of the indicator. A little bit of sauce here. Yeah.
Doom, 90 seconds before we get out of here. How would you rate your trading so far today? Regardless of P&L, how was your process?
About a 4.
Out of?
About a 4. I was a little bit more optimistic on range trades. To be honest with myself, I was looking for more game than it was on the charts. Did save a couple. And market shook me twice. About a 4. Not a 0, about a 4. I'm still down, but it was well-calculated risk. About a 4. I think I have one more trade in me. I think I got one more trade in me. My top score is 10. And if it was a 10, I would have been very much up by now and done.
You can have a 10, though. Well, that's the process over profits thing there, Dakota. One of the most dangerous things, you can have a hell of a profitable day and your process was trash. That is very, very dangerous. If your process was no good and you made money that day, I actually saw someone get fired on the trading floor. They made $5,000 that day. They looked and said, "How'd you make $5,000?" They said, "Oh, you made it that way, going long outright, you're fired." And they closed their account. This is at the prop space 15, 20 years ago, not here. It's process.
It was a cold place back then, a very cold place.
Yo, how'd you make it 5 Gs? Oh, you're naked. You went outright naked into a number. All right, you're fired. Anyways, all right. With that being said, we got more coming up. We got James D joining us with Hoag and Jay. Dakota, Doom, thank you so much, man. This Trump and Zelensky thing, you can feel the tension. You can feel it coming. Markets are going to start popping out of this thing. With that being said, you got Slow Markets coach Dakota later on tonight. TopStep TV, let's go. Big meeting coming up at noon central. Come on.
One of my next favorite features of the new TopStep dashboard is the Reset Rebill extension. When a trader purchases a reset of a trading combine during their active billing cycle, they're no longer stuck with the original purchasing date. They now get 30 fresh days to trade and to work towards getting to that express funded account, removing some of that pressure of time.
All right, welcome back to TopStep TV and Trade with TopStep. I'm Coach Jay. That's Hoag on the other side over there, and we have our favorite Canadian in the middle, James D. The Costa Rica hat, Pura Vida hat. I like that hat, man. I like that hat. James, how you feeling this morning?
Good. I have some interesting stuff that I was hoping to go through with you guys today, but honestly, woke up today, sun is shining. I'm good.
Good to hear. Good to hear. Hoag, we saw you on the opening call. We saw you on Fast Markets. Hoag running the marathon right now. Hoag, I know you were in an S&P trade recently. We got out of that trade. How are you looking at the markets? And I know we're going to talk more about James's trading here, but anything you're seeing in the markets right now, Hoag?
Well, I mean, the equities are still just kind of dragging the bottoms of the session here, regular trading hour session. They keep moving point of control lower over time, which to me makes me nervous if I'm long, but we do have that failed downside auction that still offers the opportunity to limit risk. James was just saying he kind of likes the shorts here, and I don't disagree with him. We've got VWAP tilted to the downside. We're not able to really hold price above the halfway mark in these ranges, but the power of the failed downside auction, you never know when that's going to come rear its ugly head. So yeah, the house is currently flat. Just kind of ended it at the last session just to kind of come into this session fresh and get to know James a little better. I haven't had the opportunity that much to hang out with James. I know he's a very nice person, a very honest person, and a very good trader. And just looking forward to seeing what's going on with James. Still kind of, I mean, we haven't gone anywhere. Even in those longs, we're just kind of hanging right where our entry was. I don't feel bad about taking that trade out. Gold is continuing to push to the downside as we speak. Starting to get pretty close to that 33.72 area that we might take a look at, Jay. But just chilling, man.
Just chilling. So let's get it to talk to James. James is going to be on with us 3 days this week. He's been trading with TopStep for about a year and a half. He's taken some payouts, trading with TopStep since October 2023. Currently trading in a combine. James, you were saying you're in a short right now. You took some trades. You were in an XFA a little bit earlier. May have lost those XFAs. Talk to us a little bit. What's going on with your trading? What's going well? What do you think you could work on in the meantime as well?
Great questions, and I'm probably going to start rambling, so feel free to just cut me off at any point.
Oh yeah.
So I noticed about, I want to say 2 or 3 months ago, I started my own personal brokerage account. It's not futures. I really just trade stocks in there. And that went exceedingly well. I made something like 5 figures in the first month of opening that. And I was like, wow, that's amazing. And then obviously I've actually been trading futures for longer, at least continuously. I had stock accounts in the past, but I kind of closed them down a while ago and only recently reopened it. And so I started asking myself, I was like, how is it going so well in my personal account, but I seem to be struggling so much with the props and with the futures? And honestly, 2 things come to mind. One is the leverage. Futures offer more leverage than pretty much any other product that I can imagine, right? Options have a lot too, but you can do a lot with options that you just can't do with futures. And that was one big sort of realization, which was I do leverage a lot more in the futures, and sometimes that's harder to manage, especially with less drawdown in your account to start with. And so those XFAs that I blew this morning, I started just kind of, when I would pass the XFA, I'd give myself 1 day to sort of build up a buffer. And on 2 of them, I had over $1,000 on the first day. And then on the third one, I had over $3,000 in the first day. And I was like,
okay,
holy, that's a great way to start, right? No trailing drawdown anymore. I can give myself a little bit more room to work with. And I'd say generally, I don't disagree with that still, but what I failed to do and what I've always struggled with is just those little slips. Like it can be 1 minute, it can be one trade where you broke your rule, you didn't follow your plan, and that just opens the door to a spiral, right?
Yep.
And so what I've been trying to do is be a lot more diligent with the lockout features. I found that once you move that for the first time in that day, you're basically done. You know, if you haven't locked it out, you're not going to. And so I always say, like, I'm sure everyone's felt this way. You have these moments of clarity. They might not be during market hours, but they come and they go. And in those moments, you have a plan that feels great. You're like, I can follow this plan. I can do this. This is going to work for me. And then something comes up. Either market doesn't do what you think, something in your life pops up. That happened to me recently. And you haven't prepared yourself adequately, right? So I think the first thing that I'm going to be more diligent about is locking out that account at 5:40 p.m. Eastern Standard Time when, you know, the calendar day resets for the futures market. That way, in that moment of clarity, you're sort of protecting yourself to trade another day.
Yeah, I think that's a great start. Like you said, you know, it's easy to have a plan. Everyone knows the quote. Everyone has a plan until they get punched in the face, right? Things are going to happen. But if you make those decisions, those risk management decisions before you're like under that pressure, it's a lot easier to just accept it, right? If I set a daily lockout before the market's even open, I don't even have a choice to access that account again, right? And you know, we have the fight or flight response sometimes, right? When things aren't going well, we want to try to force it, and especially in the markets where we don't really have control. The best thing we can control is that downside. Hoag, talk to us a little bit about that from your experience, right? Just knowing when to cut it off, maybe having someone, you know, when you traded before, Hoag, someone tap on your shoulder and say, hey, you know what? It's time to step away. We kind of have to be our own risk managers in that sense with TopStep accounts, and the platform allows us, you know, and provides us the features to do that. But talk to us a little bit about that, Hoag. Like when you know you need to cut yourself off, or how to approach that.
And those risk settings on TopStep X are definitely a godsend.
Yeah.
Especially for, you know, somebody who already knows that they're off center, they're on tilt. And what's your plan going to be then? Is your plan going to be, you're going to be strong enough just to walk away and get rid of that venom that you've now created? Maybe it's a mistake that you took a trade that's outside your plan. Maybe it's 3 trades that are in your plan that just didn't work out that way, but you start to get that feeling like, all right, now I'm pissed. Now I'm on tilt. Now I'm off center. I'm going to start making decisions that are probably less about doing what's in my best interest and more about what's getting back at the market or just getting the money back that I lost. And that is a hard thing to walk away from. I think a lot of people say it, that the most difficult time to walk away from trading is when you're down just a little bit, because you always have this thought like, I've got to get that money back. And most of us, and I'm sure you guys would probably agree, that's just a bad thing and a bad way to look at it. So,
for sure,
you know, in 30 years plus of trading without having those risk parameters that I'm able to set ahead of time, like James said, I've had to be very diligent. And, you know, if I have 3 losing trades when I'm actively trading, that I know is one of my triggers. If I have 3 losing trades, then I have to walk away. I've gotten very good at it because, I mean, how many times are you going to put your hand on the hot stove before you decide it's a bad idea? So it took time to kind of be able to do that, just to be able to walk away after 3 losing trades and say, okay, it wasn't my day, or I need to go reset, get recentered, let go of any venom that's in the veins. That's kind of what I call being on tilt, is having venom in your veins, because you're sick basically when you are that tilted. You are sick, and that's that venom in the veins. So you know, James, I love the idea of saying, okay, right when this thing starts, I am going to set my daily loss limit for the day, and I'm going to keep it that way for 24 hours so that I know that if I get to that point, then I'm done for the day and there's nothing I can do about it. And, you know, I think it's something that traders will see over time when they start doing that, that their performance over time will probably improve because they're not hitting those daily loss limits. They're not hitting resets all the time. They're just not letting themselves get to that point where they're so full of venom that they're just gonna, well, you know what, screw it, I'm just gonna go max position, and if I make it, I make it. If I don't, I'll just reset. It's such a bad thing to do because the one time that you max your position size out and it pays you, you're gonna think that that's the right thing to do because you actually got paid for it. Those things that you take out of your strategy that pay you are the most damaging things because they start to create habits, and the lockouts on TopStep X are going to help keep you from creating those bad habits. Just that one time when you pull something out in a big way, you're going to say, oh, I'm a genius. I've got this now. This was a great move, even though it's not part of your strategy. And you're going to do it again, and you're going to do it again. And eventually it will pay you. I mean, excuse me, it will cost you, and it will cost you a lot. So James, hats off to you for like setting those parameters before you even sit down. Maybe you don't even sit down until the morning, but those parameters are set for you.
James, I see you're in a trade right now. You're long, you were short, long, kind of trading back and forth right now, just in this range. You said, so, you know, your personal account trading stocks and things like that are going really well. Do you apply the same technical approach here with futures trading, or is it completely different? Are you day trading stocks or more swing trading? What is the approach there that's working really well? You're day trading stocks as well. Okay.
Yes. So the only thing that I can really think of that is different is the balance in my account, my personal account, is much larger. And trading stocks, it would honestly be impossible to lose that total amount of money in any single day.
Okay.
Right? The worst day is essentially capped by the largest possible move in, NQ in any given day, right?
Yeah.
Which
Okay.
we've had some pretty crazy days lately, but even then it's like I trade a leveraged QQQ ETF, so TQQQ. And so that's going to be 3x the NASDAQ. And so on the largest day, we're talking about maybe 15%. So if I was the most wrong I could possibly be on the biggest day, I'm looking at a loss of maybe 15%.
Okay. Okay.
And so which is in line with
going.
this whole concept of trade for another day. And honestly, I know this is going to sound ridiculous, but trading, generally speaking, isn't hard. The hard part is eliminating the bad stuff in that small portion that's going to ruin you, right? If you can trade to live another day, as Hoag was saying, statistically speaking, you'll have good days. It's, can you manage the bad days? And in the personal account, I guess by design, the way that I trade it, I'm not going to blow that up. And so I'm always going to live to trade another day there. And so I'm trying to take that and apply that to future best that I can.
Tell us about the trade that you're in right now. Looks like it's IB low.
A little bit, yeah.
Reversal.
So here, let's jump into that. I was initially, if we mark these out, that's going to be your IB high up at 23,824. And on the low, we have 23,734. Typically, when IB will break in either direction, you'll get a reasonable extension. I think the average is something like 40 points, right? When I was originally in that short, what we got was the break of IB low, and then on this candle here, we got a 5-minute 3-bar reversal. And I was sort of looking at this gap here. This was buyers between 23,763 and 23,755. There was buyers in here. And when we pushed down here, we put those buyers in a tough spot. And I thought, considering the sort of break of the larger uptrend that we had last week and that big red day to close the week, I was like, okay, I think it's very reasonable that we get some continuation and potentially take out that low. So that was the original trade idea there. That sort of was invalidated when we failed to hold below IB low. And so, Hoag, correct me if I'm wrong, but you would judge a failed IB breakout using the 30-minute chart?
I would, yes. Yes.
Yeah. So we did have the 1030 candle that failed to close below. We had another candle that came close but also failed to close below. And now, using that same concept, we have sellers here from the 1125 candle that tried to push price lower. They tried to get through IB and probably target this low and potentially even lower. They failed as well. And then, using Coach Dakota's 3-bar reversal, you got a 3-bar reversal right off of IB low
Right there.
and back through this area of sellers. And so that's kind of what I'm looking at now.
Good looking trade so far. We got James long from 23,754, 2 lot in the NASDAQ, currently trading 23,768. All right, let's throw it. We got Coach Dakota saying hey in the chat, James. He liked that 3-bar reversal. Let's throw it over to Gabe really quick. We'll do a little on this day, and then we'll come back. We'll talk to James more about this trade and a little bit more about his journey. What do we got, Gabe?
All right, let's do it. We're throwing it back to August 18th, 1926. Obviously, if you look at the picture in front of you, this is not from 1926. This is a screenshot of a scene from Anchorman, which is one of my favorite movies. And Steve Carell's scene with the green screen and losing his legs is absolutely hysterical. But taking it back to 1926, we got a weather map that was first broadcast on TV August 18th, 1926 by Charles Francis Jenkins. But there were no fancy graphics, no on-screen forecaster, and only one intended recipient, which was the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration in Washington, D.C. The broadcast was an experimental demonstration using a radio fax, which was an analog mode for transmitting grayscale images via radio waves. It was an early form of image transmission and a predecessor to modern fax machines. So taking a trip back to 1926 to the first weather map that was broadcasted on TV. Back to you guys.
Awesome stuff. Thank you for that, Gabe. Wonder who would be our TopStep weatherman or weatherwoman if we decided to start broadcasting the weather. We're already competing with CNN and CNBC. Weather Channel, we're watching you. James, we got a good trade going on here. Tagging overnight VWAP. Is that overnight VWAP in the NASDAQ up there? 23,779. What's your target on this? How do you manage the trade from here? You got about 30 points in the profit. How do you manage this?
Yeah. So I guess the bigger picture here, and this is something that I struggle with a lot. I get very caught up in the smaller time frames sometimes.
Okay.
And I have to constantly remind myself, look at the bigger picture. And so there is something interesting happening on the weekly chart here, which is, so let me see if I can take this stuff off. Yeah. So that was last week. Weird kind of candle, right? We had a big run up. We actually had a 3-bar reversal on the weekly. That was then, not technically rejected. I mean, I would call that a rejection. We didn't technically close above it and get a inverse 3-bar reversals. But what we have here is we're hovering right around the high from 2 weeks ago. So this bullish sort of reversal. And my thought would be, as long as we can stay above last week's high, we're gonna get some more upside momentum here. And so that's kind of what I'm looking at. And we've been rejecting this 23,767 level sort of throughout the day.
Okay.
You're talking about 2 weeks ago's high.
Yes, correct.
Yeah. Okay.
And it I think that plays into this idea of a failed downside auction today. And so to answer your question, my target, what I'm going to be looking at is potentially a break of IB high if we get up there.
Which is up at 23,824. Go ahead, Hoag.
That would be a reasonable and probable potential profit target for this. IB high from today. Great job. And another great explanation of how looking at longer time frame charts, I mean, that was a weekly chart, and James is using that information in a day time frame trade. You're not looking at the longer time frames. You're missing part of the picture. It's all about the context, folks. Nice job, James.
I was waiting for that word, context. Context. Quick look in at the markets. S&P trading 64, 68 evens, 56% long tilt there. We got the NASDAQ, which James is long, trading 23,776, 65% long tilt there. Gold trading 33.77s. Hogue, we're getting down to that price that we might look to potentially take a long, 53% short there. And crude oil with a 63% long tilt, trading 62.26. Chat, if you guys are in any trades, let us know. You guys are looking at anything, but we got James here. Are you, James, watching your screen there, you're looking like you're potentially adding to this trade. Is that correct?
That is my plan. So I'm a little concerned as we are right around tops. So the white one you can see is anchored to the New York Open, and then the blue is the overnight. Okay, I just got filled there. We did just shoot down. Let's see if we can hold it, but there's a chance. I want to see us kind of go through both VWAPs and then hold those as sort of a support, because obviously we are in a shorter term downtrend, and this would be a great entry for short sellers. We sort of broke down, we came back up, we're touching VWAP, and there's a possible extension lower from here. But regarding what I said earlier about the higher time frame, I think there's a lot of bulls in this market still, and that will just be fuel on the fire to the upside if we get shorts, but they're not able to actually take price any lower, which they weren't down here. So we'll see.
Got to get through value high 786, which is looks like pretty close to that VWAP above, right?
Yeah. So we'll mark that out on the chart here. So that's value area high.
Value area high. And that could be, with multiples on, that could be a first exit.
I like that, actually. I might take a few off there.
In micros?
These are minis, which I wanted to talk a little bit about that as well, right? We were talking about, holding onto accounts. James, I've seen you on the show before. We've been on a couple of times as well together, and your reads go really well. One of the things you did say was, it's easier to lose a TopStep account in a day, right? Or things like that. Have you considered trading the minis with the micros with your exact same process, just trading the micros to give yourself more runway in these accounts? Just kind of getting go ahead.
Funny enough, I do, I almost exclusively trade micros. I'm just trying out the 150K for the first time. And so I switched to minis for this account only. But I do have, if we want to look at the aftermath here, I do have another half past 50K combine that I passed earlier today. But these are, I was only trading M&Q in these XFAs.
Gotcha. Okay.
So it was just with the extra drawdown that I decided to switch to NQ today. Those.
Gotcha. Makes sense. And with that extra drawdown, those micros go a lot further. But I like what you said there, right? You're normally trading them, but first time you're trading with the bigger size, so just taking the attempt there. Hogue, did you have a? Go ahead, James.
I was just gonna say this is slightly controversial as well, and I have flip-flopped about this a lot in the past. And I have a lot of respect for you guys when you say trade your combine the way you will trade the account. And generally speaking, I do agree with that. However, and the banked reset is a huge advantage to that strategy as well.
Yes.
But the way I look at it, and having passed, I'd say probably hundreds of combines at this point, I want to reduce the time where I can't make money, and I'm willing to pay a little bit extra to be moved into the funded environment quicker. So if that means that I'm going to fail 1 out of every 2 combines, but get there in the 2 days, that's money that honestly I'm willing to pay for, because it means you're eligible for that payout that much sooner. Payouts is another interesting topic, actually, and I have some, I wouldn't call them regrets, but one, maybe even two of these XFAs were eligible for a payout, and I decided not to take it, which maybe this is just hindsight, but
Let's
really
get
wish
back to that point, James, real quick. We're going to talk about that because Anne-Marie and I were actually talking about this during the market kickoff yesterday. But Hoag, you wanted to comment on James's last point about, getting into the funded environment faster. And then we'll transition to payouts from here, because this is a conversation that comes up, James, not with just you, just with a ton of traders. But Hoag, speak to that initial point first, getting back to the funded account.
Well, yeah, no, I get it. You want to get back to an account that you can make money on. But do you feel like that doing that is taking you away from the things that are going to make you a better trader over a period of time? I mean, there's a lot of people that I've worked with in the past, and they're in the trading combine, and they're, $200 from their max drawdown, and they say, I'm just going to reset it. And I'd say, no, size down and dig your way out of this hole, because it will make you a better trader for it. They could have, they could easily have just reset and, maybe gotten funded in 2 days, whatever it is. But they've always felt as though in doing so that they learn something about themselves, learn something about the markets, that they're able to do something like that. And they feel like it's made them better traders. You've been at this a while, James. You're free to do things how you like. But would you recommend for somebody who's new to do that? Or would you recommend that somebody work their way through the trading combine trying to become a better trader?
I would agree with you. If you're just learning this and you're sort of refining your strategy a little bit and you're getting a feel for stuff, maybe you haven't been funded before, or you get funded and you're blowing those accounts because you haven't wrapped your mental around that different environment yet, it's not worth that money to be just like constantly running through combines. And I actually appreciate what you guys being TopStep, limiting the combine purchases. Even if it's, I know you can still reset the accounts, but even if it's a bit of a wake up call to say like, hey, you just bought 10 combines in a day or something, you need to take a break and slow down. So no, I wouldn't say for everyone that would be a good approach, but if you're confident in your strategy, and for example, if say in your regular position sizing where you're like, if your drawdown is 2,000 and you're like, I'm going to size for $200 loss per trade, and it's going to take me 10 to 15 trades to pass this if they're all winners, that's fine. And you can go about that and sort of adjusting or dynamically sizing your risk as you make or lose money. You can do that. It's a lot of effort. Honestly, it's a lot of effort for relatively little reward, because the only thing that you benefit there is a funded account. You don't actually benefit financially. You benefit with an opportunity to make money. And so I'd say reserve that fight, that like extra effort that you would be spending on the combine, and use that in your funded account. The question then becomes, are you doing it so much where you're actually building bad habits that you're then bringing into your funded account?
That's the question.
And I think that's
right?
the right. Yeah.
Great question.
Yeah.
Great question.
Yeah.
Back to the point of having funded accounts that were eligible for payouts. I've been there before. I had lost an XFA this year actually that had a $12,000 balance in it, built up over time, and I traded aggressively. And I'm saying this even as a coach, right? I've done that as well, but I had a target, right? There was a number in my mind, and I'm just like, I don't necessarily need this payout. I trade a personal account where I can take withdrawals from there if I need it, but I want this TopStep account to get to a certain point. James, what was that number in your head? Because it's usually a number for most traders.
Good question.
It wasn't actually a number. It was two things.
Okay.
One, I really wanted to get out and get on the leaderboard.
So
that's sort of always
it's a number, but it's a moving number. It's a moving target. It's a moving target. Okay.
That's fair. And it's not even, I wouldn't say, obviously there is like a flex around that. It would be awesome to just be able to say like, yo, I'm on the TopStep 25 leaderboard or whatever. But more than that, it's to be in conversation with guys and the risk management team, and having those conversations I think is going to be incredibly beneficial. And so it's like, if I can figure out how to get there, then I don't know, it's one of those things that I'm thinking about again, because the objective here is to make money, right?
Right.
Pure and simple. At least for me, that's my primary goal. Is trading is to make money. It looks like we might actually be rejecting VWAP here. Curious how this is going to.
Seeing some selling coming in here a little bit in the markets.
Not loving that, actually.
S&P just had a little burst of selling here. 64.66. Taking a look at the headlines, not seeing anything yet. Actually, just 7 minutes ago, we had the Trump administration said it's taking a 10% stake in Intel. U.S. discusses converting Intel Chips Act grants into equity. All right, James, are you out of that trade there?
No, that actually wasn't my order being filled, I don't think. I don't think I had my audio things on, but I did scale out of 3 contracts.
Okay.
Just because I wasn't
With me.
this.
I had to look over here as well, Hoag, not me on my side. But James, back to that conversation we were having. I see some traders in the chat saying, thank you guys for having this conversation, because it's it's relatable. We've all been there, right? Whatever your goal is, whether it's the leaderboard or whether it's I've talked to traders. Coach Ray and I did a session with some traders that been with TopStep for a little while and maybe had accounts that were eligible for payouts but didn't take one. And one of the main things was there was a target in mind that I was trying to reach, and we're not taking the incremental steps along that journey to appreciate the work that we're doing. Right? It's just like, I had an account that had $8,000 balance in it, but I wanted 10 before I took a payout, and I was just like, okay, so we sacrifice 8 to make 2. Does the math make sense at that point? Or like in your case, like you said, the leaderboard. And I think sometimes what happens is when we put those targets in front of us, the target becomes the goal instead of good trading, right? And again, I've done it as well, right? And I think as soon as we start to do that, we saw it with Dakota and Barron going through this, combine challenge right now. And I think both of them are very conscious about having the goal of getting to a live account be a sub goal, right? The real goal is taking good trades and being able to pay yourself at the end of the day. And then if you get to that leaderboard or whatever it is on the back end of that, then, great. That's, that's icing on top. We are seeing equity sell a little bit here.
I think that's going to be the move that takes out the lows. It was that VWAP. Sellers took control at VWAP and got exactly what they wanted there.
Yes, they did.
Yeah,
I think if we can get just a little bit of buying action, maybe off of IB low here, I'll jump into a short targeting the lows of the day. But I want to see at least like some green on the 1 minute, just as like a short term buyers trying to catch this.
So in the spirit of that conversation you were just having, Jay, having a target like that can be one of the most detrimental things to your trading, because you're absolutely right. You change your focus from looking for good trades and making money to getting to that specific target. It's happened to me a bunch of times on a daily basis. My goal was $1,000. I'd be 2 ticks away from it. Even my clerk would say, "You're close enough. Let's go." I'd say, "Nah, let me just whip up these last two ticks and then we'll get out of here." And before you know it, I'm down money on the day and just miserable. So be careful with those kind of targets like that. And just remember, it's always about what is the next good trade, not is this a trade going to get me to my goal? What's the next good trade?
Is it from reminiscences of a stock operator, that story when he was talking about those guys in the pit and they're like, "Oh, I need to go buy a new coat, like market pay for it." You guys know what I'm talking about?
I think it is. Yeah.
The moral of the story is, if you think you can just pull money out of the market to buy whatever you want, you will be humbled. It might not happen right away, but it will happen eventually.
Yeah. Yeah, anytime I've come to the market with a monetary goal, it's like, oh, I'm going to make $5,000 today.
Yeah.
That usually doesn't happen, right? Because the market conditions have to present an opportunity for that. And if they don't, and sometimes they do, right? Sometimes they present pretty clean trades that fit my playbook, and I take the proper size, and you're able to make that money. But when it doesn't happen, but I'm anchoring myself to that goal, then you start to do things that try to force the goal, right? Instead of trading 3 minis, I'm trading 15 because I want to make that goal, and that's just not,
Right.
it's a tough approach where we're trying to force the markets to do something, and we take some over leverage. James, looks like you're short now, 23,741.
Yeah, we got that little bit of green action on the 1 minute here, and I'm gonna keep a tight stop on this, and I just want to see some continuation. Just sellers step right back in and push this towards the lows.
Got you. All right,
Kinda
let's
getting
Tough
it.
day today.
go ahead, Hogue.
Tough day today.
It is. It is.
I mean, if you
I don't think I've
were
taken a
trading
trade
for the
for 2
ranges,
hours.
you did good, but tough day.
Yeah, I have not taken a trade in a little bit. James, do you have any questions for us? You're going to be on here with us for the week. I think today, Wednesday, and Friday. Any questions for myself, for Hogue? Anything that you want to talk about? Anything you want to talk through? Let us know.
Yeah, I mean, okay, here's one actually, because this is something that I'm going through right now, which is something significant is happening in your personal life. Maybe not the best
Mhm.
thing. How do you approach the markets, generally speaking?
Yeah, got you. Hogue, you want to go first?
Yeah.
Want me to go?
Sure. Things are going to happen. Good things are going to happen. Bad things are going to happen. And to me, they've kind of been treated the same way as far as my decision making in trading. We never want bad things to happen. Unfortunately, they do, and they are going to change your mood. They're going to change your decision making process. Like, for example, in a personal kind of recollection of this, my dad died in 2013. Now, this was right at the beginning of TopStep. I'm an active trader, but I had seen traders that I knew well that had losses like this of a family member. Some of them even like with the loss of a dog, where they just can't operate. They just can't make good decisions. So, I was kind of lucky in the fact that I just said, okay, that's it for trading for a while. I've got to deal with this. I got to deal with this loss. And, how do you deal with a loss like that? Do you ever actually fully deal with a loss like that? But I just knew that from other people's experience, and I've learned a lot from other people's experience, you're better off holding off for a while, going through the stages of grief, helping those that you can help through it, and when you come back to trading, start trading very small, get your bearings back, and build yourself back up into being able to focus on what you need to focus on to trade. Because when there's something else going on in your life that is dividing your focus, it can be a very dangerous thing financially and mentally. What could be something bad happens outside of trading, and you exacerbate it by continuing trading and making things worse. You get into a spiral, and it's a very difficult spiral to get out of. So, my suggestion is, whenever anything is affecting you negatively that way, take that break, get your head wrapped around it, get your feet back on the ground, and come back in very small ways. And the other way too, if if I won the lottery and I all of a sudden had $100 million in the bank,
You're putting on
what
1,000
would be
lot.
what's that?
You'd put on 1,000 lot, obviously.
Right. I could lose that, no problem. I've seen it happen. So what's the first thing you do? Well, first thing, you don't tell anybody about it. You put it in you put it in a trust, and you wait 6 months before you do anything with it, because you're going to be crazy. You're going to be buying shit, and people are going to be wondering what the hell's going on, and everybody's going to be knocking on your door saying, hey, can I have some money? Can I have some money? Yeah, okay, let's just get this figured out, how we're going to do this, and we're going to help the ones that we want to help. But I can imagine, getting a windfall like that and then throwing it into the markets, and start throwing size around and losing, a big part of it. It seems like I hear all the time, lottery winners, 5 months after they win, are broke. You can't operate that way. You've got to keep your feet on the ground, and it's good or bad. It's making good trading decisions, solid decision making, always in your best interest. We have that emotional trading journal that above every trade, it says, is this in my best interest? Always in your best interest. And you know what? People might think you're selfish because you're doing things that are in your best interest, but think of all the good you can do for others by looking out for your best interest. So it's a very, very difficult thing to trade when there's that division in concentration and focus.
100%. Are you like Hoag and Jay? How would you define your typical trading strategy under the umbrella of discretionary or mechanical?
Jay?
My executions are discretionary. The setups are mechanical, right? So for me, what I've really been trying to focus on lately are volume exhaustion moves and trading from those, right? The execution of that setup, once it presents itself, is a little discretionary, right? I may scale in and out of a trade, but once I see a certain signature in the market, and if I had my quant hour charts shared, I could show you. The trade that I took today was a long off of some volume exhaustion, pretty much right at this level that we're at. So my trade starts from that point, right? And we do the opening call market analysis. Hoag and I are talking about levels, but once I get to a point where I'm clicking the button, I see a very specific volume signature that I'm looking for, and that has to be my trade. Um, from there, I get to decide, if I'm scaling in and out, how I'm going to manage the trade in general. But I know where I'm going to get stopped out. I know what my potential targets are, and then I'll take, moves along the way. I try to not be so mechanical because the markets are going to present different environments to us every day. So it really is okay. The market has presented this to you, and I coached basketball for a long time, James. The goal at the end of every basketball game is to win the game, right? So I would tell kids all the time, it's just like, hey, if you're going to go between the legs behind the back just because you feel like it, it's not a good enough reason, right? The circumstance has to make sense for it. And then discretionarily, if you feel that that move is right for the circumstance, then go ahead and use it, right? If I'm just putting on a trade just to put one on, I'm doing a spin move at half court where there's no defender on me, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
All right,
I always thought
so
that's why they called you Coach Jay.
oh yeah, that's exactly why. That's exactly why. But yeah, so discretionary execution, but the setup has to make sense.
Okay.
Yeah, I would have to kind of agree with that. Jay is, I know what I'm looking for. I know what context I'm looking for. I know how to read context. But the execution isn't necessarily all mechanical. Even Dalton says that over the years he's become much more intuitive in his trades. But the question for anybody that is trading with intuition at all is, how good are you at deciphering the difference between intuition and impulse? Impulse is that's your FOMO trades, that's your revenge trades, but it's also trades that you might try and get in early, or all of those things. And it's when it's when your mind seems to be yelling at you, and that's always a caveat for me. So I'm looking let's say at the beginning of the year in gold, I saw evidence of longer time frame buyers. At that moment, it was buy side only until further notice. So you look for the pullback, you buy it. If you keep going, you keep looking for the pullbacks, and you keep buying them, and you keep buying them, and you keep buying them. And at range days like today, well, I mean, we had a failed downside auction. That's a rather mechanical trade. All right, it's confirmed. Let's see if we can get good trade location. We had decent trade location. We just got out of the trade because of the end of the segment. Now things maybe have changed a little bit. We've taken that out. Now what do we do? Now, did you take a profit on that trade?
Moi.
Yeah, for you, James. You were short. Did you take a
I
profit
was
there?
short. I did take a profit just because I hate to say it, trading the DLL a little bit here, and I was afraid we were going to get exactly what we did, and then I took partial profits, but then I re-entered for the break of the low, which we're dancing around right now. I still think we are going to get down there, so I'm going to be looking to jump in another short at some point off of IB low.
James, I have to ask a question just because I think I've been kind of where you're at right now, and like you said, with the if there's personal stuff going on, you could just say yes or no question. Do you care about the results of this combine that you're trading right now?
Honestly, no.
Right. And I think, and that's an honest answer, right? That's an honest answer. And we've been there before as well. The fact that you can say no, honestly, right? Because if you said yes, I might question that, right? But the fact that you can say no, honestly, says something real, right? And, I see traders in the chat talking about it. And again, I'm asking this question because I've had that same response. There are times where I'm trading in an account and I can truly say, I don't give a shit what happens to this account. When we're there, James, and I think, to answer kind of your question, it's okay, since I'm at this point, what can I do now to step on the brakes a little bit? Maybe not today because you're here, you're at where you're at now. It almost kind of looks like it's just like, yeah, I'm either going to trade this account until it hits a daily profit target or the DLL, no in between. That's going to happen today, right? But going forward, it's what steps do I have to take to kind of get out of this mind frame? Because at least for me, I know that it wasn't a one-day thing, right? It was multiple days. It could be multiple weeks. I've taken 6 months off from trading when I felt that in the past because it's just like, okay, this is going to continue to cost me money. So in order for me to get out of this mind frame, what do I have to do? And it's nothing on the charts usually, right? For me, it's usually nothing on the charts. And what's really important, James, is that you answered that question no. Because if you didn't realize it, then you just think, oh yeah, I could just fix it by taking some more trades. At some point, that's going to show up again. So whether it's a personal thing, and unfortunately, life is life. So things are going to happen that are out of our control. But what we can control is, how much we spend while we're doing this, how much time we're going to spend in doing this. And I'd have to say, honestly, taking a 6-month break off from trading a couple years ago was amazing, right? Where it's just like, I don't even want to look at the charts. I don't really care what's happening.
Right.
And then I can always come back to it because, again, the markets are always going to be here. If they're not, we got way bigger problems.
Right. I actually did. And for anybody out there that's listening to this and maybe going through something, or you're just struggling a lot, maybe you spent more than you wanted to on combines, it can feel like the most challenging thing because trading is one of those things where once you're in it and you're like, okay, there's an opportunity here, everything in your life will just be like, it'll seem less important. But taking the break when you're feeling like nothing else in your life is as important, I can almost guarantee you're being biased, right? Life is way more than trading. And it's just so easy to get wrapped up in everything and go, if I figure this out, my whole life is going to change. This is freedom in front of me on the screen right now. And you can get really wrapped up in that mindset. And something that actually was really eye-opening to me, I also took a break about, I want to say 8 months ago or something like that.
Okay.
But I also went on vacation about 2 weeks ago. And I did continue to trade. The weird thing was, I was on vacation for a week. I had 5 green days in a row where almost every day except for one had 0 realized drawdown. So I started, first trade was a win, and then the rest of the day would just continue to get more green. And then the week I got back, it was the exact opposite. Every day was red, and every day went from slightly red to even more red, -1, where I was actually in the green and then managed to turn it into a red day.
Stay on vacation, dude.
Yeah, my whole life should be a vacation.
Turn life into a vacation, right?
Really, that really was wake up call is maybe the wrong word, but it was a realization that for me at least, because it's hybrid as well, discretionary. I'll have a few setups where it's like, okay, here's a trigger to enter a trade, and then I'll take some discretion on how to get in. So much of it is mental. It's actually all mental for me, and if your head's in the wrong place, or to your point, you have a goal of making X amount of dollars, you're approaching it with the wrong mindset. And I think that was what I did all of last week. And then it all just kind of culminated this morning in someone even commented, I posted my calendar from the TopStep X dashboard and it showed like all green and then all red. And somebody goes, like, kudos. I would have blown way longer. Like, almost like congratulations for having 5 red days in a row and not blowing up your account. And I hadn't even thought about it until I read that comment. And then I guess maybe
Keeping
part
the
of that
account
was
alive.
in my head this morning. And I was like, I don't know if I can have another red day. Because I woke up to, it was a 1 MNQ trade that I had placed a limit order before I went to bed. I woke up and it was down, it had lost $100. Trade was already closed, right? So I woke up to a $100 loss and it all just went downhill. I was like, I woke up and saw that and basically put a trade on immediately, which is obviously not what you should be doing. And then it was just from there. After that second trade, moved the DLL, and I almost knew in my head, I was like, okay.
Are you going to take tomorrow off?
I probably should. Knowing I'll be back on Wednesday, I might take a break tomorrow and not trade.
Why not?
I think that's probably.
Yeah, why not? We could come on. You're gonna be on air with us all week. We can still talk through trading. Dakota and I talk about this all the time, right? Part of trading is not doing anything, right? Just like hanging out and waiting for opportunities to present themselves. Him and I do it on Soul Markets all the time, right? Where we're just sitting there and we're like, hey, we don't see a great setup, or maybe I'm not in the right mindset to execute on a great setup. So we'll just sit there, talk, and then something clear shows up. So yeah, come hang out with us on Wednesday. James will be back all week. We are kind of running tight on time here, but James is going to be back on Wednesday, and then Friday we'll continue this conversation. I see a lot of people in the chat saying, thanks for the honesty, thanks for just having such a candid conversation, and it needs to happen, right? Are we always going to show traders that are just winning trades all the time? We could. We'd have to sift through a lot and only find people who are going to win every day. But that's just not the reality, right? So having these conversations, I think, is extremely important. And James, shout out to you for being open to having the conversation on air while we're trading, because this is the reality of this. You got anything you want to say before we go for the day? We are going to have Hoag doing the morning recap, and then D with one of her chameleonaires, Joseph, joining JD for Lunchbox Trading. We'll be broadcasting Trump and Zelensky. But James, you got anything you want to say before we go?
You hit the nail on the head, man. Patience is everything. And for anybody out there that if you think you have like ADD or ADHD or something and you want to make it in trading, you're going to have to really wrap your head around sitting on your hands and waiting, because the most destructive thing is going to be yourself and your boredom and just sitting there and not doing anything. Get a book, put it next to, sit there and get ready to just wait for a long time. And that's something that even I struggle with and need to be way better at. So.
Awesome stuff. Thank you for that, James. Hoag, I think you're on mute, but you said something very heartfelt there, I'm sure.
I said, yes, thank you, James.
Awesome stuff. Well, we will be back. We got Hoag coming in for the morning recap, and then Coach D, Joseph, and JD for Lunchbox Trading. This is TopStep TV. Let's go.
All right, traders, it is time for a really quick morning recap. Going to start with the gold trade we took this morning. You guys always help us and vote in our opening range time frame. Opening range broke us along 5 micro gold, 33.93.80. Just one little bit of a look up there, and we ended up getting stopped out at 33.90.80 for a loss of 178 bucks. Still looking for this market to continue to rotate, maybe somewhere down near this trend line for a potential opportunity. We are looking at crude oil now, and we did have a pretty decent opportunity for this short in crude oil. So the market opened, as always, looking at a little bit of context here. The market opened spanning value from Friday's session. Now, what are we looking at? Well, we took the opening range. 5-minute bar was the high of the opening, was the high of the session. So far, we got short 5 MCL 33.93.80. We were looking for some sort of a continuation, some sort of a move. I was kind of liking the 61.20s down here for a partial exit. We talked a little bit about looking for a 2-to-1, maybe 2-to-1 on our reward over risk on a couple of them. We decided instead to move our stop to where? Well, we just started looking at this swing high here as a possible area where the market might hold, and it did hold there for a little bit, but it eventually did come out and take out our stop, which we had moved from 62.22 down to 61.92. Kept us a little bit in profit. This is not right. This is the crude oil. I got the wrong number here. We were short 61.97. We got stopped out 61.92 again. Very small profit. Now, just going to take a quick look through the equities here. We got the opening range was initially the dead ass high in the equities, S&P and the NASDAQ, but it's really fallen extremely range bound. Again, we're just looking at the 30-minute chart here. We've looked into value. We did not reaccept value we've looked below the initial balance low a couple of times, just very, very kind of range bound. These markets are seeking new information. And to take a look at the NASDAQ, we had Doom and we had Dakota on for the open for the fast market session. They took a few trades. They took a lot of trades. I have not had the opportunity to go through them and put them on the charts. But again, just through looking at context, the market opened basically the low of value, traded almost through the value high here. A little bit of a different story here in the S&Ps and the NASDAQ. Took out the IB low, found a value, found a failed downside auction. We keep pushing down at those lows. We keep pushing the point of control lower and lower, indicating sellers are likely in control, and we're seeing that as well in the overnight VWAP. Overnight VWAP, kind of finding areas, keeping sellers in control here. Let's do a quick quotable quote, and we'll get moving on. All right. So I like these quotable quotes. I hope you do too. There's one from Aristotle. Knowing what is right does not mean much unless you do what is right. Boy, it really means a lot to traders. You can be right the markets, but unless you do it, you're not going to profit from it. All about execution, folks. That's it for the morning recap. We've got Lunchbox Trading coming up. We got JD, we got Coach Deanna, and one of Coach Deanna's team members is Joseph A., the Chameleonaires. Folks, this is TopStep TV. Lots more to do, lots more to see. Stick around. Let's go. And an even quarter bid, half bid, the orders bid, even bid. Now I'm a seller. Quarter, half, the orders, and evens.
2. Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome back to TopStep TV. It's time for lunchbox trading. I'm looking at the stream right now. I see people saying the video is down, the stream is dead, but I see everything working. Dee, do you have any issues with the stream on your end?
Yeah, unfortunately, the YouTube stream is buffering on my side.
Okay.
Over here across the
We'll
pond.
get to the bottom of it. I also have the YouTube stream up, and seems to be okay. Everyone says it's working. We got some good comments in the chat here. Oh, here we go. We've got a member of Coach D's Chameleonaires coming in to join us. A member of Coach D's VIP team, Joseph A, joining us. Hello, Joseph. Good afternoon. How are you? Welcome to TopStep TV. How you doing today?
Hi, John. Hi, everyone. Great to be here. Yeah, really excited for this segment. Thanks for inviting me.
Oh, for sure, for sure. Wonderful to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Coach D, how are you feeling today?
Yes.
It's been, I haven't seen you in a couple of weeks. How's it going?
I know. Yeah, it's going okay. We had a little family gathering over the weekend, so I'm still kind of recovering from that, but otherwise, pretty good. How are you? How are you, JD?
These things happen. Very good, very good. Thank you. Just a quick note, we do see some headlines coming across the screen right now. We are ready to pipe in some video, some live video from the White House once things start heating up. So we'll be keeping an eye on that, and once we see something worth sharing, we will start bringing that that meeting between President Trump and President Zelensky in. Until then, though, we've got some VIP to talk about. All right, Joseph. First question we always ask a new guest on TopStep TV is, how did you find TopStep? How did TopStep find you? What is your background in trading? How long have you been trading? How did you end up here today? Tell us everything.
Wow. Okay. So first of all, how did I find TopStep? It was actually through a friend, a trader friend who hadn't been in touch with for a while, going back quite a few years. And I had actually helped him with kind of pushing him in the right direction to help with his portfolio design. So I come from an economics and fundamental analysis background first, and then technical afterwards. And so I pointed him in the direction of some guys I recommended, particularly during COVID, when it was a difficult time for a lot of people to understand what to do with their money. And years later, he came back to me and said, "Oh, the advice I gave him was like really helpful, and it kind of changed his life, which was like amazing." I didn't know really what he'd been doing. But then he started saying he'd been down the rabbit hole of intraday trading, and he joined a prop firm called TopStep. And I said I was looking for, so well, that's really interesting. I'm intrigued to hear more. So he told me more about the futures trading that is offered on TopStep, and I thought about, okay, this would be really interesting. How to incorporate some low time frame analysis onto my high time frame, big picture, top down analysis that I kind of am more used to. So that's how I discovered it. Was on recommendation, effectively, but kind of lucky how it happened. So that's
cool.
That's that bit. And as I mentioned earlier, my background is economics. I had an economics degree. I studied economics at A level in the UK, and then I went and did some additional training, formal training, with some well-known macro investors. Institute of Trading Portfolio Management was one of them. Then they pointed me to a guy called Raoul Powell, who ran a company called Real Vision. Again, another well-known macro investor. So I went down that rabbit hole. So I kept adding to my arsenal of stuff on the fundamental side. And then on the technicals, I sort of started with Fibonacci's, going way back before there was even an available indicator on trading or anything like that. I used to hand calculate all my fibs and fib confluences. Got reams and reams of papers to kind of prove the work that went into that. And yeah, so I just have added, a technical analysis arsenal to my fundamental analysis.
Very cool, very cool.
Where I am today,
I'm
where
curious,
I'm trying to incorporate some of the low time frame techniques with the high time frame stuff.
Exactly. I'm curious how that is, how that's going. If you've been around for a while, you've been training. Sometimes fundamental indicators take a very, very long time to start playing out. Days, weeks, months. Integrating fundamental analysis into your technical analysis and bringing it down to a shorter time frame. How are you finding that's working out? Is it how far ahead in the future are you
trading,
looking,
from a purely trading perspective? Yeah, from a purely trading perspective, it's a bit of a shift in my head. But like when I went from being a squash player to a tennis player, it's like it's still a racket sport. But I had to get a coach to like untrain and unlearn all the some of the things that I'd hung on to from my squash playing days, unlearn them, and then relearn like how to hit a ball properly in tennis compared to squash. But they're both racket sports.
Right.
That's sort of the analogy I kind of use. I'm sort of in that sort of area where I'm still figuring it out on the low time frame because my brain and Dee is actually talking to Dee was really interesting earlier because she's got the same kind of thing with regard to like looking for bigger ranges, which may not always deliver on the low time frame. I'm discovering certainly intraday they might deliver like outside of that day. So knowing kind of how far to really push your runners and when to just kind of like decide, okay, that's probably all I'm going to get today. There's not enough juice in the market for it to go to my tournaments. Little thing like things like that are still things I'm trying to figure out and balance that sort of, way I trade the style.
Very good, very good. Hey guys, just a heads up, we do have some headlines, some quotes coming out of this meeting between Trump and Zelensky. We have the live feed in there right now. Sodbuster, I see you in there. We got it up, don't worry. It's right there. We're waiting for some more headlines to come out. A couple of things to note. Trump says there's a possibility something could come out of the Russia talks. Another quote, if everything works out well, we'll have a trilateral meeting. Trump asked if Zelensky can end the war. I think that's true. We do have some volume coming in. If you guys don't mind, we'll listen to it for just a couple of minutes and see what kind of questions they're being asked. Turn the volume up just a little bit in the back, Cam.
Yeah, let's hear it.
Make a diplomatic way of finishing this war, and we are ready for trilateral, as President said. This is a good signal about trilateral. I think this is very good. Thank you.
Mr. President.
If the peace deal will be achieved, are you going to be willing to send American peacekeepers to Ukraine?
Well, we're going to work with Ukraine, we're going to work with everybody, and we're going to make sure that if there's peace, the peace is going to stay long-term. This is very long-term. We're not talking about a 2-year peace and then we end up in this mess again. We're going to make sure that everything's good. We'll work with Russia, we're going to work with Ukraine, and we're going to make sure it works. And I think if we can get to peace, it's going to work. I have no doubt about it.
Your team has talked about security guarantees. Could that involve U.S. troops? Would you roll that out in the future?
We'll let you know that maybe later today. We're meeting with 7 great leaders of great countries also, and we'll be talking about that. They'll all be involved, but there'll be a lot of help. When it comes to security, there's going to be a lot of help. It's going to be good. They are first line of defense because they're there. They're Europe. But we're going to help them out also. We'll be involved.
Mr. President, Vladimir Putin mentioned that the war will not end without addressing the root causes of this war. Have you had an understanding what are the root causes of this war?
Well, look, the war is going to end. When it ends, I can't tell you, but the war is going to end, and this gentleman wants it to end, and Vladimir Putin wants it to end. I think the whole world is tired of it, and we're going to get it ended. It was, I've done 6 wars. I've ended 6 wars, and I thought this maybe would be the easiest one, and it's not the easiest one. It's a tough one. A lot of reasons for it, and they'll be talking about it for a long time. But they'll be talking about the others. Look, India, Pakistan. We're talking about the big places. When you look at, you just take a look at some of these wars. You go to Africa and take a look at that. Rwanda and the Congo, Republic of the Congo. That's been going on for 31 years. And so we've done a total of 6, and we really have 6, not including the fact that we obliterated, and it turned out to be a total obliteration, the nuclear, as you said, the future nuclear capability of Iran. And this one, I think we're going to get solved also. I feel confident we're going to get it solved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can you tell us about your conversations with European leaders and what they need to see to support an end to the war?
Yeah, well, we're going to be meeting with a great representative group and 7 very powerful, very big countries, and great people, all friends of mine and friends of yours. And we're going to have some suggestions made. They want to see peace. They would like to see peace.
When did Russia?
You said last night. In the red.
President Trump, do you think it's fair to for Ukraine and for Russia to achieve a lasting and durable peace if Ukraine cedes its territories that Russia hasn't yet conquered? Do you think it's a fair peace for Ukraine?
We're going to have a lasting peace. Just to answer the first part of your question, we're going to have a lasting peace. I hope it's going to be immediately. I hope it doesn't have to go on. And I think people of the whole world is going to be very happy when that's announced.
Mr. President, you posted on social media, Mr. President, a very touching letter from the First Lady. And the letter was hand-delivered to President Putin. And it calls for an end to the war, essentially, because of the children and the children's future. Why did the First Lady feel that letter was necessary? Was it because she believes that Mr. Putin is the aggressor in the war? Is a similar letter being hand-delivered to President Zelensky?
So the First Lady felt very strongly. She's watched the same thing that you watch and that I watch. I see things that you don't get to see, and it's horrible. But when she's got a great love of children, she has a wonderful son that she loves, probably more than anybody, including me. I hate to say it, but she loves her son. She loves children, and she hates to see something like this happening. And that goes for other wars too. I mean, she sees the heartbreak, the parents, the funerals that you see on television. Always funerals. We want to see something other than funerals. No, she felt. It was a beautiful letter. It was very well received by him. And she did ask me to say, you know, she would love to see this end. She would love to see it end. And she says it very openly, very proudly, and with great sorrow because so many people have been killed.
Mr. President, last week,
Brian, go ahead, Brian.
Yes, sir. I've got a question for each of you.
Yes.
First of all, Mr. President Zelensky, you look fabulous in that suit.
I said the same thing.
Yeah, you look good.
I said the same thing.
Yeah, looks good on
I
you.
said the one that attacked you last time.
Yeah.
See, now I remember that.
Yeah, I apologize to you. You look wonderful. No, my first question for you, President Zelensky.
In the same suit. You see, I changed. You are not.
Maybe yours is much better than mine. Real quickly, upon peace, God willing we get peace, are you open to holding an election in your country?
Yes, of course. We are open for election, yes. We have to do safety circumstances, and a little bit we need to work in the parliament, because during the war you can't have elections, but we can do security. We need, maybe, how to say, we need a truth, yes, everywhere, in the battlefield, in the sky, in the sea, yeah, to make possible for people to do democratic, open, legal elections.
So you say during the war you can't have elections. So let me just say 3.5 years from now. So you mean if we happen to be in a war with somebody, no more elections? Oh, that's good. I wonder what the fake
news like this idea?
Yeah.
No.
Speaking of news, I got a question for you. This sounds insane for me even to ask this, but do you think the American media really doesn't even want a peace deal because they've seen they've been so critical of you every step of the way as you lead the charge for peace?
It's an amazing phenomenon. I said that if in the settlement you got Moscow, St. Petersburg, and thousands of miles around them, they would say, I made a bad deal. The level of hatred and animosity is incredible. Not with all. I mean, we have great people up here. We also have terrible people up there that I think are told what to say. But, you know, in solving all of these wars, they don't even write about it. You know, I saw major wars. I saw wars that have been going on for 31, 35, and 37, and a couple of quicker ones. One that was going to go into a full-blown deal very quickly. You know what the one I'm talking about, it was a big one. But they don't even write about that. No matter what I do, no matter what, and you know, this is not anything to do with you, it's probably to your advantage in a certain way, but no matter what I do, no matter what deal I make, from my standpoint, you'll come out good. Maybe President Putin will come out good, but they'll say Trump was absolutely horrible. It's just that, and I've lived with that for a long time. I've lived with it since just before the first election. I used to get great publicity. Now I get the worst publicity anyone's ever gotten in office, but I won in a landslide, so the people understand. They're the only ones that count, ultimately. But I've also had great reporters. I've had journalists that are very good. But it's very sad when you do the right thing. As an example, they said, because of the fact that Vladimir Putin came to American soil, this was a tremendous defeat for Donald Trump. No, it was really wonderful that he did it. It was a hard thing for him to do, to be honest with you. It was the opposite of what they said, but they said it. Now, if he didn't come, they'd say that was also bad for Trump. You know, there's no way. And there's just a great dishonesty of the press, and I think that's why it's lost its credibility. You know, its credibility is at an all-time low. We have a thing going on right now in D.C. We went from the most unsafe place anywhere to
Just a quick check-in on the markets. We have the ES rallying up now. Last traded price 64.7380. We're going to get back to this press conference in just a second. Just want to quote some prices real quick. Last trade in the NQ, 23. Get it right. 23,798. All right. Starting to see some movement.
in Washington, D.C. tonight. I said, would you have allowed that to happen a year ago? He said, no way, no way. He said, what you've done is incredible. And I think the people realize it. But the press says, he's a dictator, he's trying to take over. No, all I want is security for our people. But people that haven't gone out to dinner in Washington, D.C. in 2 years are going out to dinner. And the restaurants the last 2 days were busier than they've been in a long time.
Sir, I walked around yesterday with MTG. If you can walk around with DC with MTG and not be attacked, the city is safe.
Thank you, Mr. President. Last week you warned of what you called severe consequences if a 30-day ceasefire or any type of ceasefire were not agreed to by Russia. Will there be severe consequences? Does that change because of
I don't think you need a ceasefire. You know, if you look at the 6 deals that I settled this year, they were all at war. I didn't do any ceasefires. And I know that it might be good to have, but I can also understand strategically why, well, you know, one country or the other wouldn't want it. You have a ceasefire and they rebuild and rebuild and rebuild, and, you know, maybe they don't want that. But if you look at the 6 deals that we made peace and you know, long-term, long-running wars, I didn't do any ceasefires. Would I like the concept. You know, I like the concept of a ceasefire for one reason, because you'd stop killing people immediately, as opposed to in 2 weeks or 1 week or whatever it takes. But we can work a deal where we're working on a peace deal while they're fighting. They have to fight. I wish they could stop. I'd like them to stop. But strategically, that could be a disadvantage for one side or the other. But all of these deals I made without even the mention of the words ceasefire.
Are you President Zelensky, can you explain the decision to offer Ukraine Article 5-like security guarantees, but stop short of pushing for their full membership?
Yeah, well, we haven't done anything on that yet. If you look back and you go back long before President Putin, it was always a statement that they would never allow Ukraine into NATO. So that was a statement that was made, but we haven't discussed any of that yet. We're going to be discussing it today. But we will give them very good protection, very good security. That's part of it. And the people that are waiting for us, they are, I think they're very like-minded. They want to help out also.
Thank you, President. Thank you, President Trump.
Are you disappointed there's no ceasefire, Mr. President?
The United States has already given hundreds of billions of dollars to this war effort in Ukraine. At best, it is a stalemate, and the killing continues. So, President Trump, How much more is the United States willing to give Ukraine? And President Zelensky, how much more do you want?
Well, I'll start off just by saying we're not giving anything now. We're selling weapons. This is something before, I guess the number is well over $300 billion. That was under Joe Biden, a corrupt politician, not a smart man, never was. By the way, go back 40 years, he was not a smart man 40 years ago either, but now he's in particular bad. This was done by a corrupt administration that shouldn't have been in, and frankly, if the right results of the election were given, if I were president, this war would have never taken place, and he would have been very happy because he would have liked to have seen. I mean, they went through hell. He went through hell. This war would have never happened, and the people that were killed, a couple of million people, a lot of people with soldiers and everything else, and the people that have been displaced and forced into other areas and other countries because of what's happened, none of that would have happened. And I'm just saying that he was a horrible president, whether it was the borders or this. He was just a horrible, corrupt president.
Mr. President,
you want to
I can. Thanks so much. So first of all, we have possibility now to buy weapon from the United States. We are thankful for this program and this opportunity. We are thankful for Europe. They pay for this. And through NATO program, for example, Pearl and etc., we have some programs where we can have some money to finance this. And this is a part, I think, it's not a part for the war and to defend us. It also will be a part for security guarantees, to strengthen our army, to rearm Ukrainian army. This is very, very important. And it depends how much money we need to rearm. For example, the question of air defense, we spoke about it with President Trump, and I'm happy that we have now bilateral decisions and we work on it with production, American production. Nobody in Europe has so many air defense like Patriots, for example. We need it very much, and this is also about defending.
I think the good news, we make the best military equipment in the world by far. You mentioned the Patriots. How good are they?
Systems.
We have systems. They're literally 100% foolproof, and it's really like shooting two bullets. You know, two bullets hitting each other in the air in a space like this. The chance is 100%. It's 99 to 100%. So we sell the equipment to NATO. And NATO does what, I don't know what the arrangement is that you have with, but I know that they want you to have the equipment. And we're getting the best equipment in the world, but they pay us for the equipment. Under Biden, it was just crazy what was going on. I believe the number is over 300. I think it could be $350 billion worth of equipment and money and everything else. And we've made more progress in settling this war in the last 2 months than they made in 4 years. This should have been settled a long time ago, but it should have never happened. Yeah, please.
Real quickly, you pushed out on social media.
All right, Brian, go first.
You pushed out on social media about doing away with mail-in ballots and potentially electronic voting machines. Can you expand on that and how important
Well,
that is?
that's a very off-topic, just really quickly. Mail-in ballots are corrupt. Mail-in ballots, you can never have a real democracy with mail-in ballots. And we, as a Republican Party, are going to do everything possible that we get rid of mail-in ballots. We're going to start with an executive order that's being written right now by the best lawyers in the country to end mail-in ballots because they're corrupt. And you know that we're the only country in the world, I believe, I may be wrong, but just about the only country in the world that uses them because of what's happened. Massive fraud all over the place. The other thing we want change are the machines. For all of the money they spend, it's approximately 10 times more expensive than paper ballots. And paper ballots are very sophisticated with the watermark paper and everything else. We would get secure elections. We'd get much faster results. The machines, I mean, they say we're going to have the results in 2 weeks. With paper ballots, you have the results that night.
Yeah, we could get back into the markets for a minute while they're talking about election fraud or whatnot. Type that back in if something else pops up. But it seemed like the questions about Russia-Ukraine have died down.
Yeah.
I believe this press conference is only scheduled for about 20 minutes also. Not positive on that, but it should be wrapping up in a minute. All right, Dee, let's get to it.
Really
So
say
you
much.
handpicked.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they are going to start a meeting with some more European leaders in a few minutes. This is just a sort of an introduction kind of thing. There will be more to say later this afternoon. I have no doubt about that. Once that meeting concludes, the meeting should start at around 1:15. He's going to greet European leaders. Trump will greet European leaders at 1:15 Central Time, and then they will have a photo. The photo ops right after that. And 2:00 Central Time, the meeting with European leaders and President Zelensky will begin. So we got a couple hours, but this is just preliminary stuff. Nothing world changing at the moment, but that could change by the end of the day. So we will keep everybody updated on that. We'll be piping those as we get those live feeds coming in. We will be sharing them with everybody. All right, guys.
Yep.
Let's get into it. So, Deanna, you handpicked Joseph out of your team to join us here on TopStep TV. You guys known each other for a while. Have you coached Joseph in the past?
No, so we just met. We literally just met. But one thing that set Joe apart from the current traders that we have is that he has a very detailed way of looking at things. And it just caught my eye because anytime somebody presents their analysis to such a way that it looks very organized, I'm interested because I see some skill there. So we couldn't get Joe's charts up today, but Joe, if you want to just run us through, like, for example, what you're seeing on NQ, if you call out the prices, I can mark them on my chart so that we can kind of talk a little bit about your style of trading.
Sure. What's really
excellent? Yeah, let's do this.
What's really interesting is So I know I mentioned at the top of the show I was looking at shorts. The reason for that was to do with the fact that I think we're in second stage distribution of the move since the all-time high. So we've had an accumulation, a manipulation, and a distribution, and we had another accumulation, and then another sort of intraday manipulation, and this should be the second stage distribution, right? To the downside. But what was leading me in that direction was actually ES leading. And if you look down at approximately the price 64.58 on ES, and you go back to earlier this morning, there was a small fair value gap on M1 on ES that hadn't been filled, and that was a draw in terms of looking for shorts down to that small fair value gap on M1.
Just there?
Have you found it?
64, what was it?
64.58. And it was this morning about 9:28. So 10:28 London time.
Yeah, let's go back.
This morning, there's a very small fair value gap down there. So in the context of expecting some distribution, we're kind of looking for shorts this morning. Now, unfortunately, what happened was while we were preparing to go live on this for this show, it looks like what happened was ES reached it, having sort of done a little fake out on the highs, which we tried to get earlier today and didn't catch it, and then it's made it down to that fair value gap just during lunchtime, so at around just less than an hour ago, and then what it presented to me was a trigger, so a divergence on NQ with ES, with NQ creating the slightly lower low on a 1 minute candle, and then it's reversed. So actually, that would have been a great long trade to go from. I mean, effectively, even if I waited for the M1 candle to close, the entry would have been about 23,735 on the 49 minutes past the hour candle in the last hour, and then it would have been a long, pretty much all the way to a reversal trigger, which I would have liked it to have gone a little bit higher than it has, which was 23,800 by the look of it, exactly, sweeping liquidity on the way. So that would have been a very nice trade from 23,735 long NQ or MNQ to 800. So that would have been a really nice long trade, but we missed it. The timing, unfortunately. Wasn't really looking at that. But ultimately, that would have been framed off waiting for ES to fill that M1 fair value gap that I mentioned at 64.58 and seeing where NQ was at the time. In this case, there's been a bit of, what's the word? They're kind of like out of sync lately. Not just in terms of divergences. They're actually like, for example, ES making, significant new highs while NQ not really do anything and vice versa. So there's this kind of delayed effect going on at the moment, which is making it a little bit harder to trade between ES and NQ. Certainly the style that I use, which is sort of turtle soups and looking for divergences.
It looks like we did lose Deanna momentarily, so I have my charts up now too. And just another quick heads up that the press conference between President Trump and President Zelensky has ended. They have exited the Oval Office, so they're going to get started meeting with other European leaders in just a little bit. And we'll see if we can pipe that in also. Oh, we've got Deanna back.
I'm
Is the
back.
stream
I
back
don't
up
know
and-
what. No.
Is YouTube back up and
apparently
working in
YouTube-
Europe right now? No.
So apparently there's been
Curious
a
timing, isn't it?
Europe-wide. Yeah, I know. And somehow my connection, even though my connection is fine, I actually lost internet for like a brief second, but my Starlink is working, so very odd.
Oh, okay.
I don't want to put my tinfoil hat on, but
Amazing.
getting disconnected.
So did everyone in Europe's YouTube stream go down right at around 12:15 Central Time? Is that what happened? Right as the meeting began? Is it that obvious? Could it be that obvious? Yes, in Germany as well. All right. So that really happened. Joseph, if you don't mind me asking, where are you located? What country are you in?
The UK. Yeah, the UK.
You're in the UK? And did you happen to notice if your stream went down? Are you watching the YouTube stream at all?
No, but I think it's while we were setting up for the show as well. So
yeah, no big deal.
It may have played a part. Who knows?
Very curious. Very curious. All right, we'll keep piping in more from this the summit happening at the White House as it arises. I think we should be able to get the introductions with the European leaders piped in, but we will see. That might be for the next segment. All right, we got about we got about 7 minutes left. All right, let's dig back into VIP. So, Joseph, you've been around for a little bit. You filled out a whole bunch of check-in forms to get into VIP. I say this with all the VIP traders we're bringing in. I'm just going to assume you're a bell-to-beller. You're watching the show because you filled out enough forms to get selected. So what are your expectations going into season 3 of VIP? What are you trying to get out of the program? Are you attending all the meetings with Deanna? What's the experience been like so far before you've even gotten the account? How has it been going so far?
Oh, it's been great. I'm really excited, obviously, to be on the team and be selected for this season. I didn't really know about it before. I found about it through a friend, and then I was watching TopStep TV, and I was like, oh, okay, this is maybe something I could, get on board with. And I like the coaches, and I probably wouldn't really mind which one I got. But I was happy that I got Deanna, because then talking to her, discovered that there's certain skill sets she has that I've been interested in adding to my toolkit, and I was like, oh, okay, maybe this would be a really cool way to like layer in some of her stuff onto the stuff that I'm looking at. We can like find confluence, and that would be like quite fun to like work with her on that. So that's something I'm quite excited about. And yeah, obviously I just, I want to treat that, the combines when we get it, as sort of, I want to nurture it, right? I don't really want to be needing to use the resets. I want to actually try and, get that thing to grow all the way through. So I have a very clear goal on that. And then in terms of personal, development on the trading side, I think, I touched on earlier, I want to just fix a few little areas to do with how my brain works on high time frame and low time frame, make the most of the skills I've learned sort of through ICT concepts and turtle soup trading on the low time frame, to like maximize like that on my entries, and then benefit from my skills that I know I do have with regard to holding trades for like decent ranges, right, and getting a lot of points out of it. So good risk reward, and having aggressive. I mean, really, what I'm aiming for is the very aggressive primary entries, which isn't for everybody, because sometimes you're taking them without confirmation, but they come from very carefully planned points of interest on a high time frame, but executed on a low time frame. So that's kind of the essence of what I'm trying to do. But it's not super easy coming from the sort of higher time frame trading sort of background that I have.
Yep.
So I'm getting there. So I know what I need to work on. Deanna's going to be great to work with, and I'm really looking forward to it.
Excellent. I was looking at some of your trade reports. You have been around for a while, about a year and a half. You've been here with TopStep. Is that right? Around June 2024.
Well,
and you've been fun.
Yeah, I've had fits and starts because I was trying to learn the technique while I was joining TopStep. So because I'm a pilot from my background. Like one of the things that career-wise, I'm a pilot. So for me, I treat the simulator in an airplane like very much like I treat the trading with the sim on TopStep. So for me, it doesn't really matter in terms of like, obviously I don't want to blow accounts, but the process of sim, like I treat it as real as possible, right? So I don't sort of go, oh, it's just, $50 for a combine. I could always restart. That's not how I'm thinking. I'm really trying to think, this is exactly how I need to be thinking when I trade real money, so that's kind of a mindset I have from many years flying simulators and then big jets after that. So
yep.
That's my approach to it. So
it just so happens MP has used that analogy quite a bit. He's going through flight training right now. He's taking flying lessons, and he says the same thing. Yeah. Would you ever get on a plane with a pilot that never used the simulator? That's pretty much the same thing as trading, right? Right. You need to get your reps in. You need to practice, and that starts on the ground, not in the air, right?
And Joe, you were an instructor as well, weren't you?
I was also a flying instructor. That's right. So yeah, I have that sort of teaching background as well, which helps. That does help. Because you review your own performance in a way as if you were a student, right? So which
Absolutely,
obviously I am with certain aspects of the trading techniques I'm trying to learn now. So there's that you've got to complete loops. You can't leave any stone unturned, and you've got to keep thinking about, okay, what could I do better? What did I do well? And try and troubleshoot around that as well. Where you're having problems. So yeah, I have that background as well, which helps, and also quite like helping people. So like I have my own little group of friends that I trade with, and we talk live real time, which I find really beneficial. Right, we actually talk through our trades in real time. So obviously there's an accountability element to that, but I find that really helps with regard to just talking through trading plans for the day, and then in real time, like adapting to what we see in the markets. So there's a lot. I use a lot of tools at my disposal to try and sort of to get this low time frame trading nailed, and it's been a fun journey so far. Frustrating at times, but obviously that's expected. It's like being in the gym. Like you have a really good like start, and then you plateau. When you work out in the gym, and then you have another burst up. Same with music. We're talking to Deanna because I play the piano, she plays saxophone and other instruments, and same kind of thing. You have to put a lot of practice in to get a small increment in performance, and then suddenly it goes from like sort of that, and then it goes like that, right? But if there's a lot of time in that sort of incremental phase before you finally get the breakthrough that gets you kind of going on a higher trajectory. So I'm aware of all that, and that's just part of the process, right? And I had a good saying like success equals process times consistency divided by iteration, which I think is a great way to like put in a mathematical formula, something that's quite abstract.
Can you repeat that?
The concept.
How does that go again?
Success.
Does that go again?
Yeah, success equals process times consistency divided by iteration.
It's great, isn't it?
It is great. I'm writing it down.
Yeah.
Success equals process times consistency divided by iteration. We're gonna make a graphic for that.
Yeah.
Cool.
Real quick, guys, just a heads up. There's been a 1600 lot in the ES up at 64.67. It's been there for about 15 minutes. Hasn't moved. Just want to make everyone aware of it. Please continue, Joseph. Please.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, so I have lots of things that I know I need to work on, and I've got them all written down, and I write my trading plans every day, in my own little Discord. I have my notebook with all my context, schematics. I have lots of schematics and models that I use, entry techniques, and I just try to keep iterating that process. Because I know that the process works. Obviously, my execution isn't always going to be perfect. That's part of the learning process. But I know that if I keep doing it, and I make note of where I'm going wrong, and try not to repeat the same mistakes, try to repeat like the ones that do work, then over time it's gonna pay dividends. I just know it's just a matter of time. So yeah, and I think I always remind myself that and I share this one with Dee as well. There's like when you're having a bad day, think about like the times when I am a good trader, but I'm only a good trader if I am patient and I let price come to me and I don't chase price. So I have that as like a daily affirmation to remind myself, whether it's a good or a bad day, particularly on a bad day. So, just things like that, sort of on the mental game that help me. And lots of things, I try to do exercise and go for walks. And I thought it was really good the other week. You had your psychology lady. What's her name? I forgot her name. The
Dr. V.
Dr. V.
Or
no, the other one.
Or Robin.
Robin Dane. Yeah.
And she had a phenomenal trader who sat on a rubber ball for his trading. I went and got myself a rubber ball. It's transformed, not necessarily my trading, but it's transformed the way I see it. And at the office, so it's great. I'm sitting on it now. And it's great.
For sure.
I recommend it. I highly recommend it. Go and get a great big rubber ball and sit on it. You won't regret
it. Awesome. Joseph, I got to tell you, it's been a pleasure having you on. Unfortunately, we're running out of time for Lunchbox Trading. My apologies for not diving as deep as we would have liked to into your trading and your background and everything. You have a very interesting background. You're an economist, you're a pilot, you're a trader. I'd love to get you back on. I can't wait to start tracking your success in this VIP program, and I'll be talking to Deanna on the side. I want to get you back in, and we'll just talk more about it. This has been a very interesting conversation, and I want to thank you for your time. Thanks for joining us here on TopStep TV. Is there anybody you want to say hi to before we cut out?
Oh gosh, thanks. Well, first of all, just thanks very, very much, Sean. And I would love to come back. I'd love to come back when we could trade DAX together, Deanna. What do you think?
Yes, it's it's on the roadmap. It's on the roadmap.
Let's hope that we can get DAX very soon, because I would love to have you on also on the Euro show to maybe as a DAX party when they release it. You'll probably be my first guest. It's like, come on, let's do DAX. So yeah.
But in terms of saying hi to people, I mean, there's a lot of people to thank. I think maybe we save another time. But there's so many people that have been involved in a professional basis, like that I've learned so much from. That's got me here. I mentioned the Institute of Trading for $4 million. I've mentioned Raoul Power from Real Vision. It's TradeX, who's like an ICT, and all these people like have all given me something that's really helped, like give me a very rounded kind of skill set. Which I'm grateful for, because the fundamental side has really helped as well, like with forming biases, especially at times like now when we've got all-time highs all the time. People think, oh, you've got to short the market. But my fundamentals are telling me, no, buy the dip. Still. And until that changes on the fundamental side, I'm not really going to change that, right? So that's do you see what I mean? That's sort of, that fundamental awareness has helped me trade better. So that's wonderful. No one's specific, but there's quite a few people really that help me on my journey.
They know who they are, right? All right. I'm looking forward to talking with you again very soon. Joseph, good luck to you in the VIP experience. Coach D, thank you for joining us. As always, Coach Deanna, head coach of the Chameleonaires, TopStep VIP. Account creation, from what I understand, is underway, and we should get all you guys in the markets hopefully by the end of the week. So it's coming. It's happening.
Great. Thanks so
much. All right, guys.
We do.
Oh, my pleasure. My pleasure. Thank you for joining us again. All right, we're going to step aside. We've got another episode of Top Quiz coming up. We've got Gabe and Hecker is back. They're going to try and stump you, so put your thinking caps on. And then we're rolling right into Back to the Futures. Coach Jay, me, and the Salt Lake City Sniper, Mandy F, is coming back. We're going to chop it up a little bit. We're also going to be piping in some more of these news feeds coming from the White House as they're made available to us. All right, guys, we're going to take a short break. More tradertainment coming your way. TopStep TV. Let's go.
And an even quarter bid, half bid, the orders bid, even bid. Now I'm a seller. Quarter, half, the orders, and even.
Two. All right, welcome back, lovely people. It is time for Top Quiz. It is Monday, August 18th, and I'm joined by one of my favorite people, Sarah. What is going on? Welcome back to Top Quiz for probably like the third or fourth time in the last week and a half. I swear, we're so grateful to have you back again.
Yeah, it's discombobulating me a little bit, but I'm happy every time I get to come out with you because you also are one of my favorite people here. So can't complain.
Appreciate that. All right. Well, chat, as always, if you are not aware, there's a QR code at the top of your screen. You can also hit the link that's pinned in chat. We will get started here in just a few, so get your dupas in here, as I like to say. Shout out to all of our traders still watching. I know there's been some internet kerfuffles around overseas, it looks like this afternoon, kicking some people offline. So thanks for tuning back in. Sarah, any fun plans for this week? I know it's the start of the week. We have a big, long week ahead of us. Anything going on this week out of the ordinary?
Let me look at my calendar. No, nothing. I have nothing fun going on other than working and being a human being. We are in our second week of school for those
Nice.
in the South. So it's kind of fun, get to be a parent and not a parent and a worker all day long. So that's
Oh,
fun.
yeah.
I guess that's it. That's my mental load
Okay.
off. I hope everybody else is having a nice week, has some fun things coming up.
All right. Awesome. Well, let's see how many people we got. We have enough room to get started. We're getting close to 300. I'll give it a few more seconds. I created the quiz today. Jack is taking a little breather before power hour, so the quiz is on me today. Hopefully these questions, there's nothing trading related. It's just a little bit of fun
Woo.
variety. So hopefully it's entertaining enough, and stumps maybe a couple people, but let's go ahead and get going. So here's the top quiz for today. Once again, Monday, August 18th. Here is your first question. What country is known to have the cleanest tap water? Is it the Netherlands, France, Sweden, or Switzerland?
Oh my gosh. I don't know. Like I would think that, oh my gosh, I don't know. I'm gonna go with Switzerland, I think, because the Swiss Alps, I don't know, I'm gonna assume that they get good runoff.
That's a really good guess because that is the correct answer.
Whew.
It is Switzerland. I like that you
Whew.
went and thought of the Alps because I think that's kind of my train of thought as well. If you think about
Yep.
mountainous terrain,
Yep.
good
Whew,
runoff
feel
for
good.
sure.
Good
All
start. Good
right,
start. Strong start.
good start. Let's check out the top 5. We got Brit Brap Brop. What a name. Anita, Be Cool. That's a good one. Put the emojis in there and everything. We got Market and Pulley holding down the top 5 so far. Here is question number 2. The speed of a computer mouse is measured in what units? Is it inches, centimeters, mickeys, or paws? What do you think?
Wow. Geez. I'm gonna eye with centimeters.
Okay.
I'm not gonna go with freedom units of inches. I'm gonna
It's,
go with centimeters.
it's a good guess, but it was
It's a
Mickey's.
Mickey. Oh my
It's a
gosh.
Mickey.
Like the big mouth? Like this is one
Yeah,
Mickey's big mouth.
I don't honestly know where the heck they got this from, but it's quite
Because
a
it's Mickey
unique
Mouse.
name. Yeah,
Mickey Mouse,
apparently.
little engineer humor, right?
Yeah. All right, there's question number 2. Let's see who dropped off with that very difficult question. We got Brit Brap still holding up number 1. Pulley raised a couple spots. Mac82, shout out to Mac82. Haven't seen you in a while. YG and Beat the Cubs. All right, question number 3. What is the name of the little dot seen above the J and the I in the alphabet? Is it a dot, a tittle, a spot, or a jot?
Oh my God. It's a really these are I mean, if I ever go play categories somewhere at a bar, I might win because of you. So I'm gonna go with a jot, a J-O-T, a jot.
Okay.
It's a
Well, it
tittle.
is indeed a tittle. That is
I
another
wasn't
one that
gonna
I
say
figured would
it.
stump a few. It's okay, Sarah. I'll say it.
Thank you.
Chat's probably gonna hate me for this for these questions today, but it's all good. All right, there's question number 3. Let's check out the top 5. Brit Brap is holding down number 1. Mac82 leading the way behind. And second, Beat the Cubs, Boomer Bryant. And a name that I will not say on air because TopStep X is number 1. So whoever did that. First question, what is the top selling product at Walmart? Is it bananas, diapers, milk, or eggs?
Oh my gosh. I don't know. I literally have no idea. Wow. I'm gonna
I know.
go with diapers. Why not? Not all Walmarts have
Diapers?
their grocery aisle, so I'm gonna go with diapers.
Well, I'm sorry, Sarah, but it is bananas. It is indeed bananas. Now, Walmart
Why?
actually apparently sells 1.5 billion pounds of bananas per year, which is absurd.
It's bananas.
So it's bananas. Yeah, quite literally. All right. That is the final question of the day. Here is the top 5. We have Boomer Brian. There we go. Number 3. Number 2, we've got Beat the Cubs. You are no longer welcome in Chicago, whoever you are, at the next Top Step meetup. And then number 1, we got Brip Brap Brop, and love the name. And then Rev Rob, and then whoever the hell chose to put that other one in 4th place. You might get booted from 4th place for choosing that name. But we'll go ahead and call it here for Top Quiz today. Sarah, thank you for joining me today. It was an absolute pleasure as always. I'm sure we'll probably see you back later this week, I would imagine, at some point.
Yeah, I think I'm here on Friday with you guys for the usual. So I'll see you on Friday. Hopefully I get more than one. That'd be great.
Sweet. Awesome. All right. Well, everybody have a great week. Sarah, you as well. Stick around, y'all. We have Back to the Futures coming up with Coach J, JD, and then we got our favorite sniper from Utah. We got Mandy jumping in for a little bit of the 1 p.m. hour. So we will take a brief break, and we'll be right back. This is TopStep TV. Let's go.
Start up the DeLoreans. Let's get back to the futures. Welcome back to TopStep TV and welcome back to the futures. It's me and JD here. We're working on getting Mandy, Salt Lake City sniper, in, but we couldn't leave you on break for too long. I see Mandy in the green room. We should be able to bring her in just a couple minutes here. But how we doing, JD? How's your day been so far?
Excellent, excellent. I still find it incredible how all the tech bugs started right at 12:15 p.m. Central Time. As soon as President Trump and President Zelensky started talking, it was like lights out around the world. Everyone in Europe got locked out of the YouTube stream. There's just tech bugs all over the place. I find the timing. The timing is absolutely incredible. But anyway, here we are. We're back to the markets. We're working in the back. Trump should be meeting with European leaders very shortly. We're going to do our best to see if the stream will kick back on for us for those introductions. If they even do introductions, they might just be standing in a big room for sort of like a photo op before going into their meeting at 2 o'clock Central Time. But we are expecting some more headlines and definitely some more live feeds coming out of there. So we'll keep you guys apprised. I don't see any new headlines coming out right now. Probably hasn't happened yet. Well, Jay, how you doing today?
Doing good, JD. Doing good. I haven't placed a trade in a little while. Was on air a couple of times a little bit earlier. We had a good conversation with James. Took some longs in the NASDAQ earlier today. So up about $1,800 in an XFA, and locked out for now. So watching the markets, I think we are still seeing some opportunity. Pretty decent range bound day today, where it wasn't the most consolidated range. I think high to low for the New York session, we got about 100 points. So there is some opportunity in this, but yeah, just sitting on my hands for now.
Cool. It's a nice day. $1,800 trading XFAs. You want to walk us through one of your trades?
Yeah, absolutely. So we had some selling early. Hoag and I were talking about this 23,775 area in the NASDAQ. If we go out to a daily chart, we have this daily here. 23,775 was about 50% of this August 12th daily candle. So if we go into a shorter time frame, initially we saw, I'm going to change this to regular trading hours real quick. Initially we saw some selling, right, from the, let's see, 775, where's that area? We saw some selling here, JD, but if you look at VWAP, which is on my charts, I'm going to put it as a red line. VWAP from the New York session, it didn't trade below that price. It stayed above it. So when we saw this selling off down here into the 720s, 730s, I took a long on this bounce. Was long a 2-lot from 750, risking about 40 points, looking for 80, and that's kind of what we got. And that was really the big trade on the day. I think I added and got into 3 total, and that was really it. I did try one more short, so I was up about 2,400 on the day. Set the trailing loss limit to $600 realized gains. So took another trade, took another short in this chop. That got stopped out. Shout out to TopStep X, locked me out for the day. So about 2 trades, multiple executions of those same 2 trade ideas. And now we just sit and watch. I could always trade a personal account if I see some more opportunity, but these markets are pretty flat right now. So I think everyone is watching the meeting between the president and the EU leaders. So we'll wait for some more opportunity.
Yep, that's the name of the game. We are obviously in a range right now, but that was a great look. Nice trade, Jay. Locking it up early. $1,800 in profits. That's a great day. Nice little Monday. That's a great way. Great momentum going into the rest of the week.
Good way to start the week. Good way to start the week. Spectral in the chat says, "You think this shit is ever going to break this garbage consolidation? Ever? Is it ever going to break this consolidation, JD? I'm sure it will. Will it do it in a time frame that we're looking for to take the day trades? Yeah, maybe not.
The breakout is imminent. The breakout is imminent. Is it going to happen today? I don't know.
It'll happen when we least expect it.
Yeah, of course. As soon as you turn your head, that's when it's going to happen.
Right.
Or whenever you finally get in on the wrong side, then it's going to happen. Conspiracy theories abound today. What a great Monday.
Yes, it is.
Excuse me.
Are you seeing anything, JD, on your side? You know that you would like to take a trade in. I'm scanning markets and I'm looking at gold. I'm looking at crude oil. Crude was interesting. Crude pushed up into that $63 level while the president and Zelensky were meeting. We saw we saw a spike up in crude. I like watching crude around these kind of whole number levels, and right at 63, there was 100 lots sitting up there on the offer. It didn't all trade out, and we had a nice rejection from there. We're about 40 ticks off that high. But outside of that, I'm not really seeing a whole lot of opportunity right now. Anything you seeing on your side?
So I'm looking at a 5-minute chart of the E-mini S&P 500 futures. We are going sideways right now. We are mid-range. We are smack dab in the middle. And you remember our tip of the week last week, don't diddle in the middle. I would look for some opportunity at either extreme of this range until we get some new information. This market is waiting for some more information to get it moving again. So until then, stay patient and wait for the extremes of the range, and that's where you make your moves at.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
On days like today, JD, if I wasn't on TopStep TV, I'd have it on my phone playing, just kind of listening in to see if anything was happening. And then I'm looking at the clock. Right, we got an hour and a half before doorbell. Who's there? What do we got? Hey, Mandy. Here we
How's
go.
it going, guys?
We got her. All right.
Sniper here. Turns out my microphone just doesn't want to connect to anything. It's on and running, but we just have connectivity problems. So if my audio is not that great today, it's because it's coming right through my laptop. So sorry about that, you guys.
All good.
Fair
Thank
enough,
you for
fair
joining
enough.
us, Mandy. How you doing today?
I'm doing pretty good. I would say that this morning kind of got me a little chopped up. I mean, this day, not great.
Yeah,
I did not love it. So,
pretty choppy
I
day.
did lose an XFA on Friday, so I'm looking to rebuild up to another one. So I'm starting on a fresh combine for this segment, and
Okay.
hopefully, by end of week, maybe get into another XFA, get that count up. So that's what I'm looking at. I am just real quick, kind of liking. Yeah, we're in this range, and I am very curious as to if we can get a breakout above 775. There are a lot of candle touch points here. So my sentiment would be going long, but I will let you guys know when I get into something.
Okay. Sounds good.
Excellent.
Yeah, that's 775 area has been interesting. Um, Going back to Friday, right, and in today's price action as well, that was kind of my pivot point. Also, we're seeing a rejection off of that right now. NASDAQ currently trading 23,764, 56% long tilt. But yeah, interesting area there for sure, Mandy. You said you lost an XFA on Friday. I know you like to have just a roster of XFAs, if you will, right? You have multiple, just keeping them. You might have 3 or 4 running at the same time. Do you ever copy trade them, or you trade them all separately?
I like to copy trade, but I've kind of actually started liking the idea of maybe just going 3 and 2, just in case I
Okay,
do something that would cause me to lose it.
got you.
So yeah, 3. That's where I've been toying. I had 3 at the same time, and that worked really well. I like that. But yeah, it has been kind of nice on days where the price action or your trading's not going exactly how you want it to maybe just hit pause on those and go touch some grass, reset, maybe come back for power hour, and then go maybe trade the other ones.
Right,
If you feel like you really, really have to be in the
be in a trade.
market. Yeah.
Well, while we wait here, JD, if we want to break to some of that news, I think we had some news on AT&T, if that's right. And then Mandy, if you get into a trade, let us know. I think Mandy's looking for a potential long above 23,775s in the NASDAQ.
Yeah, let's do it. If you're not in the know, AT&T could pay up to $7,000 in this data breach settlement. Millions of AT&T customers could get thousands of dollars in cash payments as part of a multi-million-dollar settlement over 2 data breaches that happened recently. 2 data breaches were announced in March and July of last year. The first one impacted about 73 million current and former customers whose information, including social security numbers, was found in a data set on the dark web. The second breach included the telephone numbers of nearly all of the company's cellular customers. According to the settlement website, customers who are impacted by either breach will be eligible for a claim. The eligible customers will receive an email notice. Customers who are impacted by both breaches could be eligible for up to $7,500 in the settlement. Deadline to submit a claim is November 18th, so mark that on your calendar if you're an AT&T customer, November 18th. Get your claim in before then. The settlement still needs to be approved, and the final approval hearing is coming in early December. In a statement, AT&T says it denies allegations that it was responsible for the criminal acts from the data breach. The company says it agreed to the settlement to avoid the expense of protracted litigation. So, all you AT&T customers out there, make sure you jump on that class action. Get yourself some dough. $7,500 if you were affected by both data breaches.
Raise your hand if on screen you're an AT&T customer. I will be filling that out for sure. Maybe that's where all these random text messages keep coming from. Interesting. $7,500. I'll take it. I'll take it. How many points is that in the NASDAQ?
We carry the 2. Hand up.
So right here, right now,
out there.
Yeah, we are.
If my candle, 3-minute candle, can close above this 775, it would be a valid long. Granted, we still have a minute. A lot can happen in a minute. I'm like itching. Like, do I get in now? I don't know. It's looking pretty good, but yeah, I usually find best confirmation when I get that 3-minute candle close.
So we got 45 seconds on this 3-minute candle close. We are trading above that 775 area Mandy was looking at. Tilt now 62% long in the NASDAQ. S&P trading 64.66. Crude oil pretty much, crude is closed now. So 62.74 last trade in crude. In gold, 33.78. Gold found some balance here. Hoag and I were potentially talking about a long down here in gold, but I'm kind of happy I'm stayed out of that trade. I think I would have had maybe $2 in profit before getting right back to an entry. So not a lot of movement there either. But it is just Monday. A lot of time left in the week. Mandy, if you come into a Monday this late, you haven't placed a trade yet. I know you're a scalper, so you're usually looking for, smaller trades. If you come into a Monday this late and you haven't taken a trade, do you look to place one, or do you just say, hey, you know what, there's more time left in the week?
Great question. I actually really like the slow bits on Sunday night. Monday is the day that I usually typically work in the dental office. Actually, I am in my scrubs right now. I am at the dental office, you guys.
Working and trading.
I actually do sometimes trade occasionally.
Does it all.
It's my lunch right now. So occasionally I do end up trading. I'm about to enter a long here. I'm just trying to decide if we get a push down, I won't. But yeah, I do like trading power hour in my office. Sometimes I can find some quick moves. I am in long 1 here if we can get internet to agree here. Probably be the low before the last candlestick here. I'm a 2 to 1 usually, so I'm just looking for a couple hundred points here. Upper target would probably be 88. This is where I'm looking at right now. For about 10, just over 10 points, around 10 points. Yeah, 200, 215. Let's go there. I really like this setup right now. So yeah, great question. I do like evenings. Sometimes if I can get in before my kids wake up, I'll look to see if there's any good valid entries. That is pretty early in the market open. So it's usually not until 7:45 do I usually enter into anything, and then they're pretty short and quick. So I probably only got 15, 20 minutes, but it's got to be a pretty ideal setup. So that doesn't happen often. But sometimes during power hour and my lunch, if they line up well, I can sometimes find a good short movement and just get in one or two. I'm not looking for a ton on Mondays. Maybe just that 150 where I am usually trading one NQ,
Okay.
one mini. So just to kind of check off that one of 5 days to make it to a payout. But yes, definitely later in the week, I'm way more active, and
Gotcha.
it works
Well,
really well for my schedule, being a part-time hygienist, part-time trader, full-time mom.
yeah, awesome stuff. Well, we got a good trade on so far, holding at 775 level. Mandy is long a
Yeah,
one
I
lot in the
really like it.
NASDAQ, 23,776, looking for about 10 points. We see Mandy trade on the show often with that inverted
Mm-hmm.
risk to reward. You know, traders are saying, hey, how can that work? How is she profitable? How can she take payouts from XFAs? It's because of the win rate. It's because of the win rate. That's why we call Mandy the sniper. A pretty high win rate, so it works out when it does. Speaking of traders who are trading well and win rates, JD, you want to go to the XFA streaks? Are we ready?
Oh yeah, sure. One
Let's do
second, let me
those.
pull those up. XFA hot streaks. Got them ready here. All right, here we go. Up at the top, VID still hanging in there. 42 days now. We're $13,780 trading the micro NASDAQ. Vi picked up $380 trading micros on Friday. Next up, we've got Cedric V, also still hanging around. 35 days worth $15,202. Made just over $500 trading the micro NASDAQ on Friday. Golita, $6,900 on a 32-day ripper, trading the micro NASDAQ. JC, 30 days worth $41,581 trading the NQ. Jay is really carving it up. I got a feeling this guy's going to be getting the call, getting tagged in to the live funded account pretty soon if he keeps up this kind of trading. What a nice hot streak for Jay. And then Muhammad wraps up the top five. 29 days with $14,588 trading gold. Big shout out to all these XFA traders. We've got the live streaks too. We'll go over those in just a couple minutes.
Awesome stuff. Thanks, JD. Shout out to those traders. Those are some pretty nice P&Ls and
Amazing.
consistency, right? We got hot streaks over a month, right? 20 trading days in a month, and we're seeing a month and a half of win streaks with real numbers, right? Real P&Ls. Those are all accounts eligible for payouts. So really nice trading here. Mandy, talk to us a little bit about this trade. We got some traders in the chat saying, you know, what is your average trade duration in your trades?
Yeah, average trade duration, probably 2 to 4 minutes at most. Sometimes
Yeah.
they're a minute. And I do take a lot of trades. You know, I can average 10 to 20 depending on if it's a really good trend day. Usually I just look for little pullbacks and quick entries in and out in the general direction. So yeah, that's a great question. If you've seen me on air and I'm in this more than 5 minutes, I start looking at, hey, is this a good time to cut and call it quits, because we're not quite getting that momentum or that push or that downfall that I was looking for, depending on what kind of trade I'm in.
Right.
And usually there's no harm in that. You know, I can take a scratch, I can take a lesser loss. So time duration is a thing that I do play into a factor. Right now, where
Okay.
volatility, or I guess volume, is really low right now, and we're not into power hour yet. I usually will let these play out a little bit longer, and depending on like my confidence in the trade. I mean, I'll be honest, I've been in trades that I wasn't 100% or didn't have as much confirmation about.
Mhm.
And so those ones I'll probably get out a lot quicker. But this one I'm
When
feeling
you
pretty confident about, just with my analysis and what I've seen in the past. So I'm willing to let this one run because we are just kind of in this midday low volume time frame. In the
Gotcha.
morning, I probably wouldn't like this. I wouldn't let this go terribly long. So we could be in this 10 minutes before it closes out, and I'm okay with that considering the time frame.
Makes sense. Makes sense. Yeah. In the mornings where we have a higher potential of momentum follow through, if you're not seeing that right away, then it probably means it's the wrong move. And I think it's okay to cut it. I trade very similar, right? Where it's like, okay, if it's not presenting profits right away, just by the reason I got into that trade, it should move pretty quickly. If it doesn't, then it might mean that I have the wrong trade. I could always cut it and get back in. if it does validate. Seeing a little bit of selling coming in here, 23,774 last trade in the NASDAQ. Not a whole lot of price action. Gold trading 33.77 half. Go ahead, Mandy.
We're just tapping on to VWAP right here on my 3-minute. And so if we were to have a candle close below VWAP, I would probably reevaluate and just kind of see how my trade is. Maybe consider cutting that one a little bit more short. But where we're holding above that, I still feel pretty confident in this trade as it matches my rules. And I have accepted risk already by keeping my stop loss in place.
Good stuff. JD, how we doing over there?
Just watching, waiting, judging. See a little bit of selling coming in gold. Nothing much though. Still kind of range bound. Everything's gone a little flat. I think we're just waiting on some news to come out to really spark these markets.
It's really what it seems like. It's like the world is watching what's going on with these meetings, and pretty quiet in the markets right now. It is also still summertime. Is the summer trade really a thing? If you ask last summer, no. Last summer was one of the most volatile summers we've seen in a long time, right? So anything can happen, but for right now, it just seems pretty quiet.
And we've gotten some pretty decent movement this summer too.
We have.
Yes, we've had our quiet days, but we're still moving. Market participation is still relatively high for the summer months are typically considered to be slow months, but they just haven't been slow the last couple of years. So things change.
We've seen a day like this in a while where it has literally just been barcoding.
Stuck in a range.
It has. I feel like it's been a minute. Yeah.
I'm just looking at daily candles here, maybe July 28th. I'd have to remember exactly what the day was like. But we do have a ton of, if you look at the daily candles in the NASDAQ, there are wicks on both sides over the last 4 days, right? Where there's just a lot of indecision, maybe no directional move, kind of channeling lower. But yeah, today's range, high to low, what do we have? It is a 167-point range in the NASDAQ where the daily ATR is 280. So yeah, this is a pretty consolidated day, I think, for what we've grown accustomed to, which to me tells me a lot for what might happen in the rest of the week, right? If we understand how averages work, if we get all these below average days, eventually we're looking for, kind of a range expansion day, which I just want to make sure I'm present for, right? If I take all my shots early on, take losses, and then I'm not ready for those range expansion days, which my best trading day happens during, I'm just keeping that in mind right now.
Absolutely. I do like that my candle is staying above VWAP. Again, another confirmation for this to stay above it. So for me, longs are still validated. I still like my trade location. Nothing changing here in the last couple of minutes for me.
We got a question here from Martin. He says, what's the daily ATR if you change the look back to 3 days? 218, 218. 3 seems pretty short for that daily ATR. I think mine is set to 14. Changes it to 280. But yeah, if you're comparing it to last week, this is a very average day. Very average day that we're seeing here. Still don't think we got anything, but let's throw it over to Gabe really quick. We got Mandy in this long trade currently at her entry price, 23,776. But Gabe, what do we got for jab?
We have a couple good ones. We got Ty coming up, $230 in the first day of the XFA. Going to lock it out. Discipline over dopamine. I like it. Good job there, Ty. We got Mo. Today I literally lost $1,000, then won 1,000, lost 1,000 again, and then earned it all back. I think I might be done for the day. I think that's some pretty good awareness, Mo. A couple different climbacks in the same day. I think it's time to lock it out. As we see, we talk about the markets going absolutely nowhere right now. Preserve that capital. We got CJ. Started the account over today after blowing on day one a few days ago by over trading. Made $1,100 today and locked myself out. Great work there, CJ. We got Martin. Shut it down, and it is now dumbbell time. Hit up a nice workout after entering a couple little scalp attempts that failed, walking away while I still have some nice profit. Great discipline there, Martin, walking away, moving on to something else more productive for the day. We got Ken. First time I've been successful playing a range, up about 130 bucks. Great job, Ken. Adapting to the different environment. Found a way to make a little bit of green and living another day. And then we got Justin, 3,100 bucks up and locked it out. Lots of traders taking advantage of those risk tools in TopStep X. But shout out to all those traders persevering, showing up day after day, hanging out with us and sharing their jabs. Back to you guys.
Mandy, how's this trade looking?
I love that. Looking
Thank you,
really
Gabe.
good right now. If I could just get a little push into it, that would be nice. No, I really love those jobs and people recognizing a good time to lock out. Utilize those tools that TopStep has given us traders. If you're not utilizing them, that is you're gonna lose out. You're gonna lose money. You're gonna blow accounts. They have these risk parameters because TopStep's one of the few firms out there that really just want to see their traders succeed, and that's why I've been with TopStep since I was introduced to them. You know, over a year ago, I say almost a year and a half ago. So, I mean, those are when I have the best accounts and best balances. Is when I'm putting in a profit target, a personal daily loss limit, and even enabling my trailing stop.
Absolutely. And for all the traders, I see it in the chat. Some people are going to say risk to reward is what matters. Win rate is what matters. It's almost a conversation that I don't like having because it really depends on each trader, right? Your risk to reward alone is not enough, right? If I, win 100 points on any given trade and lose 10 on my losses, but I win 1 out of every 1,000 trades, yeah, I had a great risk to reward on that one trade, but I'm not profitable over the long time. If I'm winning 90% of my trades, but I'm blowing an account on that one loss, then it's not as well. It's a combination of both, and it's going to look different for every trade style, right? And if you're a scalper, you can have that inverted risk to reward as long as the numbers make sense. So whatever approach you take, check those numbers.
Yeah. And look at your profit factor too. That's going to tell you, that's going to kind of do the math for you as well. And I mean, look at your account balance.
Yep. Yeah.
That'll tell you a lot too.
Yeah. Numbers don't lie.
This trade's getting really
Numbers don't lie.
close to
Math
my
is real.
TP here. And we are out. I'm up 212 so far on that, or I'm done on that trade. So I do see a descending trend line. So if you're still in this, I would probably want to get out around 94s, 95s. We might test for that high candle in the last 15-minute high. But yeah, that's what I was looking for, and it held above VWAP. It held above 775. So yeah, that was a great trade.
Nice trade,
nice.
Mandy. Stayed in that one for a little
we
bit.
Get some.
Go ahead, JD.
We get some headlines coming out of the White House. Get some headlines coming from the White House, guys. Trump's meeting with Zelensky is over. They were behind closed doors for a little longer than scheduled, I believe, but they have finished up now. They've wrapped up that meeting, and they are on their way to meet other European leaders. So maybe we'll get some of that news feed coming in live from the White House. We'll give them a few more minutes to get settled, though, and we always got one eye in the ditch here. We're watching the news, and we'll pipe it in as soon as it starts.
Awesome. Thank you, JD. Why don't we bring in those live funded trader hot streaks? See who's doing well on the live side, pulling money from the real live
we
markets.
Could sure do that.
How's it looking?
Looking pretty good. We got some decent numbers coming from our live funded traders to close out last week. Here we go. Live funded trader hot streaks. Up top, we have Ian on an 11-day heater worth $6,229 trading the NASDAQ. Abel, 5 days worth $1,042 trading the NQ. Anas, also at 5 days, $1,240 trading the NQ. Jacob, who, what did Jacob? Jacob's on our big board. I believe he's in the top 15 on the big board. 5 days worth 4,629 days on this current hot streak. Picked up, am I reading this right? Just over $3,000. Let me double check this number real quick. Might have wrote that down wrong. Hang on. Active hot streaks. Jacob. 1 second.
Oh, good, JD. while you're going
Oh,
through that,
the-
Raja in the chat, the way you read an ATR, it adjusts to the time frame that you're looking at. So you pull up the indicator, and it's telling you the average of those candles that you're looking at on that time frame. But what do we got with these hot streaks, JD?
$276 for Jacob on Friday, trading the MNQ, and then finally we've got Wayne. Wayne E picked up about $2,000 trading gold on Friday. He's now on 5-day heater at $7,903. So very, very decent hot streaks coming from our live funded traders. We did have a couple traders that did not trade on Friday. So when they come back to the markets and they have a winning day, their streaks do remain intact until they have a losing day. So they will be back.
Good stuff, and shout out to those traders. All right, so Mandy, that's one trade for you in the books. Green on the screen, plus 212.
I know, I almost
Okay.
entered, and it just busted up again. I was going to enter it again at 784. I just, yeah, that could have been a quick 5 points right there. But I'm looking for another 10 point, like I said, to like 96s.
Okay.
I don't know. As a scalper sniper, I feel like sometimes, I mean, anything can happen in the markets, but I feel like I have a pretty good understanding of how NQ moves. That I've spent a lot of time in this front of the charts, just looking at it. And so, yeah, just seeing when like a quick potential like that just happened, like 5 point move. I would have entered in again, but with that big push up, I just kind of want to hold off for a second. If we can pull back here, I might find another down to these 84s again. I might look for another entry to go long. This is just looking really, really nice to hit this up or downtrend line that I have. So, but I just don't want to find, with scalping, it's really, really important to find good location, because we are pretty short within our what we're trying to get, right? And we can only pull out so much out of the market. So yeah, I'm kind of kicking myself for not getting that, but it's okay. This is a combine. I need to kind of reset and think about this speed. You know, I don't need to be super speedy. I don't need to be fast. The long game, the marathon game. Y'all know me. I'm training for a marathon.
How's that going, by the way?
Go.
How's the marathon training going?
So I had a little bit of a setback 2 weeks ago. I ended up with a early stress fracture. So I didn't consider that a fail. It's just a fall in my journey. Shout out to Hoag. And so I was adjusting. I took about 2 weeks off. I paced a half marathon on Saturday. Guys, I was just trying to get runners to help them finish and reach a certain time point. I was the 2-hour mark for the half marathon. And so I'm just encouraging people to come to the finish line, and I turn around and I'm turned back to run to the finish line. I was about 0.1 away, and at mile 13, there's like the tiniest little lip in the road, and I straight up hit that, go flying forward, hit my knee hard. I ended up with 5 stitches this weekend.
Oh, wow.
So I'm downgrading for sure. My marathon that was on September 6th down to the half. I just feel like the universe is telling me to slow down a little bit. Because I didn't leave myself a lot of room for error with this training cycle. So I actually think I'm going to go out to California and go race a marathon in November. So still have that end goal of a marathon, just at a different time frame and location than I thought it would be. Because I would hate to kind of just finish out a half. I'd like to finish it for a full training, because I'm pretty thick in it right now.
Yeah.
So I definitely want to get that 26 done.
Yeah, it is an achievement for sure to finish that full 26. JD, we've been going a full 26 miles with the stream today, but we're coming up towards the end of this segment. We do got some more comments from Trump to European leaders. I think we'll have a successful talk. Today has been a pretty successful day so far. I will call Putin after this meeting, and we'll try to work out trilat after that. All right. So getting some comments out of that meeting, we are going to push into Power Hour here. We got Andre coming up with Dr. V, and I believe Jack is going to be joining him. Mandy, thanks for joining us. Nice trade that you got on there, seeing the NASDAQ continue to push here. But let's get us into
Always a
Power Hour.
pleasure.
Absolutely.
Fun.
This is TopStep TV. Stick around for Power Hour. We'll be right back. Let's go.
All right, we're cutting right into it. Power Hour starting a little bit early. The president is meeting with European leaders right now. Power Hour coming up with Dr. V, Jack, and myself. So that being said, we're going to bring in the footage and live feed of the meeting going on. Right now, president is at the microphone. So with that, let's bring it in and we will get ready to go behind the scenes for Power Hour with Jack, Dr. V, and myself. There is the president bringing that audio. Let's hear what they're saying.
The people of Ukraine working also together in agreement with President Putin. And I just think that's very good things are going to come of it. So I hope we have a good meeting. And if we can have a good meeting, I'll set up a meeting with President Putin. And if you'd like, I'll go to that meeting. And not that I want to do that, but I will do that because we want to save a lot of people from dying. A lot of people are dying, and we got to save them. We got to save it. 5,000, 6,000, 7,000 people sometimes a week. All of us would obviously prefer an immediate ceasefire while we work on a lasting peace, and maybe something like that could happen. As of this moment, it's not happening, but President Zelensky and President Putin can talk a little bit more about that. You know, in the 6 or so wars that we stopped, we haven't had a ceasefire. And so I don't know that it's necessary. You can do it through the war, but it would be, I like the ceasefire from another standpoint. You immediately stop the killing. But I believe a peace agreement at the end of all of this is something that's very attainable, and it can be done in the near future. With all of the wars that I got involved in, we only have this one left. Of course, as I walk out the door, there'll probably be a new one starting, and I'll get that stopped too. But I thought this was going to be one of the easier ones. It's actually one of the most difficult. They're very complex. The next step would be for a trilateral meeting, and that will be worked out. And I just look forward to working and having a great result. We're going to spend a lot of time today talking about, and we're really honored you guys came over. I mean, these are the heads of major countries and respected all over Europe. And they speak for, largely, I think I should say, but pretty much for the other countries of Europe. And we will come to a resolution today, I think, on almost everything, including probably the security. And that's pretty much the story. I'd like to say, Mr. President, would you like to say something? You have the media. If you want, you could come over and you could stand, you could use mine, or you could just turn around, whichever you feel comfortable with.
Thank you so much. I can
speak without microphone. Thank you so much. I think that we had very good conversation with President Trump.
Very good.
And it really was the best one, or sorry, maybe the best one will be in the future. But it was really good. And we spoke about very sensitive points. The first one is security guarantees, and we are very happy with President that all the leaders are here, and the security in Ukraine depends on the United States and on you and on those leaders who are with us in our hearts. They have been online before yesterday, and etc. So a lot of countries on the side of Ukraine, our people, and all of us want to finish this war, stop Russia and stop this war. We spoke about it, and we will speak more about security guarantees. This is very important that the United States gives such strong signal and is ready for security guarantees. The second point, or maybe the first, the humanitarian direction, very important to exchange all the prisoners, and I think that President will help. And I was very thankful to your wife again, Mr. President, for the letter about our abducted children, and I hope that really it can be a historic role for the people to bring kids back to the families and be happy.
Get the people back, yeah.
Yes, this is so important, and I'm happy that we discussed it, this track with the President Trump, and I hope that we will find decisions. And then what is very important, that all the sensitive things, territorial, etc., we will discuss on the level of leaders during trilateral meeting, and President Trump will try to organize such meeting, and he said that he will come or not come. Ukraine will be happy if you
both
participate.
Want me there, I will be there. Yeah,
yeah,
you know that.
Thank you. And I think this is very important. Yes, so security guarantees, bringing kids back, and all our people, not only warriors, first of all warriors, and all the civilians, journalists, a lot of people in prison. So we need them back. And guarantees which will work for the years. We spoke about it, and I showed the President a lot of details on the battlefield, on the map. Thank you so much. Thank you for the map, by the way.
Good map.
It was great. Yeah. I'm thinking how to take it back.
We'll get you.
No. I think that we had constructive, specific meeting, and I'm very thankful to all the leaders who are here, and you help a lot, and so we are happy that we have such big unity today. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much,
for hosting us.
Mr. President. I think you'll see that President Putin really would like to do something else. I think when we set that up, when we do, I think it's going to be when, not if. I think you're going to see some really positive moves. I know there's over 1,000 prisoners, and I know they're going to release them. Maybe they're going to release them very soon, like immediately, which I think is great. But we're going to set that up today after this meeting. So very good and great remarks. I appreciate it. Mark, as head of NATO, maybe you could say a few words, please.
Yes, I will be very brief. I really want to thank you, President of the United States, dear Donald, for the fact that you, as I said before, broke the deadlock basically with President Putin by starting that dialogue. And I think it was in February that you had the first phone call, and from there we are now where we are today. And that is, I think, if we play this well, we could end this. And we have to end this. We have to stop the killing. We have to stop the destruction of Ukraine's infrastructure. It is a terrible war. So I'm really excited. And let's make the best out of today and make sure that from today onwards, we get this thing to an end as soon as possible. I really want to thank you for your leadership, what you are doing for Volodymyr, but of course also all the European colleagues. It is really crucial. And the fact that you have said, I'm willing to participate in the security guarantees is a big step. It's really a breakthrough, and it makes all the difference. So also thank you for that.
Well, NATO also has agreed from 2% to 5%, which is something that is a massive amount of money. And it's 2% that wasn't always paid to 5% that is paid. That's a big difference. And so we appreciate that. That was a great move. Thank you very much. Ursula, maybe on behalf of the Commission, you could say a couple of words.
Yes. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. And it's a very important moment. Indeed, we are here, Europeans, as friends and allies. We had a fantastic NATO summit. Together as the two largest and biggest economies in the world, we had the largest trade deal ever agreed. And now we are here to work together with you on a just and lasting peace for Ukraine. Stop the killing. This is really our common interest, stop the killing. And indeed, it's very good to hear that we're working on the security guarantees, Article 5 life security guarantees, so important. But I want to thank you also that you mentioned the thousands of Ukrainian children that have been abducted. And as a mother and grandmother, every single child has to go back to its family. This should be one of our main priorities also in these negotiations, to make sure that the children come back to Ukraine, to their families.
Thank you. And we did. I was just thinking we're here for a different reason, but we just a couple of weeks ago made the largest trade deal in history. So that's a big thing, and congratulations. That's great. Thank you very much, Ursula. Mr. Chancellor from Germany, a very great leader.
Mr. President,
Please.
dear Donald, many thanks for having us today. I think this is extremely helpful that we are meeting and hearing that the two of you are having such a good meeting today here in Washington. The next steps ahead are the more complicated ones now. The path is open. You opened it last Friday. But now the way is open for complicated negotiations. And to be honest, we all would like to see a ceasefire, the latest from the next meeting on. I can't imagine that the next meeting would take place without a ceasefire. So let's work on that, and let's try to put pressure on Russia, because the credibility of these efforts we are undertaking today are depending on at least a ceasefire from the beginning of the serious negotiations from next step on. So I would like to emphasize this aspect and would like to see a ceasefire from the next meeting, which should be a trilateral meeting wherever it takes place.
Well, we're going to let the president go over and talk to the president, and we'll see how that works out, and if we can do that. I will say, and again I say it, in the 6 wars that I've settled, I haven't had a ceasefire. We just got into negotiations, and one of the wars was, as you know, in the Congo was 31 years long.
Intro. All right, we are back on Power Hour. Yes, Dr. V in the house, Jack as well. Of course, we will bring that video from the meeting with President Zelensky, Trump, and also the European leaders. We'll have that video in the lower right-hand corner. Markets are moving. Without further ado, Dr. V, welcome back. Saw you on last week. You are back. How's it going? Yes. Thoughts on the market? Thoughts on we are pushing higher here in the NASDAQ, 23,809. How have you been trading, and what are your thoughts? Any prices of interest, Dr. V?
Well, I'm long NQ from earlier, and we will hit my target maybe at 8:15:25. Finger crossed. I was watching the speech, and I was beginning to think, should I close this or not? But let's go on the other side of the range, right? Yes. And since I already made money today, I was at break even, so I said let's do this. So I'm about to be filled, hopefully, at 8:15:25. And last night I took a trade long on CL, so crude oil, so while I was sleeping, and that was a great trade. And that's it for now.
What price are you long from, Dr. V?
765.25.
Well done. 23,765 quarter. Last trade, 23,806. Let's take a look at the ES, Jack. 64.70 half. Kind of range bound as well, but we got crude making a push a little bit lower here. $63.53. And lower right-hand corner, president meeting with the European leaders. And we'll keep that on in the lower right-hand corner. And we got gold making new lows, 33.76. Jack, thoughts on the where we're at here in the ES? It is power hour. We're locked and loaded. Dr. V looking to cash in on some profits. What's up, Jack?
It's been one hell of a range today. We're kind of pinned on the upside to what I mentioned earlier is the 64.50 level in the SPX. We're right there right now. It's obviously had trouble getting above this today. We'll see what happens in the meetings right here, but if it's going to continue being a range day, we sell it pretty soon. We'll see what happens.
Okay, sounds good. Dr. V, what made you take the long at 23,765, about 40 points in the money? What'd you see there when you got long?
So first of all, when I trade, I always try to look as much to the left as possible, right? To make good trading decisions, you need to have the big context in mind. So if I look at my daily chart on NQ, I had a daily uptrend there, right? So just connecting these two lows, I had a steeper move going up, right? And the price kind of respected that, right? So I was expecting some bounce because usually the trend is your friend until it's not. But that's the first assumption. The trend should do its job of bouncing the price. So I trust my line in doing that. And now we have yesterday's closing price in my face, so we might. Also, what I had on the 5-minute chart is the support here at 757.50, okay? And we've been, messing around it all day. So I figured when I saw this price action, I figured, okay, we had the whole day to go down, right? We had the whole day to sell. We had many opportunities, yet we did not. So I guess the support is doing the job at supporting the price. So because also it's the end of the day, let's give it a shot. Also because I assume the level will do its job, like the trend line, bouncing the price. If it's a support, it's going to bounce the price up. So that was my thesis on this trade.
Well done. I like it. Very, very patient and executed the plan. I see a little bit of a selling coming here in the ES 64.68.5. A little bit in the NASDAQ as well. 23,792. 94's trade. Dow pushing lower just a little bit. Jack, what prices you seeing here in the ES? Perhaps take a short. We're selling off now. Jack, look at this thing go.
Yeah, I mean, 64.70, which is the ES level that corresponds to that 64.50 SPX. It's kind of been the wall all day. It's got a little bit beyond it, poked ahead a few times, but yeah, man, this is the tight. Let me know in chat. I feel like this is one of the tighter range days. I mean, if you were really committed to this was one hell of a range day to be trading.
Let's take a look at the range. Upper end in the NASDAQ today, 23,824. Dr. V looking for a push to 23,815. We got very close on the open of power hour. How do you manage this? How do you manage this, Dr. V? You are long. Have you managed your stop? Did you put your stop and trail it into profit? Or where do you go from here?
So what I do, usually I don't like to put my stop loss, but we had such a great move up in one direction. So I put my stop loss when we were pushing higher in this candle. This is a big momentum candle. So I figured I could put my stop at break even. Now I took half off already. And seeing this now, I've been a bit a lazy trader on this trade because this is central pivot and this is a level of resistance and also yesterday's closing price. So that should have been my target, 806, right? But I was doing other stuff at the same time and I was just going with the move going up. But seeing this, 806 would have been my target to exit the trade. Also, like I mentioned, I had money in the bank already, so I was just, playing around with this trade.
Well done. The Crude trade, yes, overnight Crude trade?
Yes. So,
what did you see there? Please talk us through it.
Well,
trade Crude, $62.55.
So I took my entry around 61.81, if I recall correctly. And I took my profit a little bit before the end of this giant selling candle because we had a contract switch. So I really like the gap fill trades on the contract switch. So my target was 62.12 for the CL trade. And like, speaking about being patient, right? If you're looking at this trade, you're dying. It took 6 hours to reach my target, right?
Yeah.
So it's never how the price will reach your target. It's really like just letting the thing do its thing. So it's either going to work or not. But the price has three directions, right? Up, down, and flat. And we did a lot of flat, right?
Yes, we did. Definitely, it was a test of patience, Dr. V. Well done. So 2 trades. I guess 1 trade for winner, and now you have this open trade. That's been it, correct?
Now I'm still in M&Q long, so I have 5 contract remaining.
Oh, very good. Long 5
Let me
M&Q.
So I'm up 768 now, which is not bad, right?
No, not at all. Are you baller? What's baller status? Last time you were on those, you talked about baller.
I'm balling. Put the freaking mic on. And also I made the $500 trade on 5 accounts, you know? So let's go.
Let's go indeed.
Let's go.
All right, Jack, before we get the party going here, we got 15 minutes to the bottom of the hour, above, below. I'm going to throw it to you, Jack. Would you like to do ES or the NASDAQ? Again, I'm going to ask Jack, what will the closing price be on market of his choosing? And then we're going to throw it to the chat, and they're going to pick above or below that price in that market. So, Jack, go ahead. What do you think here?
I know it's cliche, but it's got to be that pin number. So 6470 above, below ES closing out the day.
6470 ES above, below 6470. Okay, last trade 6469. Take a look at the delta about 10 15 minutes ago. ES plus 6200, NASDAQ minus 1300. So a bit of a divergence there. See how that plays out. We got 50-50 on the tilt. Get that pull up on the above, below. That NASDAQ trading 23,796. Again, lower right-hand corner. Do have the president speaking. There's a lot going on here, Dr. V. You got to stay locked in. You can't get flustered. You're doing a great job. 23,793. We got to get a push into those 800s. Pushing those 800s here, Dr. V. But you've remained patient. How long have you been in this trade, by the way?
I entered 220. Yeah.
Okay.
I entered
So going on an
220.
hour. Going in on an hour now.
Yeah, and it's going to hit or not. I took half. I'm not like, I just want to let it go. Like, I'm curious and I don't really care. So let's see.
You've committed to the risk. The downside, committed to the upside. I like it. All right, Jack. We're coming up right here to overnight VWAP 64.68, about 2 points off of that. Take a look at the ladder. Nothing jumping off on the ES. We did see a 1600 lot that got pulled in the ES. If we get up to those 70s, Jack, what are you looking for?
I mean, if that happens, it's probably about where Dr. V will be out of her trade. Yeah, that or a little bit higher than that's where I would be looking to sell. Haven't had really any breakouts yet today, so I think that's the plan. It's tough to take a trade right now, and we are, as you mentioned, just like sitting around VWAP, kind of not at the extremes of this range that's been cooking all day. But I think something will show up soon.
I think so too. I love it.
Right, and what do the chat think? Like, should I close my position? Should I leave it open? What do you think, guys?
Oh, crowdsource this. Okay, you heard it. Should she close it, let it run, cut bait, or let it run? 3,795 last trade in the NQ. She has an upside target of 3,815 quarter. We'll see what the chat says here. Dr. V, are you watching the chat? Are you reading the chat? Or are you watching the charts right now? Because we got... They're saying follow your rules. They're saying close it. They're saying let it cook, let it run. You're getting a lot of mixed. It's a lot of
it's tough because I don't really micromanage my trades. So usually I will just stick to plan. And also I want to feel uncomfortable a little bit because we never know, right? We never know. Like we could buy, I could end up being filled. Like, I don't know. My plan was to go across the range. Okay. Go back to these candles. There is order there, right? People are sitting there. There's a party here. I want to go to that party. Let's see.
Why do you like feeling uncomfortable, Dr. V? Why is uncomfortable a good thing?
Because we're pushing the limits. We're getting better, you know, just like my brain, my survival brain wants to close it. Of course, I'm $300 up. So of course, it's nice money, right? But if I always trade to be comfortable, I'm never gonna become great. Good is the enemy of great. So it's always a battle. And because we don't know how price action will reach the target or not, micromanaging can be very, very tricky because it can push you to overtrade. If you exit too early, a trade that is still going. For me, I'm not wrong. We are still above my support, first of all, okay? We're still above my support and we are still trending, right?
Yes, we are.
So I want to follow the leader. The leader is the price. So the chart is speaking to me. Okay, the price is speaking to me. And why do they do this kind of thing? To get us excited or freaked out. So, you know, I don't want to fall into traps or my emotions or, yeah, of course I should close it because it's but let's say that it runs, you know, it's always choosing what fits your personality, I guess. Like some people like to take money and they cannot handle a break-even trade. Some people prefer a break-even trade than to lose potential profit. Like it really depends on personality here. And also because I've made money already, I really want to like let this thing go. Like I didn't touch anything, you know, like a very mechanical trade here. And I took half off. So
yeah, I think the fact that you took off half, I think you're totally good with it. Be uncomfortable. Let's let it roll.
100%. 100%. All right, ES right back to 64.68. The meeting has concluded. They are taking photos right now. So the wire, the headlines may get a little quiet, which is okay. Keep an eye out for that. All right, bottom of the hour. First of all, you got the countdown clock, lower right-hand corner. 37 minutes till the closing bell and end of power hour, which means 27 minutes till MOC. 7 minutes till the bottom of the hour. Dr. V, what is your personality type? You want to let this run? Seems like the chat also wants to let this run. So what is your personality type that inclines you to want to let this run, not take profits? You already locked in some profits, but try to maximize this trade, Dr. V. What is Dr. V's personality?
should I answer or should I leave the chat to answer?
Oh, well, chat wants to let you run. So
guys, I'm so happy to be here. Give me thumbs up. Like, this is fun. We are in a trade together and we are going through all the brain processes, right? The thoughts that we have, the survival brain, like fighting the rational brain. The trader brain wants to get into. So which brain should we listen to? And I love watching trades like that and just like be in it, being like, what should I do? What should I do? Like so many thoughts in my head right now, right?
Yes. Get some thumbs up. We got the thumbs up. Thumbs up in the chat. She's great. Let's party. Yes, she want to go to the Cool Kids party. The Cool Kids party is up around 23,815. About 20 points from there. Let's see if we can go get that fill. Jack, if we get up to 64.72, perhaps. I want to see where this thing goes. But right now, a little consolidation in the ES.
Yeah, I'm not going to go short while we're rooting for Dr. V here.
That's right.
But when she gets filled, I'll think about it, you know?
Okay. Sounds good. By the way, Jack, 57% say above 64.70 on the close in the ES.
Well, they're bullish because we're below it a little bit right now. So there's the tilt of our chat.
Dr. V, they want to know, are you trading outside right now? There's beautiful trees and a landscape behind. Are you trading outside?
No, it's my office. I'm so lucky.
Sure is. A lot of thumbs up. A lot of thumbs up in here, Dr. V. Let's see if we can get this push higher.
Come on, you want to go there.
I don't. They know they do. No, they do. More thumbs up. Also, speaking of thumbs up, please click the thumbs up on the YouTube. Click the thumbs up. Click subscribe. Click notify. Got Dr. V in the house. Got Jack in the house. Trading 64.68 right now. We have MOC. We got some top quiz results.
I mean, the line is doing its job, right? Let's do it.
Where's that line touch?
I got a couple of quick news stories too, Andre,
Please.
that we'll get to at some point soon. We didn't get around before.
Dr. V, that line. Yeah, Dr. V,
yeah,
real quick, Dr. Thumbs up. Dr. V, where's that line if the touch is there? Real quick. What's that price?
Yes. This candle right now is testing it. So we are going to bounce the line or just crash and go to the other one. Right?
Yes.
So, but I have two buses in the market. I have the price and my lines. Horizontal, diagonal, I don't care. They tell me what to do. They saved my butt, literally. I was so lost when I started trading, right? And now it's so simple. I have a support, I long a support, I have a trend line, I trust my trend line. It's the only way for me to survive the markets. And I'm not saying if you see a support, you should buy. It's not what I'm saying. But I mean, we need to have spots where we want to engage a trade, like a where, and then we wait for price action to align with us. So I just trust and go with it. I surrendering to the market. That's the obey. That's the thing. We need to surrender, like detachment, right?
It is sometimes easier said than done, though, Dr. V. That's why you are here. She is a doctor working on the mental as well as taking winning trades. Love this. All right, 23,788. Jack, you said you had some news.
Just a couple of things that
What do
this
you got
morning
for us?
I
Yeah.
swore. Okay. Remember, Burning Man starts this weekend. Well, but first, speaking of Burning Men, this is the order I want to do it. Cameron's in shambles. Roddy Rondell Jr., the Hollywood stuntman immortalized on the cover of Pink Floyd's "Wish You Were Here," passed away this weekend at the age of 88. Truly iconic album cover. He was actually wearing a fire retardant suit underneath that business suit, and they had to set him on fire 15 times before they got this picture. So that is commitment.
Wow.
If Ronnie gets set on fire 15 times, Dr. V, we can hold on to this trade. Then I was going to say, Cameron, speaking of Burning Man, it is Burning Man this coming weekend. If you're wondering why your CEO is on PTO, this tweet just hit as true to me. Dr. V, are you familiar with, or have you ever been to Burning Man?
I've heard about it, but I've never been, no.
What is Burning Man?
They construct the city and take hallucinogens in the desert, as far as I can tell. I have never been to Burning Man, Andre. That would be a rough Monday for me to come back.
It pretty much sums it up.
Yeah.
The desert. Yes, go ahead, Jack.
Yeah, where is MP, by the way? I haven't heard from him today.
And what happens?
Is he dressed like Mad Max?
Keep going.
Ooh.
Incredible.
But what happens if everything burns in the desert, right? I mean,
well, that's what you got to go and find out. I would go once.
Sounds like it's long. Sounds like it's a long week. Sounds like it's a very, very long week. It could get, it could be very hot. It's a bartering system, from what I've been told. They're called a hippie camp out. I'm seeing a lot of ways to describe it in the chat. But the Burning Man is this week. They play music there. I mean, it's just the whole thing. It would expand their minds, I believe. Jack, well done. What else you got? Any more nuggets and tidbits, Jack?
Those are just the nuggets from this morning I wanted to get out. So That's all for now. We'll have some other news and so forth while we're waiting to see if we can break through that 6450 SPX today.
Right now, okay, here comes the bottom of the hour in about 15 seconds or so. We got another half hour, 30 minutes here in Power Hour. Crude did pop just a bit, $62.61, and Gold's been heavy all day. Found its range consolidation has been about $2 off the lows for most of the day. Here we go. Bottom of the hour has come and gone. And we got MOC in 20 minutes. We'll have some pop quiz results. Also, we could bring this in. Again, we did have Trump and Zelensky as well as the European leaders meeting throughout the day in the afternoon. We do have a bit of a recap, perhaps talking about a trilateral meeting, Putin, Zelensky, and Trump. Bring that in. This is interesting if we get this off. Pull this off.
If we have a trial, there's a good chance of maybe. I just spoke to President Putin indirectly, and we're going to have a phone call right after these meetings today. And we may or may not have a trilat. If we don't have a trilat, then the fighting continues. And if we do, we have a good chance. I think if we have a trilat, there's a good chance of maybe ending it. But he's expecting my call when we're finished with this meeting.
Oh, there you go. Dr. V, how locked in are you paying attention to the geopolitical headlines? And how much does that do you take that into account into your trading? Are you just price charts?
I'm a day trader, right? So I use technical, and of course I make sure to follow the news, right? I don't want to be stuck in a trade in the middle of news, but I try not to be influenced by the noise. So I shut my ears and I open my eyes when I trade. That's my style.
Love it. Jack, thoughts? Will these affect the markets, or is this just things we just put out there? The news just wants to put out there for sound bites, clickbait, if you will. But what would the effects be on the market? Ceasefire. What would the if-thens? If ceasefire, then what?
Well, that would be good. I mean, that would probably reduce the price of oil. So I don't know. Once again, we talk about like what equities are.
Sure.
They're a sentiment machine in some ways, but they're also like, does it really affect the future business prospects of NVIDIA? Maybe not as much, but obviously we would see a pop. But I think like oil is probably the most direct market there. It would be, I mean, don't get me wrong, it would be awesome. I would love to see that. But yeah, probably in the short term, it would be good for equities.
You're spot on. Does it impact NVIDIA or Apple? No, not directly, but sentiment is indeed. Right now, sentiment is pretty neutral. Let's look at the sentiment on the tilt, 50-50. Delta, plus 6,500 in the ES and minus 1,200 in the NQ. We have MOC in about 16 minutes. Dr. V is long, and the chat wants her to stay long, Dr. V, and go hang out the cool party up at 23,815. 815, Dr. V.
Yeah, well, and we have last month's high here, so there's another party there. Come on,
what price is that? What price is that?
845, sorry. 845.
I don't see why we can't get there. High day 23,824. 23,824. The range in the ES, 20 points today. Low of 64.56, high of 64.75. NASDAQ, wow. NASDAQ range for the day about 110 points. High of 23,824. Low of 23,719. Jack, indeed. It's been a range trade today. Violently range bound, but latter half of this week, we got Jackson Hole. And things probably going to pick up. Volatility, messaging, clarity, maybe some more certainty. They do this every year, Jack. For those that are asking, what's Jackson Hole? Why is Jackson Hole important? Explain to me. Why do we care? Why do we care about Jackson Hole, the meeting with the Fed symposium?
Yeah, it's a symposium, which is a great way to describe a meeting. They, especially last year, I can't remember more so than other years, but Powell really telegraphed what they were going to do at that Jackson Hole speech, and they did end up, I believe, they cut a 0.5% in September of that year, just after the next meeting.
Yep.
So it's not a rate announcement. We're not going to get that number or a vote at the end, no dot plots or any of that good stuff. But it's likely that Powell is going to telegraph strongly where their head is at for this next meeting in September. And we were talking about the Fed watch earlier. We have seen that the odds of no rate have gone up, decently.
Mm-hmm.
But we will be waiting patiently to see what Powell has to say. That'll move markets for sure. That's kind of the main event, I would say, of the week.
Yep. It's Thursdays. Probably see some comments Thursday and Friday from there. I'm just guessing Powell will speak, as well as most of the Fed governors. Dr. V, we are posting your Instagram link to your Instagram in the chat. For those that want to go follow Dr. V, what can they expect from Dr. V on Instagram?
I'm not very active. I try to be.
Don't say that. You can't say that when
I'm a very honest person, okay?
I love
and
it.
I don't know. I still struggle with the social media thing because I'm not a person like, hey, look at me, I'm so cool. My life is wonderful. And I make great trades. Like I struggle with that. I know I need to put more content. So I try to put my trades on a weekly basis. I also put inspiration. So when I get inspired by my mentees, by something during the day, I just post it. But I know I'm bad with content.
Love it.
This weekend I got inspired about the notion of risk. And about sometimes taking a risk is really taking a chance at something, an opportunity. Right. And when people are like judging you, and also you should keep that as private as possible, your day trading business, okay? Because people will judge you. They will not understand what you're doing. And people will say, wow, this is so risky. Well, I think in life, there's many things that are risky, like holding my NQ position. No, but seriously, we choose all the time. So every time we choose something, we don't choose something else. So in a way, I mean, like trying to become a successful trader is your journey. You want to do that. So let's do it. So try also to shut your ears when people are trying to make you believe you're a gambler, or it's not worth it, or it's too risky. Like everything, almost everything is too risky. Like go for it, guys. I would take the chance, like really to be who you should be. You have the power to become what you want, right? The power is here, one thought at a time. So I would say that I got inspired by that.
Thank you. Got to take risk, indeed. What do you say to those that say gambling versus, you're just gambling, as opposed to trading? You're just a gambler, Dr. V. When you just calculate, you've accepted the risk. What do you say to those, the naysayers, the haters, Dr. V?
What? Sorry, I was just moving my target to 806 because I'm leaving at yesterday's closing price now.
Okay, very good. Let's go get that party up at 806. We got closed. Last trade 23,798. 11 minutes still.
I mean, it's a good level, and also I will be taking out of my position in 20 minutes. So I don't know. Let's do it. Sorry, what was the question again?
About risk and gambling. We say, you're just gambling, and you say, no, I mean, you're just accepting the risk. You've got your strategies, you've got your executions, and to those that say, scared of risk because they view it as just gambling, what do you say? Without the risk, you're not going to get the profit. So those that may get scared off.
Are you a gambler if you start your business and you're investing in it? Let's say I want to open a coffee shop tomorrow, and I invest in buying grains and buying stuff that I think people will eat and drink and be happy about. Am I a gambler because I invest in that, in the prospect of selling it at a higher price or just selling it. I mean, of course, like every business owner knows that it's risky. But I mean, if everybody with a business would have said, "Oh no, it's too risky, I'm not open," we would not have any businesses, right? So again, we could be gamblers when we open a business. We can be gamblers in relationships. We can be gamblers in the market. It's the mindset, I think.
No, it is always absolutely. It is always the mindset. It's how you perceive it, what you do with it. Okay. Let's take a quick pause here. 23,791 last trade, man. That wick on that 5 minutes popped up to what, 804s or so. Again, last trade, 23,794. We've got about 9 minutes till MOC. Bit of a bid here in the ES gold and crude trading sideways just a little bit. But with that being said, we got the doctor in the house. You know what that means? Time to go to class. Time to take a quiz. Pop quiz time.
Oh boy.
Series 3 time. Here we go. Let's go.
Hey, what's up, guys? Let's show off some of this Series 3.
Okay.
All right. So, as positions are taken in a futures contract and open interest increases, A, price will tend to increase, B, liquidity will decrease, C, spread will tend to increase, or D, spread will tend to decrease. Let you guys ponder over that.
Is there a typo here?
I think so.
Because I think the answer is B, except it should be liquidity will increase.
Yeah.
There's a hot take.
I would say more liquidity.
Yeah.
You let me know. I'm not too sure.
Well,
yeah.
We could talk through it.
The
price doesn't
Here,
have
I'll
to
show
tend
you.
to
I'll show you.
increase. Yeah. Okay.
I'll show you. So the answer is D. I'm curious, what the typo
Spread will
situation
tend to
is.
decrease.
Oh, are they? When they say spread here, are they talking like the bid-ask gap? Like, what are they?
Spread will decrease. Well, here we go. Flame Trading says spread will decrease due to volume. Hogan's hoops say D.
I haven't heard usually they say like the bid-ask spread or something, because spread can mean a whole bunch of different things. But
this can't front
makes sense to me, I guess.
Okay, there you go. What are the let's see what the chat got. I'm guessing, yeah, look at that. Everyone piled in on D. Everyone was saying A first. Everyone was saying A first, then we showed the answer. Now everyone's picking D. Interesting. Okay. It was on us. That's on us.
Chat. And then before we get too carried away, I just want to knock out your top quiz winners.
Okay.
Shout out to all of our top quiz winners. Rev Rob, Rap was a favorite of mine. Pretty creative. Beat the Cubs. Shout out White Sox Jack.
Any good names? Okay.
White Sox. Beautiful team.
There you go. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Done.
Yay.
Spread will decrease. All right, Dr. V got 7 minutes till MOC still in this trade. You moved the price, take profit price to 806, correct? That's where the party is. Again, one more time.
Yeah.
Why 806?
Because I have the central pivot here, but it just wicked yesterday's closing price, so I'm like being chased by wicks.
Saw that. Yes, of course. It's been one of those days.
I mean, this is NQ, right? NQ
Yes.
and I, difficult relationship. Okay, so I'm used to that.
It's complicated. Yep, it is complicated. Did wick right up to 806s. You move the stop into profit. You were long 5, right? You were long 5 micros, and you took off what, 2? How many do you have remaining?
I have 5. I took half of my position, so I had 10.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, you had 10. You shaved 5. Now you're long 5.
Yeah.
And we'll see in about 6 minutes or so. Light earnings today. Starting tomorrow, we do have a lot of retail this week. We've got Home Depot tomorrow. On Wednesday, we got Target, Lowe's, Baidu. Then on Thursday, we got Walmart. We're going to ramp up into the trading week. A little bit of a push higher here in the ES. And by little, I mean little. 64.70 half.
Walmart could be interesting.
Yeah, I hope so. What was that? 80% beat rate? 80% of the earnings they beat estimates? You know,
80% on earnings and
that more?
nearly 80% on revenue.
Was that not more? I would always like to. I always wondered how that all happens with the forecasting and expectations, and how are those expectations set? And always beating it, Jack. Where's the miss?
The analyst. Well,
The
because
analyst,
the
yes.
best possible scenario for all of them is they want to slightly beat it, and that's where if you take like an accounting class, you'll see how you can get. It's not illegal, but you can squeeze a little here, a little there if you need a couple more cents.
Sure is. What a song and dance that is. You got gold maybe trying to tap about a buck off the lows there in gold. Gold looks like we're going to trend lower for most of the day in gold. About a buck off lows, 33. What's up, Dr. V? We might be going to 806. Is getting into the 800s. Here we go.
Gold is a great short.
Oh, you liked it? Okay. Hoag liked it also to the downside.
What's up, Hoag?
What's up? Yes, market minds. Yes, we saw that last week on Thursday. Be sure to check out Dr. V in TopStep TV. Here we go, Dr. V, 23,803 trading.
We're close.
It's happening. Let's go. Now you give it to me now. You can do it. You want it. Let's go. Oh my gosh, and Q, I hate you, love you.
Why is it like this? Why is it? Shows you got to dance. Dance with the one you brought, Dr. V. You brought the NQ to Power Hour. We're long from, long from 23,765. Was long 10, shaved off 5, 10 or 5 remaining. Here we go. Can we get?
Yes,
did it? Here we go, Dr. V. Well done.
Let's go. And now it's gonna go to 15, of course, right?
Yeah, we're just talking about this. Yes, show some love to Dr. V in the chat. Taking a nice winner. That trade was about an hour and 25 minutes.
Yay! Give me thumbs up.
Absolutely in the party. Here we go. She is a baller now. Nice trade. All right, we got the ES pushing here, Jack. 64.73. 2 points off the highs there. 23,806. 807's trade in the NASDAQ. 17 points off the highs. That's exactly what we were talking about.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, please go ahead. Well done. You got out. You took your winner. What's the P&L for the day, by the way?
1,174.
Damn.
Very nice.
Great job.
Just like when I was talking about my lines, I just want to show that this is kind of magical here. Like, they work. Okay? Trend lines are simple, yet so powerful. Because the price is following a path. And until it doesn't tell you to exit because the price is changing its mind, you follow the leader wherever you want to go. Sometimes he goes somewhere very quickly, not for a long time, and change its mind. Whatever it is, we need to follow. And for me, that was a game changer. And I just love seeing that over and over again, right? And that's how you build trust, because you were mentioning earlier, yeah, it's easier said than done, 100,000%. But you build conviction through experience. And this weekend, I was reading, I had 3 scientific papers on the behavioral, like neurobehavioral finances, like how the brain reacts to money and how we, the trader's brain execute. And we're very bad at taking decisions because the human mind is full of biases. And since we know that, okay, when we know that we're bad at taking decisions, we should reduce the amount of trades we make and also try to rely on strong indicators for us and not too much. So simple trading. Find your stuff, right? What you feel comfortable in. So that way you will reduce the amount of pressure you put on your brain to make a decision, because we're bad at it, guys. We're very bad at it, and that's okay. We need to embrace that.
We're bad decision makers. It's proven scientifically we're bad decision makers. Why? Because of emotions?
Yes,
money.
especially
Oh,
with
yeah.
money. For money, they did a fMRI experiment in Stanford. Okay, so they were putting people in fMRI, so they were scanning their brain and seeing with the blood oxygenation levels, like if there is more oxygen in a brain region, it means there is more activity because there is more blood, right? And trading and the idea of making money is as strong as the sex drive and the drug addiction.
I knew it.
So we love money, right?
Knew
We
it.
love it.
I knew
MOC
it.
incoming.
MOC coming in here real hot. We'll get back to that. I love that. Let's get into it. MOC coming at you right now. Lights. Nothing right now. 80 mil sell side. Everything else is pretty much zero. 80 mil sell side ES. 7 mil sell side NASDAQ and 9 mil sell side Dow. So that's why we're thinking that's why we make poor decisions, because the addiction, the greed, the want for the money, I get it. That's how it becomes emotional, and we don't think well. So,
and also I learned about something. Like I knew about greed, right? But I learned also that greed can also mean sizing up too much because you want to show strength in the market. And I used to be like that. And I talked about that with Hoag. I was telling him, like, I'm the Shira of the market. So I'm ready, right? And for me to size down was so difficult, because I just need a big fat trading account and let me go, right? And take on the world. I'm just kidding. But it was hard for me to go slow. So now I go hard at the gym and small in the market, right? Because I want to survive. But yeah, so at the gym, I push myself, or when I go for a run, I'm like, this is the time that you can do these things. So find yourself other activities where you can express some, behaviors that can be detrimental to your trading. And I talked about that to Hoag, and he was such a great mentor. And yeah, I needed to calm down. Very hard again when it's a habit. I like challenges. Like I want to be strong, and like taking 2 MNQ. It's oh my god, like it's
ego.
hard. Yeah.
But profits, making $1,100 in a day. That's good. You did it. I mean, micro. The ego, yes, the emotions of it. There's definitely something to be said. Sometimes we associate it with our self-worth. If I made money today, I'm good. If I didn't, I'm bad. How we interact with those that we care about as well. Okay. Upper left-hand corner, hashtag Power Hour. We ask you in fast markets and throughout the day. Hashtag Power Hour, hashtag fast markets as well. At TopStep TV on the X. We asked for their submissions. So we got Cam coming in here. Cam, we got about 7 minutes or so till the closing bell. How did they do? What do you rank it or rate it between 1 through 5? How'd they do today?
I would absolutely give it a 5. I think we got a lot of heartfelt ones coming in today, and I know we're coming up on time, so I'll keep it short. But I just want to shout out this one from Coach Hoop. He said, hashtag Power. I showed up early for my tee time for my B-Day golf. My brother said these guys were maybe looking for a fourth. McCann, Ditka, Jordan. All kidding aside, thanks, chat, for the wishes. My VIP did as well, and they stay focused on their charts. What an awesome community we have. So happy birthday, Coach Hoop.
Happy birthday, Hoop.
Happy birthday, Hoop. This one was pretty fun, too, from Rico Lindsay. I almost gave up on futures when I first started because I thought it wasn't for me. Once I locked in and learned what I needed to know about how it works, things turned around. Happy to announce I passed the TopStep eval and I'm officially funded. This is a sign to not give up on your eval. So congratulations, welcome. Good to have you. And then we'll just do one more. Last Friday from Chen said, I redeemed myself. Fridays aren't my best trading days. Palms always sweaty. Got that RP&L up in the green. Back from what looks like major loss that last Friday. So good to see the come around. Good to see y'all succeeding in the markets.
Done. Palm sweaty.
Thank you.
Palm
sweaty, indeed.
There it is. Yeah, we have MOC still pretty light. 300 mil sell side NASDAQ, 100 mil buy side Dow, S&P's 100 mil sell side. Okay, about 5 minutes left here. Take a nice exit there, Dr. V. I didn't know that you, Dr. V, you have a little bit of an ego. You want to make the big money, but it's about the process, right? You're trying to, follow the trend, follow the chart lines. And yes, you say, ooh, 2 micros, 2 micros. Why did you say it like that, first of all, Dr. V? 2 micros.
I don't think it's an ego thing. I thought it was more like I felt like if I was going slow, I was weak. Again, this is very personal. The market exposes different struggles for each one of us. And I was like, okay, I need to work with that. So if I go slow, that means I have more chance of making it. Because if I start a 50K account, I really have a 2K account, right? So I need to manage my risk. I need to be a good risk manager. So stop thinking about the money. Just handle how you will manage your risk first, because you want to make it. And in the markets, like I said earlier, you need to surrender to its rules. And for me, if I want to dance with the markets, I need to learn how to dance the way they dance, right? So it's not me imposing my mentality on the market. It's me like learning from it. And that brought so much patience into my life. And now when I say it like that, it's because at the beginning I thought like, I just wanted like maybe to feel something. And with 2 micros, I couldn't feel enough,
Mm-hmm.
So I had to grieve that also. It's never about the money. Like Hoag was saying, words of wisdom last week. It's never about the money. It's about taking good decisions. It's never about the money. Take good decisions and money will follow.
Speed of which, Andre, we're short 5 MES.
Look at 5
64.74. Trying to we've been real pinned to that. I gotta put belief in my above below.
Yup.
64.70. That's been the pin. We had a real quick push there. We'll see if we can take it for a quick scalp with 3 minutes left in the day.
All right, very good, Jack. MOC growing a little bit to the buy side, nothing massive. Let's go shorts. 5 MES from 64.74 quarter or 74 evens.
74 even.
Evens. Very good. All right, we got about just less than 3 minutes till the closing bell. Dr. V, one more question while Jack manages his house account trade. Dr. V, has trading taught you anything about yourself that you bring into your life outside the markets? And if so, what?
Letting go of what I cannot control. Yeah, that's so much, so much. Like I can freak out inside, and if I cannot have any control, like I try to make things happen, but if I cannot control it, I just let it go. And yeah, that would be it. And you know that NASDAQ just hit my target.
I'm watching, Dr. V. I didn't want you to see.
It did. It just did. So if I didn't touch anything, it would have reached my target. That's the whole thing. That's why I don't usually touch my positions. I don't touch my positions because of that. When I micromanage, I mess up, So I had my target to the T, actually, just right now. So don't stop believing, guys. You've got this.
Woo, I like that. All right, here we go. Speaking of that, let's see if we can keep pushing lower here. Jack, we're short from 64.73. Are we going to manage this trade in the last 90 seconds?
Don't you dare.
Get it right.
Take me out of that extra point.
I'm going to manage this, Jack, in the last 90 seconds.
I am going to, if it goes a little bit further, I'm just going to move my stop in profit so we don't lose any. This is a quick to see if it goes back to the 64.50 SPX pin. We got about 1 minute, 11 seconds left.
Dr. V said, Jack, let it be. You did your analysis, did your setup. Now it's time for it to let it be. In the last 60 seconds, again, above below for Jack was
hey, here
we go.
We got it.
Phil,
look where we are. My above below 64.70. We're flat up 162.
Look at that patience. Look at that market monk right there. Look at that patience. Took the trade. The last 3 minutes. Last 3 minutes of the day. There we go. What we got long. What did we buy? We closed out at what, 70s, Jack? Just
70.
like you said. Wow. Well done.
Yay.
Well
Good
done.
job.
Well, Dr. V, thank you so much for joining us. Let's take a look at these markets. 23,800. A lot more coming this week. Dr. V, where can they find more Dr. V? Obviously, Instagram. You're not active
My
on there. Where
website-
can they find more Dr. V?
On my website, so well, it's a bit complicated to say.
We'll put it in
but,
there.
Yeah, my website, and also they can DM me on Instagram, and I will send them my while you're there, guys. So you can. There you go. So DM me, and I will send you my website.
Thank you so much, Dr. V. Awesome, awesome stuff. Jack, nice trade at the end. Winner, chicken dinner here in Power Hour. That being said, shout out to all the bellers riding with us. Click like, click subscribe, click follow, click notify. All right, we got a lot more coming this week. We got earnings, we got Jackson Hole, we got Dr. V in the house. Okay, I'm going to throw it to my main man, James. James, take us out of here and into At the Buzzer. Thank you, Dr. V.
Well, we've made it through another day of TopStep TV. Thank you to everybody out there. Whether you've been here since 7 in the morning or you're just tuning in now to see At the Buzzer, we thank you for your time. We thank you for your views. We can't wait to see you again tomorrow, but the action doesn't stop now. At the Buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Paul is coming up right after this. Later tonight, we have Slow Markets. Coach Dakota's back at 7:30 p.m. Central Time. Then Aaron Luce, 1:30 a.m. London Open. And of course, Deanna is here at 3:30 a.m. tomorrow morning with Eurotrade as well. And that's all right before we're back here for another bright and beautiful day of TopStep TV at 7 a.m. So we'll see you then. Stick around. At the Buzzer's coming up next. I'm James Harden. You're the chat. This is TopStep TV, and we're just getting started. Let's go.
Why TopStep? Because traders shouldn't have to risk everything to participate in the markets. And since 2012, we've provided capital to over 10,000 futures traders just like you. From the pits in Chicago to screens in over 143 countries, we've been motivated by one simple idea. We don't care who you are or where you learn to trade. If you pass TopStep's trading evaluation, you'll be invited to trade with our capital in a fully funded account. As a TopStep funded trader, you keep 90% of profits and we take the losses. We also offer educational resources for all levels, live classes, and free group coaching from a team with over a century of professional trading experience. We're invested in your success. So what are you waiting for? Ditch the brokerage account, start learning by doing, and become a TopStep funded trader today.